As he and Jamie turned the corner as instructed, Ari saw 3 fancy glass elevators with glowing neon 777s on them. He approached the electronic panel in the middle wall and clicked 7. Ding. Doors opening. A robotic female voice sounded out as the far right elevator opened, and he and Jamie entered it and stood there. Doors closing. Welcome, Pop Star Academy, Project 777 contestant. Now going to the 7th floor. The robotic female voice sounded out again, and then the elevator shut before it began rising slowly. The elevator's interior was all glass, and Ari glanced briefly through it at the beautiful LA city visible as it slowly rose before glancing at the electronic screen that displayed images of different idols created by the companies that partnered for Pop Star Academy. BTZ, Red Lace, Super Bang, Mega Junior, Illusion, Bastille, Harmonies, etc. Some of them were Korean idols, but some of them were Western idols as well. Ding. Doors opening. Arrived on the 7th floor. The elevator smoothly stopped before opening, and Ari stepped out into a space blocked off by 5 large LED walls, which formed a hexagon with the elevator. The wall closest to the elevator on the left had a sign that read, down arrow, leave luggage here, down arrow, down arrow. After they both dropped their luggage off to the side, the LED screens began lighting up with glowing, swirling dots and stars that moved around like galaxies. It was like a 3D movie experience as the subtly rising music blended in perfectly with the space-like graphics until a shining star was displayed. Then, little pieces of golden dust formed glowing golden words on a starry night background. Welcome to Pop Star Academy contestants. 777, the number that represents jackpot, also known as making it big. You, contestants, are like pieces of dust, unremarkable for now, yet brimming with hidden potential. Little pieces of dust floated on the screen as the text continually appeared. With the heated challenges and immense pressure brought on by participating in Pop Star Academy, you too can win the jackpot and become like the sun that illuminates our solar system. A small clip of dust compressing on itself before exploding into a bright globe of light was displayed, before the planet Earth beneath it was revealed, shining your light and spreading your talent across the globe for everyone to witness. Are you ready to take on challenges and follow your dreams of becoming the brightest stars to illuminate the Earth? Then head to the top like the stars you aim to become to achieve your dreams. Ari read the cheesy lines appearing before him and, for a second, wanted to respond in a snarky manner. But remembering that the production team would be recording even if they didn't plan on using the footage, he kept silent, glanced at Jamie, and arched his brow. Thoughts? I guess we should head to the top floor. Did you see it written when we came in? No, but the building is like what, 23 or 24 floors? Now that I think about it, it could also be the 21st floor because of the jackpot thing. Let's just start typing backwards and see what works. If we're on the wrong floor, it's easier to take the stairs down than to climb up. Fine with me. But do we really have to leave our luggage here? My guitar. As they both turned to look at where they had placed their bags, they awkwardly made eye contact with a person wearing a black staff shirt who had opened a secret doorway in the LED wall and was dragging their bags through it. Ari. Jamie. Unknown staff member. Drag. 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 The staff member continued dragging their things, struggling to fit the awkwardly shaped guitar through the small doorway. Do you need help? Shake, 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 shake. Instead of speaking, the staff member shook their head rapidly before shoving the suitcase through first, carrying the guitar, and then shutting the secret panel, making the LED screen look seamless once more. It was like a magic trick and a mime act mixed in one. They spent an unnecessary amount of money in the weirdest places, Ari muttered quietly. If they're just testing it out today, I wonder what weird thing they're going to use it for later. Jamie added, I hope it's not scary. Thinking about how realistic and crisp the images were on the LED screens, and then imagining it turning into a horror show, Ari shuddered before beginning to type on the elevator panel. 24. Error. 23. Error. 22. Ding. The elevator finally opened, and the two rode up to the 22nd floor. Ding. Doors opening. Arrived on the 22nd floor, and when the elevator opened, the space was completely dark and empty. There was no light except for the exit sign, and when Ari tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge as if it were locked. Isn't this a fire hazard? That's illegal. Ari stared at it in disbelief. Guess it's the 21st floor. Let's go. Or should I slam it down? Jamie flexed his arm, looking fully ready to do it. What if it sets off an alarm? Let's just go. Taking the elevator once more, they finally arrived at the 21st floor. And when the doors opened, Ari could only look around in shock. Chapter 45, Maze 1. When the elevator doors opened, they were met with a high wall covered in green plants like a bush. Embedded in the giant wall of bushes were 7 doors with yellow question marks on them. To the left on a regular wall was a large LED panel with a block of text. Choose your starting point in becoming a star and make your own path through the maze. From the moment you open the door, a 10-minute timer begins. If you meet other contestants, your remaining time gets merged together. There's a nice, special reward for the top 20 contestants to clear the puzzle. No yelling. Please keep your voices down. Guess this is what they're using it for? A live-action puzzle. Ari said while glancing around for a camera. This looks like one of the hay mazes we have back in Tennessee during Halloween. Jamie muttered as he pushed against the shrub-covered wall. It didn't budge. Ari couldn't see any cameras on the walls or on the doors, but when he glanced up, he saw a big one mounted on the ceiling. Say cheese. Getting Jamie's attention, he held up a peace sign while Jamie waved with a large smile. Then they both stood in front of the doors. Since they keep mentioning jackpot, I'll go with door 7. You. Ari asked Jamie as he saw the boy walking between doors 1 and 2, craning his neck as if he could see through the walls. I can't decide, so I'll just come with you. Got any hints on how to solve this? You're the maze expert here. Stick to the right. We don't even know if it's a maze yet. Let's go. Jamie shrugged before pushing the door open. And on the other side was a narrow, green, shrub-lined hallway that split into the left and the right. A smaller LED screen was in the middle of the wall, counting down from 10 minutes. 9:56. 9:55. You said go right? Ari began speed walking toward the right path. As he walked down it, it split into 3 different paths this time. Glancing at Jamie, he continued on the right path as the taller boy nodded. He took one right, then another right, and one final right until he ended up at a dead end with an LED screen with infuriating text on it. Just like this dead end, your journey to become a star ends here, pensive face. Try again. 7:36. Oof. Jamie winced while grabbing the back of his head. I guess going right was wrong. Let's backtrack. Okay, you lead this time. Ari waved Jamie ahead while looking closer at the shrub wall. He doubted that the production team would throw them in here with the expectation that they would make it out on luck alone. There had to be some hint or clue on how to get out. As he absent-mindedly followed Jamie, they ended up at another dead end. But this one had a door with an LED screen over it. All contestants should perform choreography for 30 seconds or this door will become a dead end. Music starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Cheerful, upbeat pop music began playing loudly, and Ari became grateful for the snail mask on his face. He was sure that he would have begun frowning immediately, as he started performing the only choreography that he knew. Infant Shark. Jamie seemed to be performing some sort of line dance as he twirled and clapped to the beat. After the 30 seconds were over. Good job. 6:16. The door swung open. I hope they don't make us do that again. My dancing is not that good. Jamie pushed his hat down nervously as he continued to walk forward. Since Ari's was much worse, he kept looking around, trying to figure out a quicker way out of the maze before their time ran out. They ran into 2 more puzzles following Jamie's lead. One asked them to sing a duet. He and Jamie chose a song that they both knew, and as they sang, Jamie even added harmonies, which made their voices blend together beautifully. The second one was an actual physical puzzle that had to be completed and shown to the camera by the LED screen. As Jamie stood there deliberating between going left or going right, Ari glanced up at the ceiling, noticing that there was another camera hidden in the bright lights. It was initially pointing at him and Jamie, but then it began moving at an angle and tilted directly ahead, where the LED screen telling them to pick a direction was. Snapping his fingers as an idea popped into his mind, Ari pressed his face close to the bushes and began whispering as loudly as possible. Hey, is somebody on the other side? Yes, a slightly confused voice came back, and hearing it, Ari grinned. Is there a door by you? I saw the camera shift from us to point toward you. Yes, there is. I need 3 people to complete the challenge. Nice. There are 2 of us here. Do you know which path you took? We're at a wall asking us to go left or right. I went to the right, but I backtracked 3 times, so I'm not sure of my exact path. My original door was 4. You. 7. Mierda. A whispered curse could be heard before the voice continued speaking. It might not match up. I have about 2 minutes left on my timer. You. 5 minutes. Lucky. Well, I guess you're leaving then. I'll leave too since I've been waiting for 3 minutes, and you're the only one that has come by. No. You just stay right there. We'll come to you. Ari instructed as he gauged the height of the maze wall before turning to Jamie, staring at his tall body and his muscled limbs. An idea began to form in his mind, but before he said anything, he slammed his body into the wall, making sure it was sturdy. It didn't budge. With a mischievous smile, he turned back to Jamie. J23. Aye, see, Captain, sir. Jamie mock saluted him with a curious expression on his face. Can you boost me over the wall? What? Why? Isn't that illegal? You could get hurt. Jamie looked utterly horrified at the thought. Seeing the camera pivot to face him and Jamie once more, Ari held up a peace sign and smiled cheekily. I don't see why it would be. Didn't they say make my own path? I'm making it. Boost me up, please. Chapter 46. Maze 2. PD Park. PD Emily. We have a problem. One of the junior members of the production staff in charge of the maze ran into the monitoring room with the 2 main PDs, holding a tablet in her hands with a panicked expression on her face. The only person in the room was PD Emily, who was currently in charge of organizing the contestants that had already made it through the maze, glanced up with an irritated look. Why are you screaming? Use your words and tell me what the problem is. Some of the contestants are cheating. The junior production staff member yelled. Show me and quiet down. Yes, ma'am. On the tablet that the staff member handed over, a blond boy with a cowboy hat was in the lead. Another boy wearing a green mask and some type of animal tracksuit was in the middle, and a handsome Hispanic boy with slick-back black hair and a leather jacket at the end were seen walking unsteadily along the top of the green maze walls. As the boy in the middle of the 2 taller contestants passed a camera that rotated to face them, he pulled the 2 people close together to pose for a picture before they continued walking out of the camera's sight. What should we do? Should we disqualify them? The panicked staff member asked. Nope, just let it be. PD Emily responded while clicking her teeth as she watched the scene of the boy wearing a cowboy hat boosting the green mask-wearing boy up the 10-foot wall, and then, with a running leap, easily muscling his way up as well. Oh, to be young again and have a strong body. But if they do that, they'll make it to the end in time by avoiding all the stops and games. I thought we didn't want people to make it through on time. It's not that we didn't want that. It would just be boring if everybody made it in time, or grouped up in large groups and charged. That's why we spaced the check-in times so much. But it's fine. Plenty of other contestants are cheating as well. PD Emily pointed to the lined-up monitors with starred clips of contestants she planned to keep an eye out for. A staff member accidentally replied when Carrot Top asked to use the bathroom, and after he used it, he used the staff door straight to the end. 6 minutes, 22 seconds. No way. Angry Buzzcut over here kept body slamming the exit sign on the 22nd floor until it opened, went around the whole thing, and ended up being the first one through. 1 minute, 35 seconds. Eep. Some kid found the gaps in the maze and just slipped through like a lizard. How? Tall, handsome, and British over there flirted with a staff member who was trying to fix the LED and openly walked through like he was in a pageant. He is very handsome, especially that accent. The staff member muttered quietly. Smarty Pants took the steps from the 1st floor to the 21st floor and ended up completing it without ever entering the maze doors. Well, what the heck? So many. The junior staff member looked appalled that so many contestants were already breaking the rules. These are just some examples. We just wanted a good way to capture the kids' personalities for the intro video, so whether they solve it in time, follow the rules, or not, it doesn't matter. The reward is nice, but it's not the end-all be-all. Although, PD Emily tapped her finger on top of the screen, which showed Ari leaping off the wall with a cat-like grace, and then stumbling and being caught by 2 other boys when he landed. Somehow, the animal hood got stuck on the horns of the green mask he wore, covering his entire face. For some reason that she couldn't explain, She found it particularly charming as his slim fingers pulled the hood and the green mask off, exposing the white and black painted face, unruly curly black hair, and cat-shaped sea-green eyes that blinked slowly as they looked around before he put the green mask back on. I will give him props for being creative and allowing us to catch a good picture. I knew he was a troublemaker once I saw that face paint and the cheeky smile. And he kept grabbing her attention despite other, more attractive people being on screen beside him. PD Emily smiled as she tapped the frozen image of Ari making a peace sign at the camera and then turning to wrestle the cowboy hat-wearing boy when he messed his hair up. It's too bad. His group would have made the top 20 if it weren't for that annoying prince and his court of yes-men. F***ck all of them. Her smile disappeared, and PD Emily's cold, hazel eyes turned to the screen showing William Forbes and 4 team members, apart from Carrot Top and Angry Buzzcut. She had no proof yet, but she was sure that there was an insider leaking information not just to William, but to a few other contestants as well, and it pissed her off. Plus, she had gotten an order from higher up to ensure his editing was positive, which grated on her nerves even more. The only people who should be playing God were the PDs who crafted the show's direction. The fact that somebody was interfering with her home base, with her project, shortened her already short temper. But for now, there was nothing she could do. She just had to work and slowly investigate and snip off the rotten bits. PD Emily, please watch your mouth. The junior production staff member looked around in a panic, as if somebody might hear PD Emily's words. I know. It's fine. So continue observing the kids who come through the maze. We seem to have a bunch of overachievers this time, so we can probably get started early. And stop freaking out over every little issue. Ugh. Yes, ma'am. As the junior production staff member walked away, PD Emily yawned and continued observing the escape of the rest of the contestants that trickled in, while slowly planning the editing direction of the first episode. They planned on properly building the profiles of the contestants, making sure that each was spotlighted at least a little bit so that the public would grow attached to them, want to know them, and pour their money into them. Then they would begin the pruning process of the show, making sure to fill it with drama, narratives, a variety of scenarios, and of course showing the growth in the boys' skills to hook even more attention from the public eye as they slowly identified who would become the top 7 idols. By the end of it, not only would Pop Star Academy become a highly rated survival show, but the public would be entranced with these boys and want to follow their careers. She just had to hook them properly in the beginning. A cold smile filled PD Emily's face as she remembered the trick she had planned for the first round. Although she hated outsiders messing around with her show and contestants, she herself had no qualms about doing the same thing. After all she cared about was making a popular show for television, streaming services, and WeTube. Her goal was to be the #1 idol survival show, not just in the Western world, but in Korea as well. That's why the program would take place in those 2 countries and provide translation services to both sides. This would be a global phenomenon that the world had never seen before. And it all started with the intro. PD Emily tapped the desk for a couple more seconds before calling over a production team member. Start gathering clips of these contestants and prepare them for posting on TalkTik and WeTube. Let's get these boys trending. Chapter 47, PPL. Congratulations on making it out of the maze, future superstars. Did you have fun in our little mini-game? A staff member in a black staff shirt handed Ari, Jamie, and Carlos, the boy they had met, a strangely designed drink bottle and a strange brand of snacks that he had never seen before. As they blankly accepted the goods, the staff member continued speaking with a bright smile. Please wave the goods at the camera, try it out, and give us a smile if you can. A camera was pointed right at them, so Ari gave it a quick peace sign while opening the drink, taking a sip, and freezing. PTTTT. Disgusting. It was simultaneously sweet and a little salty, but worst of all, it was warm. He almost spit it out, but seeing a staff member holding up a white poster board with the words "Say it's delicious and hydrating," he forced it down his throat with a gasp. It's delicious, blurg, and hydrating. He almost puked, but the words came out, barely. The poster board held by the staff member was flipped, so now it said double thumbs up. Smile. Ari quickly put both his thumbs up before moving out of the way so Jamie and Carlos could be tortured as well. He didn't want them to film too much footage of the utterly adorable tracksuit if he could help it, and he definitely didn't want to have to drink this disgusting thing again. This must be the dreaded PPL, product placement lead, advertising he had previously heard about. Unfortunately, the three of you came in 21st, 22nd, and 23rd place, so you're just outside of the cutoff line for receiving the prize. The staff member continued after the three of them had taken a sip and given good, forced, reviews of the product. Gosh dang it. I thought we had it in the bag. Jamie smacked his thigh dramatically before snapping his fingers and sighing. Seeing his cartoon-like expressions come back in full force, Ari laughed to himself as he saw the cameraman smiling happily and focusing solely on Jamie. Is there anything you want to share about your experience through the maze? The staff member had another poster board with the words, one compliment each, so Ari thought for a moment before speaking. It was very sturdy, and the materials are not abrasive to skin. The camera panned to Carlos, and he tapped his chin before speaking. It was actually quite fun. I think my little siblings and family would enjoy this quite a lot. I wish I could bring them here to experience it. At his words, the eyes of the staff member who was acting like the interviewer began to sparkle as she held onto his hands and whispered, "Thank you so much." "Oh my gosh, thank you, Ari, Carlos. And you, sir?" "It was fun. I enjoyed it more than the ones back in Tennessee, and it was a real hard workout." Is that so? You do look a bit sweaty. I appreciate your enthusiastic participation." The staff member smiled at them before the cameraman turned away. "The three of you can please follow me. I'll take you to the waiting area." Another lady in a staff shirt came out from around the corner and gestured to the three of them. "Sure." Ari calmly followed the staff member down the steps to the 20th floor. As he passed a trash can, he quietly threw the drink in there before acting like nothing happened. The staff member led them into a large, open room with various types of couches, beanbag chairs, tables, and more, all with obnoxious branding all over it. 20 contestants were spread out, doing their own thing or speaking to each other in small groups, and a few unmanned cameras were in the room corners. Ari recognized most of the contestants, like Levi Temple, the rapper with a buzz cut who had headphones in, or Suzuki Ray, the annoying Japanese kid who tried to get him to give up his seat yesterday, and of course, William Forbes. But there were a few that Ari hadn't met personally and had only seen when they were performing at the showcase. He glanced around the room, waved a lazy hand at those he made eye contact with while pretending not to see William Forbes, and found an empty corner and sat down tiredly. He was completely exhausted, having to climb up and down the walls and balance on the thin partitions. Jamie dragged a beanbag chair and collapsed next to him, covering his face with his cowboy hat, and, for all appearances, falling asleep. Since he had done most of the work, repeatedly boosting Ari up the walls and climbing up himself, it made sense that he was exhausted. Carlos, the boy they had met up with, glanced around before sitting close by. He cleared his throat for a moment before speaking softly. "I liked your performance. That traffic song of yours is really catchy. I found myself singing it on the drive today." "Thanks. I like your performance too. I think you sing like an angel. You were probably the best vocally." Ari replied honestly. He remembered how high and clear Carlos's voice had been as he sang a hymn for his performance. "You're joking. There were many better singers than me, and your performance was definitely better." Carlos laughed a little awkwardly, and Ari turned to focus on him. Carlos had slicked back wavy hair with a single strand that curled in his face. He had dark, soulful eyes, long lashes, golden skin, and a little scar on one of his thick brows. Dressed simply in dark wash jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black leather jacket, Ari had to admit he had a cool and edgy vibe, which contrasted with how beautiful and pure his voice really was. Seeing Carlos laugh in a slightly self-deprecating manner, Ari made his voice completely serious. "I don't see why I would joke about that. Even the judges said it. Your voice is beautiful. You're a great singer. Range and vocal technique-wise, you're miles ahead of me." Ari was being completely honest with him. His performance had been amazing, and most of all, he could see Carlos's stat sheet. Carlos Emilio Ortiz Rodriguez. Age, 21. Vocals, A++. Dance, CS. Visual, B+S. Rap, DA. Charm, B.S. Well, thank you. I'd compliment your friend as well, but he's asleep. Carlos gestured in a laughing manner at the lightly snoring Jamie. "Well, he had a long night. I didn't see you at rehearsals. Are you a trainee somewhere?" Me? No way. I don't have the time or money for that. I had to help my dad in his shop and watch my little siblings afterward, so I couldn't make it. Carlos replied in a bitter tone. Sensing that he had stepped on a landmine, Ari looked around while trying to change the subject. He really didn't want to get caught up in someone's family drama this time. Unfortunately, he made eye contact with William, who decided that that was the perfect opportunity to approach him with a smile. Ariel, like the fish princess, right? I think we got off on the wrong foot last time. I really admired your performance, and I'd like to be friends. Can we shake on it? I even learned some French. S'il vous plaît. Oh, how will you avoid him this time? Nova popped up like a snake for the first time in a while, causing the blue window to bounce excitedly in front of his eyes. As William held his hand out while speaking bad French, Ari held still as he tried to figure out how to avoid touching or punching Levi while ignoring Nova's text. What should he do to deal with this guy? Kick him in the face? He would get kicked off the program and arrested immediately. Get up and run away? That would look too weird, and he didn't want to run from this. Sneeze on his hand. That sounded gross, and Levi might follow him to the bathroom again. His brain panicked and spun the wheel on a random language that he knew before spitting out some words. Chapter 48. No hablo Ingles. No hablo Ingles. No way. Really? I can't believe you said that. Ha ha ha. Nova burst out laughing, filling up his vision with multiple transparent blue windows. Seeing the response and repeated laughter, Ari wanted to fall to the ground from embarrassment. Instead of devising a way to avoid touching or punching William Forbes, it seems that his brain glitched and decided that he would speak Spanish this time while claiming not to understand English. No hablo Ingles. Shall I shake your hand? No hablo Ingles. Will you marry me? No hablo Ingles. Should I give you $1 million? No hablo Ingles. Lulul. As his vision filled with text of the system laughing, Ari was once again happy that he was wearing his snail mask. Otherwise, his completely red face would be exposed. I beg your pardon? What did you say to me? William Forbes stared at Ari with a disbelieving expression as his hand fell to his side. William thought his ears were playing tricks on him. He had lowered himself not once, but twice to speak to this weird-looking mask-wearing gremlin of a boy wearing animal-style clothing, because he thought the boy's singing ability was good. He also thought his talent for composing tacky, yet catchy songs was something to keep an eye on and maybe bring to his side. Yet each time he spoke to the boy, he seemed to be mocking him, and those cat-like green eyes seemed to be filled with disgust and anger, as if he hated his very being. Considering he had never seen the boy a day in his life, William had to be attributed to jealousy. Some losers were just like that. They hated to see others doing better than them, so they just hated on them irrationally. He could tell by Ari's clothes that he was poor and had no class. As a superior member of society, it was his duty to at least pretend to be gracious to those who were beneath him. I'll give you one last chance. What did you say to me? William asked while trying to maintain his princely smile. Ari wanted to take the words back, but since he had already started, he had no choice but to double down. No hablo Ingles. Ha ha. Nova began laughing so hard that it turned into emojis that were rolling around in Ari's vision. I missed this. My favorite lying show has begun. And this time it's no longer bilingual lying, but trilingual lying. We've moved on to Spanish now. Since when don't you understand English? The sarcastic comments continued coming, but Ari studiously ignored the system while looking at William in pretend confusion. Last time it was French, and this time it's Spanish? What exactly is your problem? Do you enjoy messing around with me? I don't even know who you are, and I'm just trying to be friendly with a fellow contestant. William asked in a slightly irritated voice. You don't know who I am? You bastard. You ordered me to be killed when I had done nothing to you. Do you just go around killing so many people that you can't even recognize their voices? Get wrecked. And why can't you take a hint? If I said I didn't understand English, then I don't understand it. If you don't like the response, then too bad. The other party should take the hint and go away. No hablo Ingles. Ari repeated with his confused expression while mentally yelling at the blonde boy to go away. At his response, William's eyebrow twitched, and his smiling face seemed like it was about to crack as his face turned slightly red. He clenched his hands into a fist before stuffing them in his pockets while speaking through gritted teeth. Really? That's the story you're going with? You refuse to speak English with me. Lo siento. No hablo Ingles. Ari repeated with a shrug. I'm sorry, I don't speak English. William Forbes' eyes suddenly became cold as he snorted in disbelief. On the other hand, Carlos looked at Ari in surprise before speaking to him in Spanish as well. ¿Tú sabes hablar español? Do you speak Spanish? Sí. Hablo español un poco, pero quiero mejorar. Yes, I speak a little Spanish, but I'm trying to learn more. Oh, lo estás haciendo muy bien. Oh, you're doing a very good job. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. William glanced back and forth at the two of them, who were speaking in a language he didn't understand, before shooting Ari a dirty glare, whispering something under his breath, and walking away. As soon as he left, Carlos turned toward Ari, covering his mouth before whispering. As funny as that was, why are you avoiding him? I have an unreconcilable personal grudge against him. Ari whispered back while covering his mouth and making sure he wasn't looking anywhere near William. Against the number 1 ranked contestant? Seems like a bad idea on your part. Probably, but it's personal. Thanks for helping me out there. You don't need to do it if it makes you uncomfortable. Ari shrugged before looking away. He and William were bound to not get along, and he didn't want to make it awkward or uncomfortable for anyone, especially somebody whom he had just met. It was no problem at all, and I don't mind. Really, let me know if you ever need a cover or somebody to practice Spanish with. I help out when I can. Carlos looked at him and smiled kindly, almost reaching out to pat his head, but pulling back at the last minute. Sure. Ari replied non-committally before glancing around in boredom. He really hoped that they didn't plan to keep them in this room until all the other contestants showed up. He wanted to head to whatever housing they were supposed to be at, change into something a little more decent, and remove his snail mask. Unfortunately, that's exactly what the production team did. They kept delivering contestants individually or in groups until all of them had arrived at around 2 p.m. Having wasted the whole time staying awake, Ari wished he had used the opportunity to sleep like Jamie, as he was completely exhausted. If he had known it would be like this, he would have just come right before 6 p.m. That way, he could have accomplished his repeat missions instead of just sitting there and occasionally chatting with Carlos. Then, PD Emily arrived with staff members carrying bins with badges, name tags, and what looked like clothing. Everybody gather up. Let's begin. Chapter 49, Ranking. As all the contestants tried to gather up, PD Emily just waved them away as she stood in the front of the room. Chapter 49, Ranking. As all the contestants tried to gather up, PD Emily just waved them away as she stood in the front of the room. As you all know, you went through 2 different assessments to make it to this point. In the first round, you either sang a song or rapped a verse, danced, and showed us a talent. In the second round, you were free to create a performance as an individual or with a group of 7 or fewer, and ranked by the audience and the judges from 1 to 100. PD Emily continued speaking loudly as the cameraman, now located all around the room, pointed cameras at the lounging or standing students and the PDs and staff members holding tubs of items in the front. Utilizing those 2 events, our judges and expert trainers, whom you will meet later, have classified your singing, dancing, and rapping skills into 5 grades from A-F. Each of you will receive a badge for singing or rapping, and everybody will receive a badge for dancing. The average of your 2 ranks will decide what class you end up in. When your name is called, please come up front. Starting with the person who ranked first yesterday, William Forbes, a rank vocals and B rank dance means you're in Class A. Congratulations. Despite her congratulatory words, PD Emily's expression as she looked at William was a neutral one that hid her dislike. William Forbes went up with a bright smile, grabbed the 2 badges, and pinned them to his shirt. The staff member beside PD Emily handed him a navy blue t-shirt with a giant gold-colored letter A on it and a closed envelope, and he headed back to his seat. Moving on. Ranked second overall yesterday is the one and only Carrot Top, Daniel Kim. Nearly perfect all around. A rank rap and a rank dance means you're in Class A. Congrats. Daniel Kim, the Korean boy with the bright orange hair, smiled brightly, exposing the dimple in his left cheek, and went to receive his badges, shirt, and envelope. As Daniel walked past William Forbes, Ari could see the smile on William's face almost scrunch up before he spotted the camera and made it bright. To Ari, though, his eyes looked quite vicious. Next up is PD Emily called everyone's name until it was finally Ari's turn. Finally, last but maybe not the least, Ranked 100 yesterday, Ariel Matisse. B rank vocals, F rank dance. D class assignment. One of the judges insisted that I should convey the fact that if he could place your dance skills lower than F rank, he would. There was an audible gasp as Ari stood up to get his badges and other equipment. Out of the contestants here, he probably had one of the worst disparities between his badges, and he was the only person for whom a judge had left a negative comment. Ignoring the staring eyes and the cameras, he quickly walked up to the front, grabbing the neon yellow shirt representing the Class D students before returning to his seat. As he walked back, he made eye contact with Suzuki Ray, who smirked at him with his B and C-ranked badges, C-rank overall, in dance and vocals, respectively. Ari just ignored him and sat back down next to Jamie, who had ended up in B rank overall, A rank for his vocals, and C rank for his dance. Now that you all have your badges and assigned class ranks, I'll explain how it will work. You will take group lessons in vocals, rap, and dance according to your assigned grades from our expert trainers. They will teach you the basics of singing, dancing, and rapping to increase your abilities. And to assess the results of that training, all the classes from Class A to Class F will be assigned the same song to film a performance, which will be posted on YouTube. The trainers responsible for your classes will tell you more details later. Just know it will affect your ranking and chances of elimination. As the mood of the room became solemn, PD Emily clapped her hands. Enough gloominess. Let's move on. Feel free to open the envelopes given to you. It has your room number and how many people will be sharing that room with you. The higher the letter, the better quality the room is, and the higher the number, the more people in that room. Before you start complaining, we generated it randomly, and it will change in the future depending on your ranks later. PD Emily glanced around as she waited for them to open the envelopes and for the camera to capture it. When Ari opened his envelope, he couldn't help but smile happily. A 1-3. An A-rank room with only 3 people inside. According to PD Emily's rules, wouldn't this be the best possible room? Score. He wasn't too picky about his sleeping situation after being homeless, but after a couple of weeks at the church, he had gotten used to sleeping alone, so he hoped for fewer people in his assigned room. I got B1-5, what did you get? Jamie asked Ari as he waved his envelope around. A 1-3. Lucky duck, Jamie grumbled in annoyance. Just this once. Ari smirked before glancing over at Carlos, who quirked his lips up as he met Ari's eyes. A 1-3. Nice. We're roommates. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them high-fived, laughing at Jamie's dramatic, betrayed expression. As the chattering around the room continued, as everybody shared their assigned rooms, somebody screamed dramatically while falling to their knees. F1-10? Are you kidding me? 10 people to a room? Is this prison? As the room got quiet after the heart-wrenching scream, PD Emily began to speak in a happy voice since the contestants' real reaction had been captured well. The person who screamed was Suzuki Ray, and he looked like his entire world was falling apart as he stared at his envelope, then PD Emily in betrayal. PD Emily openly laughed at his expression before saying, "Oh, I see somebody drew a bad room." Well, as mentioned for those of you who went through the maze, the top 20 contestants get a special privilege of exchanging their room with that of another contestant. So if you're unhappy like Mr. Suzuki here, when we head to the dorms and everyone is settled in their room, you may choose a person to switch with. Now that that's settled for now, let's head to the dorms. Excuse me, PD Emily. Aren't we staying here? A contestant sitting near the front asked while raising his hand, and PD Emily laughed wildly before responding. Of course not. We can't afford to stay here. We simply rented the lobby, elevator, and the maze that this company already had for its employees. Speaking of mazes, create and order your own custom maze at custommazes.com for custom mazes to bring family, friends, and employees together for an amazingly fun time. Use the code P777 for 20% off your first order. She winked with a big smile at the cameras before returning to her serious expression. As the contestants stared at PD Emily with a betrayed expression at the random advertisement in the middle of her speech, PD Emily continued nonchalantly. Your luggage has already been moved, and there are buses here to take you to the location where you'll live and practice for the next week or so. Those of you who drove here will be brought back later to pick up your cars. Let's go. Your new homes await. With a brisk clap, PD Emily and the other staff members exited quickly. After exchanging nervous glances, the contestants followed her while chatting with each other. Chapter 50, Dorm Assignment 1. Ari got onto one of the 2 megabuses that the production crew had provided for them, immediately heading to the back of the bus with Jamie and Carlos. The bus was completely rowdy as the boys of different ages talked loudly with each other while subtly separating themselves by class. Carlos, who was in C class, sat next to Co Bin, a contestant with blue hair that Ari had met in rehearsals. The two chatted, but when Co Bin met Ari's eyes, he glanced down at the neon yellow shirt that Ari was wearing and smirked subtly since he and the group members he came with were all in B or C class, wearing red and black shirts or pink and white shirts. Rolling his eyes, Ari just stared out the window as the bus driver drove for about 30 minutes. When it stopped, they were in front of a medium-sized 4-story building, a bit away from the downtown area. There were walkable stores close by, and the building had a black tunnel connecting it to a large, box-like, nondescript building that looked like a warehouse. The camera crew was already out and waiting, with PD Park Ji-ho in the lead, smiling and waving at them. As they came down from the bus, they were ushered into the building while being filmed. Instead of the expected lobby, the building opened up to a courtyard with a fire pit, lounge chairs, and benches with umbrellas over them. Off to the right were the various styles of luggage that the contestants had brought. After everyone grabbed their luggage, PD Park Ji-ho, in the lead, began a tour of the building. This right here is the cafeteria. We provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner from 8 to 9 a.m., 1 to 2 p.m., and 5 to 6 p.m. Tea, water, and coffee are always available, and vending machines are available to purchase other drinks and snacks. Here are some meeting rooms that we'll use for lessons and interviews. A break room for you all to hang out in. PD Park gestured around before leading them to a small elevator located by some stairs. I'll meet you all on the 2nd floor so we can see the F class and D class rooms and work our way up. He then took the elevator with the cameraman, leaving the contestants groaning as they examined their luggage before they got in line to wait for the elevator to come back down. Since he only had to carry Jamie's guitar since his duffel bags were tied to Jamie's suitcase, Ari quickly took the steps up, and Jamie easily followed, while carrying the suitcase with one hand. As if their actions spurred everyone else, the other boys all rushed up the stairs, panting as they lugged their heavy bags up. Nice. You all have some drive in you. PD Park gave them a grin before he walked a couple of steps and opened a door. This is room F1 with 10 people. The people assigned to it will all share the one full bathroom inside the room or the hallway bathrooms which anyone can use. Feel free to take a look. Several boys crammed into a room filled with 8 stacked bunk beds and a singular bed in an awkwardly angled corner. There was a single toilet and bathroom off to the side, and a sink with a large mirror right outside of it. They looked around and tried to give compliments, but there wasn't much to see or say. It was a small room that 10 men were supposed to share. Overall, Ari thought it wasn't bad, having slept in a tent on the ground for almost 2 years, but from the groans and complaints of other people, it seemed that they hated it. PD Park, there are only 9 beds here? Aren't there supposed to be 10 people? Suzuki Ray asked with a look of despair on his face. This was the room he was assigned to, and he already hated it with all of his soul. He had always had his own room, so the concept of sharing with 9 other boys or even having to sleep on the floor was traumatizing to him. The 10th person gets a sleeping bag since there was no room for a 10th bunk bed, and we really didn't want to interrupt the room assignment flow. It would be unfair if there were only 9 people in one F room and 10 in the other, right? To make it fair, we made sure we could squeeze the 10th person in. Then, will you be assigning who gets the beds? Suzuki Ray asked with actual tears forming in his eyes. Of course not. You're all adults or close to being adults. I'm sure you can decide reasonably. PD Park replied with a sly smile as he gestured for the cameras to focus on Suzuki Ray and the boys who had entered the room. Not it, definitely not it. The boys in the room immediately yelled out while touching their noses, with Suzuki Ray being the last to call not it. He looked completely devastated as he realized that he might have to sleep on the floor. And of course, Nova took the opportunity to comment. Look at his face. He's completely devastated. Wouldn't it be so funny if you end up in this room? LOL. He didn't really care one way or the other, but why was the production team being cruel? What was this nonsense about being fair or interrupting the flow? Just interrupt it. Why are you making some poor contestant sleep on the floor when there are plenty of rooms? As a matter of fact, why were they squishing them all together in the first place? Ari silently judged the whole production team while being doubly glad once again that he had his snail mask on. He could only imagine what his expression looked like for the camera. Those who are assigned to this room, please drop your luggage off and come along. Let's move on. The group of 100 boys followed PD Park to a room next door that had 10 bunk beds and was almost the same setup as the previous room. F2, 10 people. Those of you who were assigned, please drop off your luggage and come along. More luggage was dropped off, and they all followed PD Park as he came to a room that was slightly smaller than the previous ones, but with only 7 bunk beds, and he began introducing it. This is room D1. And there are 7 of you in here with 1 bathroom. Please drop your luggage after you've looked around and follow me. After they walked past D1 through D5, PD Park made them take the steps again to get on the 3rd floor. This is room C1. It has 6 people to a room and 1 bathroom. Pretty nice, right? PD Park smiled happily as the people who would be using the room, including Daniel Kim, nodded approvingly. After passing 2 other C rooms, they finally arrived at the 2B rooms, which had 5 bunk beds in a larger room and a single bathroom. Jamie took his things in, carefully putting his guitar and suitcase next to a bed, and walked out with Ari's baggage. And this is A1, the creme de la creme. 3 people to a room and your own private bathroom. After another grueling climb up the steps, PD Park presented the room to the 100 boys crowded in the hallway. Ignoring the envious looks shot his way, Ari entered the A1 room, noticing that it was the same size as the previous rooms they had seen, with 1 stacked bunk bed pair and a second free one. He and Carlos dropped their bags by the stacked bunk beds, and Ari stared at the door waiting for their 3rd roommate. Surprisingly, it was Minjun, one of the twins Ari had previously met at rehearsals. After making awkward eye contact with each other, they both followed PD Park to the last A-rank room. Now that you've seen all the rooms, feel free to unpack. The camera crew will come around to take statements. For those of you who are in the top 20 and receive the benefit, if you would like to switch rooms now that you've seen the composition, come and talk to me. You all have an hour to unpack and change into clothing appropriate for dancing, because we'll be heading to the dance studio next door. Someone will come around to collect your devices. Let's disperse. As the PD released them, Ari headed back to his assigned room with Carlos and Minjun. As soon as they entered, a rude demand was made. I want the single bed. Chapter 51, Dorm Assignments, 2. I want the single bed. Minjun demanded, subtly glancing at the cameraman who followed them in before facing Ari and Carlos. Okay, that's fine with me. At the nonchalant response from the 2 other people, Minjun blinked and looked a bit unhappy at the lack of reaction, and continued speaking while still peeking at the camera, hoping to gain sympathy points. I wanted the single bed because I've never shared a bunk bed or room with anyone but my twin brother, so I feel really uncomfortable with other people in my space. It's not that I'm being picky. Yeah, we said okay. You can have the single bed. There's nothing we can do about sharing the room, though, so you'll just have to get used to it. Ari replied calmly before turning to Carlos. Top or bottom bunk? I'll take what's left after you choose, Carlos replied with a small smile. I don't care one way or another since I can sleep through literally anything, anywhere. Top or bottom? Ari replied. Having been homeless and lived on the street for almost 2 years, he had become a light sleeper, but he had the ability to go back to sleep instantly, so he wasn't worried about people climbing up and down or entering the room. Same. I told you that I have a lot of siblings, right? My house is always noisy, so I'm used to them shaking me around and screaming when I'm sleeping. Whatever works for you. I'll just take the other one. Carlos replied again in a quiet tone with a slightly sad expression on his face that quickly disappeared. Ari glanced at him for a moment before nodding. Then you take the top bunk. That way, if I go to bed early or late, I won't disturb you. If you ever want to switch, let me know. Are you sure? Apparently, the top bunk is more fun. At least that's what my siblings say. Test it out for yourself and let me know. After he was done speaking, Ari began unpacking his duffel bag and sliding the snacks Granny Choi had packed for him and his spare shoes underneath the bed. The cameraman left, seeing that this room dynamics was pretty dull, so Ari sat on the bed covers, watching Carlos stare at him for a moment before beginning to unpack his own things. As he was about to doze off from boredom, Minjun walked in front of him with a weird look on his face. Hey, what? Switch rooms with my brother. He's in dash. No. Ari cut in, not even pretending to listen. But he's in an A room too. Just go switch your cards with him. It's not like the PDs are going to check. Then you go and switch with his roommate. Why are you bothering me? Or could it be that you waited for the camera to leave before asking me? Trying to get me to break the rules first. Ari glanced down at the phone in Minjun's hands with a pointed look. If you want a room with your brother so much, instead of texting him, go over there and leave me out of it. At the sharp words that nailed the situation, Minjun's face turned red in embarrassment. In truth, Minjun wanted Ari to go and do it so that he and his brother could claim he was forced to switch, which is why he waited for the cameraman to leave first. Having his little plan called out by somebody his age was completely embarrassing, so he put on an angry face and aggressively unpacked his things, slamming them on the ground each time. Seeing the childish behavior that would only break his stuff, Ari snorted while thinking about whether he could take a nap. If he fell asleep right at this moment, he would have about 40 minutes before they had to go to meet the trainers. Ari doubted that they would let him wear his snail mask to film, which meant he couldn't smudge the paint on his face, which meant sleeping upright or on his back. After setting an alarm on his phone, just as Ari was about to lie down on his back and comfortably sleep, PD Park Ji-ho, a cameraman, and Suzuki Ray barged in. Contestant Ariel Matisse, how are you liking your room so far? I see that you've made yourself quite comfortable. PD Ji-ho questioned Ari with a kind smile on his face. Finding it suspicious, Ari did his best to reply politely in front of the camera while glancing at Suzuki Ray's baggage and obvious smirk. He sincerely hoped that the boy was just visiting without any shady dealings going on, but he had a sinking feeling that just wouldn't go away. I like the room. It's spacious, quiet, and it doesn't have a lot of people like some other rooms. And I think I'll get along with my roommates. Ah, such fantastic feedback. It almost hurts my heart to do this to you, but a prize is a prize. Since Suzuki Ray was one of the top 20 contestants to exit the maze, he has the privilege of exchanging rooms with anybody, and he chose you. Ari, there were 99 other people he could have chosen, and he chose me? Am I supposed to feel special or something? At his silence, PD Park continued speaking as if he didn't notice. Contestant Suzuki Ray, could you please share your reasoning as to why you chose contestant Ariel Matisse? When I spoke with Ariel, I felt that he was very generous and kind and wouldn't hold it against me if I switched rooms. Additionally, I heard him telling his roommate that he could sleep anywhere and didn't care, so I felt that he wouldn't care either if I swapped with him. Ray replied with surprising eloquence as he looked innocently at the camera while tucking his red and black hair behind his ears. To Ari, he looked like a demon from another dimension. Sure, he had said he didn't care about where he slept, but that was in relation to which bunk bed. Who in their right mind would want to leave a 3-person room for a 10-person room full of strange boys who had to share one bathroom? That seemed like a nightmare waiting to happen. Contestant Ariel Matisse, how do you feel about the room switch? I hate it. Ari glanced from the camera that was pointed directly at him to the PD, who seemed to have devil horns on his head. Since he couldn't say what he truly wanted to, Ari curved his eyes into the semblance of a smile and replied as gently as he could. I'm glad that contestant Ray feels that way about me. Since I briefly got the chance to experience an A-rank room, I'll certainly do my best so that I have the opportunity to experience it again. Wonderful words from contestant Ariel Matisse. Please pack your things and head down to F1, where you'll be sleeping from now on. Mr. Ray, enjoy your new home. PD Park and the cameraman quickly left the room, and once they were out of sight, Suzuki Ray turned and smirked at Ari. I told you that was my seat. PD Emily is not here to help you out now. Ari, really? You're still holding a grudge? Wow. Just wow. Restraining the angry words that wanted to come flying out of his mouth, Ari just grabbed his 2 bags, waved goodbye to Carlos, and headed out the door while ignoring Suzuki Ray's smug face. Thankfully, he wasn't alone in his walk of shame, as quite a few people were grumbling and reshuffling rooms with a camera following their every action. Not wanting to be caught on camera among the whining people, Ari just calmly took the steps down to the F1 room. When Ari entered, he saw that all of the bunk beds had occupants, so he would have to sleep on the orange sleeping bag in the middle of the room, which was the only available free space because of all the luggage. Restraining a sigh, he waved his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Ari." 9 heads turned to look at him, and a blond boy with a small nose piercing on the top bunk waved before speaking. "I'm Gale. Since you came late, I'm letting you know that we have already decided on the order for bathroom use. You're last, both in the mornings and in the evenings." "Fine. Where do I put my stuff?" "Wherever you can find space, I guess." Ari glanced around the crowded room, full of 10 suitcases, before sighing for real this time. Somehow, he already missed sleeping in the church. Chapter 52, Dorm Assignments, 3. I may not have a bed, but I need a place to store my things, so where can I put them? Ari looked around at the occupants of the room. As the room went silent with some of the other contestants looking away from him and snickering, Ari laughed sardonically before speaking coldly. "Let's try this again. I only have these 2 duffel bags and clearly don't have a bunk bed. Can I store my stuff underneath somebody's bunk bed? Or should I go grab the cameraman and repeat the question in front of him and the PD?" At the subtle threat, 8 faces shot him angry glares, and 1 face looked slightly embarrassed, but Ari didn't care. It was bad enough that the production team was making a contestant sleep on the floor, but for his roommates to selfishly take up all the room without giving him a place to put his things was completely unacceptable. He knew he shouldn't pick a fight with the people he was rooming with, but he was a bit irritated that Suzuki Ray had put him in this position in the first place. Plus, he wasn't one to take bullying without fighting back. Ari met each and every one of their eyes with a fierce look until finally, a boy with tense skin and jet black hair spoke up while smiling apologetically. "All right, let's stop messing with the new guy. You can put your stuff underneath my bed. I'm Vishal, by the way. Sorry about that." "Thanks." Ari just slid his things underneath Vishal's bed and began spreading the sleeping bag on the ground in the suddenly chilly atmosphere. Despite the room changes, he still planned on taking a nap. At Ari's cold response that thanked one person and ignored the rest without even trying to be friends with them, the boys in the room began complaining. "Wow, did you see how angry he got? He was going to snitch to the PD. Sensitive, kids these days. Can't take a joke. He's already a weirdo for wearing that strange mask with that outfit, and he's a sensitive snowflake who can't take a joke. Get him out of here." As they continued griping, Ari stopped spreading the sleeping bag out and stared at them. "What was the joke?" You said I can't take a joke, so I'm asking, where was the joke? Please explain it to me, cause I didn't get it. I want to laugh, too." Ari met each of their eyes, and they were the ones who looked away first. Exactly, because it wasn't funny in the first place. They were just trying to mess around with him. Clicking his teeth, Ari just tucked himself into the sleeping bag and fell fast asleep within seconds. "Look at this weirdo. He just fell asleep in the middle of the room. How inconsiderate. How are we supposed to get past him?" Harsh whispers sounded out, but Ari couldn't hear a thing as he was in dreamland. The contestants of Room F, one stared in disbelief at the weird kid who took up the entire middle of the room with a bright orange sleeping bag and was fast asleep. His whole body was tucked into the bag, and the only thing that was visible was a bright green plastic snail mask that clung to his face like an alien skin. Overall, Ari looked like a strange caterpillar, and his roommates commented as much before some of them began taking pictures of him. "Guys, don't do that." Vishal tried to stop them, finding the situation slightly uncomfortable. "Why not? It's funny, and besides, if the cameraman walked in right now, it would be captured anyway." "Stop nagging. Vishal, we didn't get away from our parents to get nagged by you." "Yeah, bro, you're acting like my mom." Vishal glanced at his childish roommates before calling the most recent arrival by name to try to wake him up. "Ari." "What?" Like a zombie, the boy in the green face mask sat up and turned to stare. Immediately, the people who were recording him quickly put their phones away at the suddenly sharp green glare. "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "'Kay." The boy immediately sank back down and was breathing in a soft, steady manner within seconds. Seeing how easily Ari woke up when called, a few of the contestants in the room shot a rude glance at Vishal before chatting with each other or squeezing by to go visit friends in other rooms. And 40 minutes later, "Ari, wake up, we gotta go." Ari immediately snapped awake and glanced up to see Vishal reaching to shake him awake in the completely empty room. "I'm up." Vishal looked surprised before repeating his words. PD Park said we need to turn our phones in and head out. My alarm didn't go off? I guess your phone died. Are you changing clothes? No, this is fine, Jan. After a thorough stretch, Ari put his sneakers back on and stepped out of the room, noticing the crowd of boys milling about in different clothing than earlier. Some of them wore stylish two-piece sets with their class shirts underneath, while others wore athletic pants with the class shirt. The only thing was that they all carried shoes in their hands. Seeing that everybody had an extra pair of sneakers, including Jamie, who had come looking for him, Ari grabbed his arm to ask, "Why are you holding sneakers when you're already wearing some? Dance studios don't let you wear street shoes, so you need an extra pair. Don't tell me you didn't bring any." Jamie replied with a confused expression. "I asked the PD what needed to be packed, and she just said black shoes for the uniform. How was I supposed to know that I needed a new pair of sneakers? I've never taken a dance class before. Don't worry, I also didn't know I needed a new pair of sneakers." Carlos winced from behind Jamie. "Ugh, another expense. I need them to start letting us play those games with cash prizes." Ari muttered to himself. "I know, right?" Carlos sighed with longing. "Can you take me to the store when you go grab your car, Jamie?" "Yeah, that's fine. Do you need a ride too, Carlos?" "No, I'm going to pick up my bike, but thank you though." The three of them chatted while following the stream of boys that went down the stairs, out of the building, and through the black tunnel into the warehouse-like building. When they stepped through the main doors and another set of doors, they were in an open space with 100 chairs neatly lined up. At the thought of sitting through another speech or arguing with somebody over seats, Ari just sat in the last row and waited for further instructions. After everybody sat down and the cameras were situated, 7 people went to the front of the room. It was PD Emily with 6 other people. 2 of them were Larry and Selena, the judges from the previous rounds, but Ari didn't recognize the other 4, but assumed that they would be judges or trainers. Clap. All right, kiddies. Be quiet so we can get started. At the sound of PD Emily's voice, the room became dead silent. Good. Since we're all gathered, let me introduce you to your judges and trainers. Chapter 53, Meet the Trainers. First of all, you guys have all met Larry Jackson from the prestigious band SOS. He will be one of our vocal trainers, especially for C, D, and F rank students who need a lot of help. Please give him a round of applause. And Larry, could you say a few words? PD Emily calmly gestured to Larry Jackson, who was dressed in a flashy-looking tracksuit with an expensive watch gleaming on his wrist. Larry Jackson looked over the gathered contestants with an arrogant smile, searching for that weird painted face and not finding it. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief that the weirdo was gone, he spotted a contestant wearing a weird green and brown mask sitting in the back. Recognizing the wildly curly hair that framed the strange green and brown face mask, Larry Jackson gritted his teeth before speaking. "You all may call me Mr. Jackson, and as you heard, I will be one of your vocal trainers who will teach you the basics and help improve your skills. I'll say it now, I don't do gimmicks or take nonsense. You will work hard, and I will push you to your limits, so prepare yourselves. If not, I'll fail you with no remorse." Larry Jackson specifically stared at the back row of the contestants before stepping back. "Excellent. Our next vocal teacher is the Grammy-winning, talented singer, songwriter, and producer Jalissa Harris. She'll mainly be in charge of teaching those A and B-ranked vocals, but occasionally C-ranked individuals as well as those who want to focus on rapping. Jalissa, could you please say a few words?" As PD Emily listed her accolades, the contestants clapped loudly, with a few people whistling at the artist. A woman with a medium brown complexion and her hair put into 2 large afro puffs stepped forward with a small smile. Her doe-like brown eyes were framed by long, curly lashes, and her full lips shone with a glittery gloss. She was wearing baggy camo pants, a black crop top, an oversized white long-sleeve shirt, and black sneakers. With sparkly star earrings, gold necklaces, and rings on her fingers, she had a casual but put-together vibe that made her seem like an approachable big sister, but with a star-like quality. "Hello, everyone. You can just call me Jalissa." A bright, cheerful voice came out as Jalissa looked around with a cute smile. The contestants began cheering and whistling once again, and she laughed cutely before continuing. "You guys are all so cute. I look forward to working with all of you to improve your skills and find the style of singing that suits your voice and whatever goals you want to achieve. My teaching style is making sure that everyone has the basics to build a solid foundation when singing any style of song, so we'll focus on that. For the duration of the program and even afterward, please take care of me, and I'll do my best to do the same for you. Okay, okay. The contestants responded happily, causing her to cheer. Yay! As Jalissa finished her words in a bright tone, the contestants began cheering once more while calling out their desires. Jalissa, please give me your autograph. Wink. Please wink. Cheek heart. Cheek heart. Finger hearts. Let's all calm down. We can chat more later. Jalissa winked while making finger hearts before stepping back. Everyone clapped sincerely at the kind words and friendly demeanor, which contrasted drastically with Larry Jackson's. Ari was simply grateful that he got to avoid Larry since he had a B-rank vocal badge. He was actually looking forward to learning from the judges, hoping to improve his stats manually and put all his points into the visual. Only time would tell if it would work. Grabbing the attention of the temporarily excited contestants, PD Emily continued with the introductions. Thank you, Jalissa. Our first dance trainer is the well-known Korean choreographer Kim Young-woo. I'm sure many of you have heard of him. He's created choreography for amazing groups like BTS, Mega Junior, and more. He'll be in charge of the A and B rank students as well as making the choreography for a couple of the songs you'll perform throughout the show, so look forward to it. The contestants clapped loudly as the slim, young-looking Korean man wearing athletic pants, a white t-shirt, and a backward hat stepped forward. He had piercings all through his ears and lips, along with a tattoo sleeve on his arm. Glancing around, he caught sight of a few familiar contestants before speaking. Hello everyone, I'm Kim Young-woo. I look forward to working with all of you guys during your time on this program. We'll be covering everything from the basics to expert-level choreography that you've probably seen some of your favorite artists perform, and I hope to help you develop the skills to accomplish more than you thought possible. Woo-woo. As the sounds of cheers and applause rang out, PD Emily smiled before she continued speaking. Thank you, Kim Young-woo. Moving on, our second dance trainer is somebody you're quite familiar with, the fabulous Selena. She'll be in charge of the C and D rank students. Selena, a few words. Selena, dressed more simply in fitted yet baggy sweatpants and a tight top that said trainer, stepped forward. Her black hair was put into a high ponytail, and she smiled gently. Hello again, everyone. It's so good to see your faces. As mentioned, I'll be in charge of helping you all digest the various choreographies throughout this program while teaching you the basics and helping you improve not just technically, but style-wise as well. Look forward to it. Thank you, Selena. Our final dance trainer is Jaywalk. He's choreographed for some of the big names that you recognized, and he's also the owner of this studio we'll be using. He will be solely in charge of getting the F-rank students up to par. Jaywalk, a few words, please. A tall man with short brown hair wearing black and red track pants and a matching jacket stepped up. He had a slightly plain appearance and was almost frowning as he looked at the contestants. Hello, everyone. I'm Jaywalk. I've been dancing for over 15 years and teaching dance for over 10, so I feel like I have some skill at this point. Even though I'll be in charge of the F-rank dance students, I'll hammer the basics into you, and hopefully by the time you leave the program, whenever that may be, you'll have some semblance of a dance skill. I'm strict, I'm tough, and I'm not here to be your friend. If I feel you're not taking choreography seriously, you'll be on my bad side. At the fierce words, the room immediately quieted down and audible gulps could be heard. Thank you, Jaywalk. Finally, we have our rap instructor exponent. He's a battle-tested rapper who grew from the underground scene to a household name. He's delivered great albums and also collaborated with some of the best in the industry. If you could say a few words, exponent. A darker-skinned man wearing long baggy shorts, an oversized black t-shirt, and multiple gold chains on his neck walked forward. His hair was cut short, and he had a black do-rag tied around his head and stylish prescription glasses perched on his nose. Yo, what's up with it? How we feeling tonight? Good. A laid-back voice with an LA accent could be heard as the man continued speaking. I'm Exponent, your rap trainer, and I'm looking forward to working with those of you who are interested in improving your rap skills. We'll be covering all the basics like diction, flow, your delivery, writing, and the swag needed when you're rapping on stage. I want you all to do well and look forward to working with you. Peace. Exponent stepped back, and PD Emily led everyone to clap before she began speaking again. Now that you've met all the trainers that will be training you, let's get right into it. If you were listening carefully, you'll notice that each of these trainers mentioned teaching you the basics repeatedly, right? Yes. Yep. As the contestants agreed, PD Emily smiled a cunning smile. Here at Popstar Academy, we want you, the contestants, to succeed as best as you can. To do that, we'll spend this week teaching you the basics in each category and a brand new song. At the end of the week, each class will record its performance video, which will simultaneously post on the official YouTube channel. The class that gets the most views in 24 hours gets a special privilege, and those who are at the bottom get a punishment. Any questions? William Forbes. Go ahead. The voice of William Forbes, who was sitting front and center, rang out. Is this the signal song of the show? Nope. That will be revealed at the end of the week. This is purely to test and display your skills after receiving coaching. Any other questions? Will this affect our rankings? No. Rankings will begin with the signal song, not this song. This is purely for benefits and to display your skills after a week of coaching. Any other questions? None. Great. Let's watch and listen to the song that was partially produced by Jalissa and choreographed by Kim Young-woo. PD Emily took a remote control out of her pocket, pointing it behind her, and a large projector screen slowly descended. Once it stopped moving, a dance studio appeared on the screen, and music started playing from hidden speakers. Chapter 54. First Dance Lesson 1. Da dandan dan 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 dandan. Woo. P.S. Hey. The beat of the song rang out with a powerful, loud trumpet-like synth and a whistle cutting through the beat. Then an angelic voice sang out for 5 seconds before an aggressive rap began. What's your aim? When we play this game, we want to make it. Straight to the top, right now. What's your pain? Fighting doubters who don't believe. Trying hard to achieve. My dreams. What's your gain? Everything is golden. I sit on the top of the hill, yeah? Don't believe. I will achieve. 'Cause I'm AG. You can't stop me. Watch this. While the aggressive rap was going on, the 7 dancers displayed on the screen were dancing with large, powerful moves, spinning, and swinging their arms and feet in wide movements, as if battling a foe. A synchronized jump to change positions happened before vocals rang out, singing about fighting the way to the top. The powerful choreography then transitioned to floor work before all the dancers simultaneously hopped to their feet before shouting out, "Warrior." Then the dancer at the very back pretended to hit the other dancers in the back of their heads, and they each collapsed like dominoes as a mini chorus started. Digidigitum, digidigitum. They're aiming for you, so get down. As if they were in the military, as the whistle blew, the dancers' feet kicked out to the side before stomping in place in time with the beat. Get down, what? Get down, get down. Wow, 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 wow. The music then transitioned into another fierce rap verse that was even faster than the earlier one before the high vocals came in and the singers stacked harmonies. There was one more rap verse and singing verse before the music seemed to pause and the dancers froze. Then the dance in the center began stomping. Stomp. Stomp, 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 stomp. Stomp, 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 stomp. With each stomp, one of the dancers unfroze themselves and joined in the dance break, which was just the sounds made as their feet stomped the ground, and they clapped their hands or hit their chests, legs, etc. With the stomping still happening in unison, they exchanged positions while clapping and stomping boldly. The moves were big and aggressive and completely synchronized as the dancers stopped and clapped, ending with the dancers all lying on the ground except for a single person. Another voice began singing before the dancers got up and continued dancing again. When the music and the video stopped, the entire room was silent. Ari just stared at the screen in amazement. He had to admit, the song was amazing. The way the raps were woven into the singing, the chanting like chorus, the various use of instruments, the catchy lyrics, and the sticky beat, all of it just worked so well together. Because of his picky listener, Ari began dissecting everything he heard just as he learned to why trying to compose, and had to admit it. The person who produced the song was amazing. Although he didn't know who else composed it, it was clear that Jalissa was extremely talented as a producer. Ari glanced at her sitting off to the side before turning his attention back to the elephant in the room. The choreography. As an outsider, it looked amazing watching the dancers move with such power and fluidity. Their movements were incredibly synchronized, and that final dance break was just the sounds of their synchronized clapping and stomping, which made a big impression. Watching it, he could proudly say that they looked cool. But as a person who would have to learn that choreography, Ari could only let out a strained laugh as he looked at his F-rank dance stat and the extremely difficult choreography being replayed on the screen. Yeah, it was good that he had saved his stat points. He highly doubted that he would be able to naturally increase his dance stat to learn this dance in 1 week. Additionally, even the dancers looked exhausted from all the high-energy movement, and they hadn't even been singing. Ari could only imagine how difficult it would be to memorize the dance, physically dance it, while singing in tune. He felt a bit thankful that he had been running and exercising diligently to earn stat points from his repeat missions. Honestly, he was the tiniest bit thankful to the system. As if it heard his thoughts, Nova filled his vision with a large blue, transparent screen. Aren't you happy that you listened to me? Haven't I been right in everything so far? Go ahead and say that I was right. Say it. Praise me. At the arrogant words, any thanks he had toward the system disappeared, and Ari just rolled his eyes and listened to the conversations around him. They expect us to memorize and dance that in a week? Are they crazy? A contestant sitting in front of Ari grabbed his head as if his world was ending. Forget the dancing. I wanted to try rapping, but did you listen to the rap sections? When do they breathe? Was that even English? You're worried about breathing? I'm worried about my voice cracking. The whole song is so high. Guys, the singing is not the issue. Look at the choreography. The dancers themselves are out of breath and look tired. I counted the jumps. There are 10 synchronized jumps. 10. We're cooked. Wallahi, I'm finished. English and Korean complaints came out in turn, and up in the front, Ari could see PD Emily smiling joyfully as she took in their reactions. So, my dear contestants, how do you guys like the song? It's good, right? Of course, it was good. Would it not be good after a Grammy-winning producer worked on it? And you're even recording us, so who would dare say this was bad? The contestants had no choice but to agree, and PD Emily nodded knowingly. And how was the choreography? Don't you think it looks cool? At their less than enthusiastic nods, PD Emily put her hand to her ears while gesturing for them to make some noise. Woo-woo. With bitter expressions on their faces, the contestants cheered loudly until PD Emily gestured for them to quiet down. If a tester song is this good, just imagine how good our signal song will be, right? Anyway, AB Dance Badges, you're with Young Woo, CD tonight you're with Selena, and everybody else is with Jaywalk. You're dismissed to your dance classrooms with your trainers, so work hard. Camera crew will capture the studios, and in a bit, staff will begin calling contestants out one by one for a quick personal interview. Now let's say goodbye to everybody but the dance trainers. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Save me, please. See you bright and early, babies. And good luck. I'm cheering for you. Jalissa shouted cheerfully as she waved at the contestants before leaving with Larry Jackson and Exponent. With tears in their eyes, the contestants waved goodbye to the trainers who were leaving. Then they followed the staff members, directing them to the proper dance rooms. Ari separated from Jamie and Carlos, who went to the C and D-rank dance class, which were in a different hallway. Since he was in F, Ari went to the correct room. Standing off to the side was Jaywalk, the F-rank dance trainer, who glanced at Ari before instructing. No outside shoes in the studio. Ever. So change into your dance shoes and head in. Ari glanced at all the other contestants changing into their dance shoes in the hallway before sighing and removing his shoes. Grabbing them, he tucked them into the cubby outside the dance room and tried to enter with just his socks on. As he stepped through the door, he felt somebody grab his arm. You, what are you doing? Look it up. It's funny, happy face. Chapter 55, First Dance Lesson 2. You, what are you doing? Ari glanced at Jaywalk with a confused expression at the sudden question. Was the man blind, or was this one of those rhetorical things? Entering the room? Where are your shoes? Jaywalk asked as he furrowed his brows while staring at the strange kid in front of him. Firstly, the kid was wearing a strange, plastic, brown, and green mask which looked like some type of alien face. Then, instead of proper training clothes, he was wearing a dark brown animal two-piece set with a hood that had a cartoon face drawn cutely on it. Finally, he was entering the dance studio with socks instead of proper shoes that could grip the wooden floor and prevent slips and accidents. On the whole, the boy just seemed like he was mocking everything that Jaywalk stood for. I didn't know I needed separate shoes for dance class. I planned on going to buy some after the class was over. I hate unpreparedness. And what you're showing me is unpreparedness. Jaywalk scolded Ari when he heard what sounded like excuses. I asked PD Emily at the end of yesterday's performances, and she didn't mention anything about it. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her or any contestant that was there. Ari replied coolly, ignoring the gazes of other F-grade students staring at him. At the clear challenge in those words, Jaywalk frowned even more. Those are just excuses. You should have read the rules on what to prepare. I read the rules, and it didn't say that I need shoes specifically for dancing in a studio. Ari stubbornly argued back, refusing to take the blame for something that he didn't know. It wasn't his fault that he hadn't taken a dance class before. Then you should have used your common sense. Ari was about to retort to the dance trainer, who was trying to blame him for not having shoes, even though it wasn't his fault. But when he spotted a cameraman who was drawn by the back and forth, pointing the large camera at him, he restrained a sigh before speaking to Jaywalk again while trying to keep his voice as polite as possible. Okay, I'll be getting shoes after the class is over. May I enter the room now? No. Ari, when you're in class with me, take that mask off. Not in the mood to quibble, Ari just shrugged. Sure. At Jaywalk's words and Ari's agreement, the contestants standing in the hall looked excited about finally seeing Ari's face. Every time they had seen him, he was either wearing that weird-looking mask or had on so much face paint that his only recognizable features were his eyes and his lips. There was even a rumor from Class F1 that he slept with the mask on like a weirdo. It was finally time to see what he truly looked like. Everyone, including the cameraman who was zooming in on the green face mask, watched while holding their breath, wondering what it was going to look like. Thick lips? Ugly scarring? Terrible acne? There was a strange excitement in the air. Ari's thin fingers grabbed the green horn of the snail mask, and he slowly lifted it up. And what was underneath was a face painted the whitest of whites with black graphic designs on it. It appeared a bit glossy, like he had rubbed some oil, but otherwise it looked exactly like the face paint he wore to the secondary performance. Sigh? Bull. How boring. Everyone was completely disappointed that the grand reveal hadn't revealed anything grand at all. But on the other hand, the trainer who had never seen Ari before was completely flabbergasted. What the heck is wrong with you? Jaywalk looked even more confused as he stared at another layer covering up this strange student's face. Somehow, he had piled on so much makeup that his entire face looked flat except for his lips, which were painted a bright red. Instead of a person, he really thought he was looking at a mime or a clown. What kind of weirdness was this? At the bizarre question, Ari blinked before speaking calmly. The rules allow for makeup, so I'm just wearing it to express myself. Can I enter the studio now? Just get inside. And stop talking. Thank you. Ari nodded his head politely before dropping his mask in his cubby and walking into the studio in his bare feet. Wanting to avoid any issues with the trainer, he headed straight to the back of the room and waited for everyone else to come in. There were quite a few students from the F1 dorm room, including Vishal and Gail, the blonde boy with the nose piercings. The others were a few Korean trainees he had briefly met who didn't speak a lot of English, and several other Americans, and a Brazilian contestant who Ari remembered because he had extra long hair. With over 20 of them inside the studio, the large room quickly began to feel crowded, and Ari could barely see himself in the mirror that took up the longest wall. Jaywalk, shut the door after letting in the cameraman, and head to the front of the room. How many of you have taken dance classes? At least once. A majority of the people in the room raised their hands. The only ones who didn't were Ari and Vishal, who had come in barefoot and had somehow managed to avoid being scolded by Jaywalk. Not bad. Well, since we're starting with the basics, before I start teaching you all the choreography, I am going to take you all through a stretching routine as well as teach you a warm-up with 3 songs, which last about 10 minutes. After today, you can use the stretches and the warm-up routine that I teach you, or you can use whatever you find comfortable. What matters is that your body is fully warmed up so we can avoid injuries. Let's start off by slowly setting our legs, shoulder-width apart, and reaching for the ground. Let's hold it for 15 seconds. As Ari bent down to try to follow the instructions, his thighs and back began screaming in pain and shaking as he struggled to hold the position. You look like a newborn baby giraffe trying to walk. Didn't I tell you to exercise properly? Pathetic. You shut up. Ari focused on ignoring Nova while doing his best to hold the stretching position and preventing tears from coming out of his eyes. Next, let's sit on the ground, feet together, and grab our legs. This was torture. That was Ari's conclusion. He completely struggled to follow along with the stretches that Jaywalk made look easy. His body was simply not flexible in the slightest. Touching his toes, stretching his legs, and balancing were completely out of his wheelhouse, and he was doing much worse than the other contestants. Because he was wearing socks, his footing was unstable, so he would frequently fall down, and each time, Jaywalk's face just got angrier and angrier. At some point, the man didn't even look at him anymore. He just completely pretended that Ari didn't exist. By the time they completed the full-body stretch and light exercises like jumping jacks and jogging in place, Ari's body was aching in mysterious ways, and he was ready to go back to bed. This was more tiring than just running a 3K. If it wasn't for the utterly adorable tracksuit, Ari was sure that he would be as sweaty as the other contestants in the room. And he could only imagine how much worse he would be without the extra stat point in dance. All the contestants collapsed on the ground with shaking legs while hoping for a break. Unfortunately for Ari and the rest of the contestants, Jaywalk tapped a tablet that was connected to a speaker and cheery pop music began playing. Now that we've stretched lightly, let me teach you some of the basics of dancing. Even though Jaywalk was smiling as he spoke, for some reason, Ari thought he looked like a devil. The first thing we'll learn is a glide step. You take one step forward and kick off with your other foot in a diagonal manner. Like this. Jaywalk quickly demonstrated a cool-looking glide step forwards and backwards before staring at the room of contestants. Now you all try it. Remember, you need to kick off with your foot in a diagonal manner. Thump. Boom. Crash. As the contestants tried to copy Jaywalk, over half of them, including Ari, tangled and tripped over their own feet and fell to the ground. The cameraman, who had been silently recording everything, excitedly turned the camera to focus on the despondent contestants' faces before turning it to capture Jaywalk's disappointed and thoroughly disgusted expression. Even though a thick tension filled the room, the cameraman continued his actions while internally screaming with joy. He knew PD Emily and PD Park Ji-ho would be so excited to see this footage. He might even be able to leave early. Chapter 56. First Dance Lesson 3. Spin here, twist to the right. Left. Right. Left. Hands out. 2, 3, 4. Lean 2, 3, 4. Jump, look back, and freeze. Jaywalk was calling out the steps of the warm-up songs that he had taught the contestants while observing their movements. Seeing that they weren't getting the moves, Jaywalk joined in and began performing it as well. Standing in the very back, Ari clumsily tried to match his moves to Jaywalk, who was executing them flawlessly in the mirror. But for him, it was a complete failure. Not only did he keep slipping on the slick wooden floors, but he was unable to keep up with the quick moves that Jaywalk was calling out. When the music finally stopped, Ari was completely exhausted from moving his entire body so energetically. Even though he wasn't drenched in sweat like the others in the room, he felt a bit faint from all the rapid movements. While trying to dance, he kept discovering muscles he had never used before, and his whole body was aching. All right, 5-minute break. When the contestants heard the trainer's words, they all collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. Some got up to go drink water from the outside water fountain. Others just lay on the ground while panting from exhaustion. Jaywalk turned to look at the room full of contestants with a thoroughly disappointed expression. More than half of them couldn't follow along with the beat, while the other half just lazily pretended to follow along as if they planned on never dancing the warm-up routine again. Seeing that they were already exhausted and unmotivated with the warm-up, he was not looking forward to having to teach the choreography. Plus, he had to deal with a strange boy with a painted face who wasn't even trying. While others were at least putting in enough effort to be covered in sweat and turn their faces red, he looked as cool as a cucumber with his completely uncoordinated movements that were worse than a child's. Jaywalk really wanted to scold him, but held his tongue just this once. He would see if the boy's behavior improved when he got some proper shoes. If it didn't, well, he would just get eliminated quicker. Jaywalk sighed to himself before speaking. Well, that's the extent of it. As I said earlier, you guys can use these songs and moves as a warm-up since they will properly warm your body and make you go through the basics. But you absolutely don't have to if you have another routine that works better for you. If you need help remembering the moves, each of the practice rooms has Sung Sam Ultra 10 tablets that have the choreography on them for you to review. Now, let's get started with the first verse of the warrior choreography. Jaywalk tapped on the tablet before getting into position. The intense intro of the song began, and Jaywalk began demonstrating the broad but powerful choreography that was filled with stomps, jumps, kicks, and punches. As Ari watched it, he thought it looked simple and easy to duplicate, but the intensity of the warm-up alone made him know that he would suffer from trying to learn this choreography. The need to use up all his stat points on his dance stat pressed down on him, but he wanted to try to hold out for the whole week and see if it would improve on its own. Hadn't Nova mentioned that if he got professional trainers to coach him, the stats could naturally rise? Well, it wasn't like he was getting much coaching now. Ari glanced at the trainer, who was glaring in his direction, before avoiding his eyes and continuing to try his best while his body jerked awkwardly and slipped on the ground. 2 hours of practice passed by slowly until finally, it was Ari's turn to be interviewed by the staff members. He gratefully stepped out of the room while avoiding Jaywalk's glare and followed the staff member into a private room where PD Emily sat in a chair in front of the camera. There was an empty chair across from her, and as Ari walked closer, he saw that the camera had a red light flashing, indicating that it was recording. Have a seat, contestant Ariel, or do you prefer another name? I go by Ari. Ari replied as he took a seat. Okay, Ari, we just pulled you from learning the choreography with Jaywalk. You're at the bottom right. F-grade dance skills. How are you feeling after your first choreography class? It's really difficult, Ari replied honestly. At the response, PD Emily's ears perked up happily. Really? Why do you say that? I always believed that what idols do wasn't hard. They just sang on stage and moved around a little while dancing. I felt that running and exercising in my high school gym class was harder, but this was very intense, and I've come to realize that what seems easy on television actually has a lot of hard work behind it. I have a lot of work to do to get better. Interesting. Do you think you'll be able to learn and perform the choreography by the end of the week? I plan on trying my hardest to do so. At the dull response, PD Emily decided to switch tactics. Is that so? I heard that you were one of the people who got their room switched. You went from room A1 with only 3 people to F1, which is 10. What are your thoughts on the matter? The person who targeted you was Suzuki Ray, and you seem to have a conflict as well after the second performance. Are the two of you fighting? Hearing the pointed question that tried to instigate a fight, Ari did his best to deflect the thorny words. I don't think so. Suzuki Ray said that he overheard me telling my roommate at the time that I didn't care where I slept, so he chose me. Is that so? I notice you call him by his full name. Are you not friends? Do you not like him? Since PD called him by his full name, I'm just following your lead. Ari replied with a cheeky smile. TSK. Then, are you getting along with your new roommates? I heard there was a conflict with one of your roommates. Could you explain that? I wouldn't say it was a conflict. They tried to prank me since I was the last one to come to the room, but it wasn't very funny, and I called them out on it. We talked it out, and we're fine now. Ari replied as neutrally as he could, but PD Emily refused to give up. How do you feel about sleeping on the ground? Do you hate it? After all, it was decided before you joined the room. Don't you think it's unfair? The person who's unfair is you guys for making this situation. Not at all. I'm more concerned with sharing the single bathroom with 9 other boys and being on time for lessons and meal times. Ari replied with another cheeky grin, clearly calling out the terrible sleeping and bathing conditions. Since she didn't have an ounce of shame in her body, PD Emily shrugged before smiling again. Are you concerned because of the time it will take off and put on your interesting makeup? Since that was actually part of his concern, Ari nodded in agreement. Then, on that note, when do you plan on showing your face, contestant Ari? Everyone is quite curious about it. You wore a mask all day today and even had your interesting makeup underneath. When can we show the real Ari's face to the world? Soon. I still want to show my skills off without people judging me by my appearance, Ari replied vaguely. He really couldn't give a timeline because he didn't know when he would get enough stat points to fix his visual stat, and he couldn't show this ugly face to the world. Oh, could it be that you're healing from plastic surgery and need to hide your appearance? Plastic surgery? With what money? I'm broke. At Ari's completely emotionless words, PD Emily burst out laughing before speaking. Well, we'll see about that. The first episode of the show will be broadcast in 2 weeks, and voting will begin soon. One way or another, that makeup will come off. Anyways, thanks, contestant Ari. Feel free to head over to the other building to eat. Afterward, if you need to go get your car, just let one of the staff members know. Thank you. Ari bowed his head politely at her before leaving. As he left, PD Emily scribbled on her tablet while smiling happily. With this interview, she got some provocative clips from his roommate's struggles, his criticism of the idol profession, and even a conflict with another contestant. The editing direction of the first episode was forming in her mind, and the image she was going to paint for Ari was almost set. She just needed to get the opinion of the trainers, and it would be set. As if hearing her thoughts, one of the trainers walked into the room while speaking in a frustrated tone. These F-grade dance kids are the worst. As PD Emily glanced up at Jaywalk, who was stalking in angrily, the smile on her face grew bigger. Found it. Chapter 57. First Dance Lesson 4. Myrta. I hope the rest of the meals aren't like this. It's disgusting. Even my little sister can cook better meals in her easy bake oven. Ari glanced from Carlos's grimacing face to his plate of food, which he had collected in the cafeteria. For dinner, they had been served grilled chicken breast, grilled pork chops, or grilled fish fillets with a side of a vegetable medley, roasted potatoes, and corn on the cob. For dessert, there were either brownies or sugar cookies, and the only drinks available were mini cartons of milk or water fountain water. After everybody had been released from dancing practice and their interviews, they had all swarmed to the cafeteria to load up and refill the calories that they had just burned. Thankfully, the servings were unlimited, and even more thankfully, the line to get food moved quite quickly. Not being a particularly picky eater, Ari had just loaded a little bit of everything onto his plate. The food was a bit bland, but it wasn't the worst thing he had ever eaten, so he just ate without chewing so that his stomach would stop growling. Jamie had done the same, loading his plate with strictly meat and vegetables while talking about hitting his macros, but Carlos moved the food around his plate with a slight face of disgust. These people, there's no seasoning, no hot sauce, no salsa, no nothing. Just dry meat and vegetables. Myrta, are we going to eat like this every day? Carlos spoke out in a tone of complete despair. It was a bit funny to see, but Ari felt that if he laughed, Carlos might actually be offended. Instead, he slid over some ketchup and A1 sauce that was on the table, and if looks could kill, the bottles of both seasonings would have turned to ashes on the spot. If you don't eat, you won't have any energy to dance again. I don't know about you, but that long warm-up alone almost took me out. Not to mention that choreography. If you're not careful, you'll pass out. Jamie mumbled in between large bites of food. Ugh, don't remind me. I'm glad Selena said we don't have to do it if we don't want to. I'd rather warm up with something simpler. Carlos groaned before taking a reluctant bite of the sauceless chicken on his plate. Hearing their words, Ari scrunched his face up momentarily. You guys had a hard warm-up too? Yeah, she played some high-energy girly pop songs and had us moving. Slide, slide, pivot, look back. I felt completely dizzy when I tried to do it. Jamie muttered as he started stuffing the brownies into his mouth. Huh, weird. My group was the same. Well, I guess since they keep screaming about the basics, it's a basic dance warm-up. Since the other two weren't professional dancers, they both shrugged in response. Although both of them had taken dance classes, it was in a more casual setting, so they didn't really have a lot of knowledge as to what professional classes looked like. Just as Ari was prepared to skip past the issue and ask about their interviews with PD Emily, Nova popped up. Ding! Surprise mission. Instead of being as blind as a bat, become a detective like Sherlock Holmes. Learn the hidden dance and dance it perfectly from beginning to end. Time limit, 6 days. Reward, +2 dance stats. Failure, you admit that you're as blind as a bat. Hidden dance? What does that even mean? And where am I supposed to find it? Ari muttered quietly to himself. Of course, Nova, as rude as it always was, gave him a sassy response. If I told you the answer, it wouldn't be much of a surprise mission now, would it? Find it by yourself. Do you accept the surprise mission? I guess since there's no penalty. Ari mumbled once more while covering his mouth and thinking. A surprise mission? He was completely confused. Were the instructors going to teach them some secret choreography? Or was it something else, like a treasure hunt in the building? He thought that the surprise missions were triggered by his actions, but he hadn't done anything to trigger this one. had he? He wanted to dig into the details and ask the system, but unfortunately, he was interrupted. What are you muttering about over there? Are you ready to go? I want to go get my car, and you need to buy shoes, right? Jamie glanced at him while getting up to go dump his tray. Yeah, let's go. Carlos, see you later. Good luck with your meal. Ugh, thanks. He waved at Carlos, who was still picking at his food with a bitter face, before following Jamie to find a staff member who was carpooling contestants to get their vehicles. He and Jamie ended up in a car with contestants they rarely spoke to, and after a brief wave, they sat silently until they arrived at the company building they were at earlier that day. You guys can take your cars to this address and park them there for a fee of $10 a day, or drop your cars off somewhere and take a rideshare back. Make sure you're back before 9 p.m., and when you get back, turn your phones in again. Understood? Yes. Yep. Ari, Jamie, and the other people nodded in agreement with the staff member before dispersing. Where to? 5 below. Ari replied while staring out the window. For sneakers? Yep. Jamie gave him a skeptical look, but started his car and drove away. Personally, Ari didn't care, since these were only meant to be used inside for dancing. He wanted the cheapest shoes possible. If they broke, they would be cheap to replace. Jamie drove them through the city's constant traffic to the closest store, and Ari grabbed 2 black sneakers in his size for $10 before paying. When they got back, the dining area was empty, but some contestants were lounging around in the central areas and the break areas. Chapter 58, First Dance Lesson 5. Jamie turned to look at Ari with a curious glance. What are you doing after this? Heading to bed, or going to try to use the shower before that football team of roommates starts using the bathroom? Nah. Ari shook his head. I'm going to find a free practice room and try to learn the choreography. Remembering Nova's surprise quest and how much he struggled in dance practice, Ari pointed toward the dance studio. He planned on learning the warm-up and the warrior song steps the same way he had learnt Infant Shark, slowing it down to 0.25x speed and doing his best to replicate each move. Except this time, he remembered all the advice that Jaywalk had given the other contestants and planned on trying to apply it to himself. First, he would nail the basics in the warm-up, and then he would work on the warrior choreography. Hopefully, by the time he learned those 2 dances and received coaching from Jaywalk, his dance stat would naturally increase. Okay, I'll come with you. Let's just drop our phones off. The 2 of them found a staff member to drop off their phones before heading to the dance studio building. As they walked through the hallways and glanced through the doors, they could see some contestants already inside trying to dance while others were just lounging on the ground and chatting. Ari noticed that many of the ones just lounging and chatting on the ground were his roommates, and those who had F-grade dance badges like he did. Shaking his head, he and Jamie found an empty practice room with 3 tablets lying to the side. After Ari put on his new, slightly uncomfortable shoes, he first tested out the shoes. Although they were a little tight on his toes, he could turn, jump, and partially slide without falling to his doom. Since he couldn't run, Ari first completed his repeat missions doing the crunches, squats, and push-ups with his shaking arms and legs. Then, he grabbed one of the tablets and began stretching along to the warm-up video that Jaywalk had tried to teach his class with minimal success. Jamie glanced at him confusedly before offering. You know that warm video is really difficult, right? Just warm up for dancing with something else. And you should definitely do those types of exercises after you warm up your body. The only warm-ups I know are from high school gym class before we had to run the mile. I'd rather just listen to the dance professional so I don't hurt myself. Okay. Jamie shrugged before he continued his own warm-up and began dancing to the choreography. What's your aim? Hearing the song playing lightly in the background, Ari turned to look at Jamie. The tall boy had removed his cowboy hat and put his long hair into a loose ponytail to keep it out of his face and off his neck. His blue eyes and usual smiling face were narrowed and focused as he stared at the tablet and himself in the mirror. Dressed in loose athletic pants and his red and black B-class t-shirt, which had its sleeves rolled up to expose his muscular arms, Jamie was imitating the powerful moves of the song, which surprisingly fit him well. Although he missed some steps because of the speed of the choreography, he seemed to have memorized it at the very least and was making it through the song at a good pace. As the song ended, Ari gave Jamie a thumbs up before continuing to try to get through the warm-up. His goal was to make it through to the end at 1x speed before he went to sleep and hammer those dance basics into his body like Jaywalk said. Once he had accomplished that, he would begin the choreography of the assigned song Warrior. Setting the tablet against the mirror, he restarted the video before focusing on the sea green eyes that he could see through the eye holes of the snail mask. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. As the cheery warm-up song began playing in slow motion, Ari kept his eyes on Jaywalk, trying to imitate his movement. Pivot, look back, slide, pop, and lock. Ari did his best to control his stiff, jerky body and imitate each position slowly. He constantly restarted the warm-up choreography song from the beginning until he memorized one move before moving to the next one. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. When he fell after tripping over his own feet, he would simply get up and restart the video, completely focused in trying to learn the basic steps he needed to become proficient in dancing. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. Long after the lights in the other practice rooms went out, Ari just stayed focused, forcing himself to memorize the warm-up and slowly increasing the speed from 0.25x to 0.5x and then to 0.75x. And finally, past midnight, long after even Jamie had gone to bed, when he finally danced through the warm-up choreography at full speed without making a single mistake. Dance +1. His dance stat improved by itself. Ariel Matisse. Vocals A. Dance. F+, currently E, with utterly adorable tracksuit. Visual, F+. Rap F. Charm A. Skills, Picky Listener, B. Pen Pal C. Current rewards, 5 stat points and 0.25 visual stat point. Yes, Ari jumped into the air in excitement since he finally gained a stat point the natural way. As the urge to do a cartwheel in the empty practice room surged through him, a cold wall of text dumped cold water on his excitement. Last time, you smashed your foot into the wall and fell over. Are you planning on smashing the mirror this time? You just shut up, Ari grumbled as he checked the time on the tablet. It was currently 4 a.m., which meant he could get 4 hours of sleep and make it to breakfast by 8. Swallowing a yawn that threatened to rip his mouth open, Ari trudged out of the practice rooms and towards the tunnel that led to the dorms. As the automatic lights flickered on in the dark, creepy hallway, he speed-walked as fast as he could, waving absent-mindedly at the security guard before focusing on where he needed to go. Arriving safely at the F1 room, Ari tried to twist the doorknob. Rattle, rattle, but it refused to move. The room had been locked. Chapter 59, Roommate Troubles, 1. Ari rattled the doorknob aggressively, but the door was well and truly locked instead of just being stuck. What the heck was wrong with the boys in his room? Who the heck locked the door before making sure all 10 people were inside? Holding back the urge to scream, Ari tried to be reasonable. First, he tried knocking lightly, hoping that somebody would hear it and wake up, but it seemed like everyone was completely knocked out. The sound of snoring could even be heard outside the door. Should I just bang on it loudly so that they have no choice but to wake up? But then, wouldn't everyone in the room hate him? They already seemed to dislike him from earlier. But he also wanted to sleep. As Ari was thinking through what to do, the system decided to add its own 2 cents. Just do it. Smash the door in. Wake them all up immediately. Hee hee hee. As soon as he read the words, Ari immediately rethought his plan. Nova was clearly just looking to instigate something, and following along with the troublesome system didn't really seem like a good idea. It would be better to find a staff member to unlock the door. Rubbing his eyes from tiredness, Ari turned to go find a staff member, but after wandering for a bit, he couldn't find anyone but the old security guard who said that he couldn't help him with a tired yawn, then ignored him. A bit annoyed, especially as he could see the sun rising from the front doors of the building, Ari went back to F1, took a deep breath, and began banging on the door. Bang, 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 bang. His fists rapidly hit the door, and Ari heard the sounds of people moving around, and then a loud thump as something heavy hit the ground, and the sound of somebody cursing. Good. Bang on the door even harder. Assert your dominance, and show them you mean business. Ignoring the strange words that Nova kept showing, Ari continued banging on the door. Bang, 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 bang. Not stopping, he continued banging on the door until it was yanked wide open, and one of his roommates, a boy named Ian, opened the door. What's going Wahaga? Ian leaped backward after seeing a person wearing a green snail mask glaring angrily in the dim hallway lighting. Why would you lock the door without everyone being in the room? Ari asked coldly, not even waiting for the boy to speak. Oh, it's you? Why were you banging on the door, weirdo? Don't you know people are sleeping? A bit embarrassed at his dramatic overreaction, Ian angrily replied, but Ari stepped into his personal space, pushing Ian back into the room while shutting the door behind him. PD Park had told them that some hallways had cameras, and he didn't want his argument caught on film, especially after PD Emily had asked him pointed questions about a roommate conflict. Which one of you locked the door? I've been trying to get in, and you're complaining about me banging on the door? To get into my own assigned room? Have you lost your mind? Would you want this to happen to you? Ari looked past Ian, meeting the eyes of his roommates. Some looked sheepish, others looked confused, and a few looked irritated at being woken up so early in the morning. It wasn't me, so I don't know why you're yelling at me. Ian yelled back defensively, although he didn't meet Ari's gaze. He had been the last one to shower, and after discussing with some of his friends in the room, he decided to lock the door because he didn't like how Ari had spoken to him earlier. He planned to let Ari in if he begged to be let in, but he had fallen asleep since Ari had never shown up. Hey, don't you have any decency knocking on the door like that? People are sleeping. Yeah, what the heck? Now I can't go back to sleep. You're so dang rude. You know that. The rest of Ian's buddies began complaining at Ari, trying to support their friend, but he took one look at them and rolled his eyes before silently digging out his duffel bag from underneath Vishal's bed. He definitely didn't want to say anything else because if he did, he wasn't sure what kind of curse words would come out of his mouth. He just knew that this petty argument would turn into a real argument, so he would stay quiet just this once. His plan was to just shower, sleep, and hope that they would leave him alone. Look at him. He knows he's wrong, so he's keeping quiet after waking everybody up. Rude old punk. Unfortunately, it seemed that none of them knew how to be quiet, even when they were wrong. Ari turned to look at the people speaking while raising his snail mask so they could see his angry face. His face looked quite creepy, with parts of the face paint and lipstick smudged, and his eyebrows furrowed. I was locked out. All night. And you're complaining that I woke you up when the sun was rising? I'm not in the mood for this, so I'm going to take a shower. You can go back to sleep or discuss with me after I'm done. Wait. You can't take a shower first. I'm first. Gale, the blonde boy with the nose piercing, spoke up. This is my turn from last night since I was locked out of the room. If you have an issue with it, let's go explain both our sides to the PD. I'm sure they have footage of me trying to get into a locked room in the middle of the night. Although he had no plans to go to the PDs with this childish issue, it seemed to be effective as the mouths of the boys snapped shut. Cough snitch, somebody muttered under their breath. Ari rolled his eyes once more before turning away. Completely tired from dealing with nonsense first thing in the morning, Ari removed his face paint, showered, brushed, and then reapplied his makeup before covering it with his face mask. He hand-washed his utterly adorable jumpsuit, boxers, and t-shirt before dressing in his pajamas. When he stepped out about 40 minutes later, some of his roommates were sitting on their beds, chatting, while others had gone back to sleep. Ari slid his duffel bags under the sleeping Vishal's bed before leaving the room to put his things in a dryer in the laundry room. Then he came back to the F1 room, spread his sleeping bag out in the middle of the floor, and went to sleep, completely ignoring the glares and talking voices around him. A couple of hours later, the PA system playing the Warrior song at the loudest level possible woke him up. As the loud bass made his eardrums vibrate, Ari reluctantly sat up and regretted his life choices. He was completely exhausted. His body was so sore from moving in ways it had never moved before, and his roommates were scrambling around and screaming as people made a mad dash to the bathroom, and others made a mad dash to the cafeteria for breakfast. Neither option looked appetizing. All Ari wanted to do was lie down and go back to sleep. What had possessed him to join this show again? It couldn't have been worth it, right? There was not a lot in the world that was worth losing sleep. Money. Nova filled his face with a blue screen with a single word. You joined for money. What happened to your dear 10K, 50K, 100K? You think you can win that money, make the top 7, and debut with your pathetic skills and current appearance? Get up, go eat, and go start practicing. After groaning to himself, Ari got up. Chapter 60, First Vocal Lesson 1. Breakfast was toast, scrambled eggs, sausages, and fruit, with the only special drink being flavored milk yet again. Ari made himself some coffee, loaded his plate up with a little bit of everything, and joined Jamie at a table. Vishal and Carlos came to sit with them as well. Compared to other tables, it was completely silent on their side, as all four of them quietly shoveled food into their mouths at different speeds and different eating styles. Carlos and Vishal drowned their eggs in hot sauce before eating them. Jamie piled everything possible on top of his toast, and Ari just shoveled things in turn while secretly missing the breakfast made by Granny Choi and Grandpa Choi. Wagwan. How it going, mates? A friendly British accent could be heard as a mixed boy with very short curly hair in a nice haircut slid into the empty seat at their table. It was Benjamin Moore, the contestant who had a solo rap performance during the second round. He was wearing a B-class red and black shirt like Jamie, athletic pants with red trim, a simple gold necklace, and white sneakers to round it off. Pinned to the left side of his shirt were two badges, one that said rap, and the other that said dance, see. Tall with lean muscles, he had golden skin, light brown eyes, long dark lashes, thick well-shaped brows with slits in them, and dimples that showed up when he smiled. In other words, he was very handsome, and Ari could hear a female staff member audibly sigh as she walked past him. Ari checked his stats again, remembering how ridiculous it had looked the first time he saw it. Benjamin Moore. Age, 20. Vocals, C. Dance, C+S. Visual, B+S+. Rap, A++. Charm, A++. Acting, C+A. Beatboxing, B. A+. It looked as crazy impressive as ever. Benjamin looked them over with a smile on his face before speaking. We haven't had much time together, but I'm Benjamin from South London. You can call me Benjamin, Ben, Big Ben, whatever you fancy, as long as it's not rude in it. I know you're Ari. I heard a lot about you from the Mandem and Big Man Jamie here, but I don't know the rest of you. Fancy introducing yourselves, or should I just muck off? At the barrage of words, the table blinked at Benjamin in confusion before Ari spoke up and pointed at the two people the boy didn't know. No need to muck off. He's Carlos, and he's Vishal. Ari pointed to the two of them, who looked slightly confused at Benjamin's words. You said people are talking about me? Who? Well, Willie thinks you're a rude prick, and Ray thinks you're an annoying sucker. A few other lads complained about you waking them up rudely. And of course, your mask and makeup make you the talk of the group, innit? So I came to see what it was about. You look calm to me, though? Good vibes and all that. Well, thanks for verifying it for yourself. I appreciate it. Ari replied honestly. It was refreshing to meet someone new without it being antagonistic. Ruh. Jamie, see you in dance class later? And hit the gym after ya. Yeah, bro. Jamie smiled brightly while fist-bumping Benjamin before he continued eating. Right on. Lovely meeting you. See the rest of you lads around. Good luck in the vocal classes. And you too in rap, Carlos replied as he also tapped Benjamin's fist. Vishal did the same as well, and then Benjamin got up and left, going to chat with another contestant who was walking by. He's such a social butterfly. I'm jealous. Vishal muttered, and Carlos nodded in agreement. Breakfast passed quickly, and the four of them split up to head to their respective vocal classes. Carlos, Jamie, and Ari were headed to class with Jalissa, who was holding a combined class for the A and B vocal grade students, while Vishal was with Larry Jackson, who was in charge of those with vocal grades of C, D, and F. Mentally wishing the boy good luck, Ari stepped into a large studio room. Inside, Jalissa was playing calming R&B music as she chatted with the cameraman in the room, while some staff members set up an electronic keyboard. At the door, a staff member was handing out lyric sheets to the contestants as they walked in. Ari took his and headed straight to the back of the room, while Jamie and Carlos stood near the front. Firstly, since he was wearing his green snail mask to gain more visual stat points during his every waking moment, he didn't want to stand out more than he already did, especially after Jaywalk's angry reaction to the mask yesterday. And secondly, he wanted to stay as far as possible from William Forbes, who had planted himself front and center, right in front of Jalissa. Habitually, Ari tried to check his stats, but nothing happened, and even when he prodded Nova, the only response he got back was, ZV. Come back later. Pushing down his anger, he focused on avoiding eye contact with William Forbes in the mirror and hoped he didn't try to talk to him again. Otherwise, with the way Ari was feeling, especially after his roommates and what Benjamin had told him, he might actually punch the guy in front of these cameras. Once everybody had arrived, Jalissa clapped her hands in excitement. Today, she was wearing bright pink overalls with a white shirt. Her hair was still in 2 afro puffs, but pink ribbons were tied around it, and matching pink glasses were on her face. "Good morning, everybody." "Good morning." "Morning." A variety of responses came back, and Jalissa smiled mischievously before asking, "How was dance practice yesterday?" "Hard. Hell. My body has never known soreness on this level." "Kill me now," Jalissa sunbeamed him. "Please." Listening to the complaints in a variety of languages that filled the room, Jalissa laughed for a minute before wiping away her tears. "Oh, well, you guys need to continue to work hard. Your performances will be in 6 days, so do your best, okay?" "Yes." "Okay. Good. Now, judging from how hard you said practice was yesterday, I'm sure that you heard the song a lot. So first, I'll lead you through some vocal warm-ups. And then we'll get started with the first verse. Are we ready?" As the contestants verbally agreed, Jalissa sat on the stool by the keyboard and began instructing them as she pressed a key on the piano. "Everybody, please stand up straight, head aligned with your spine, chest open, shoulders relaxed. And we'll begin. La 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 la. Your turn. La 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 la." The contestants inside the room followed along with the different scale warm-ups to prepare their vocal cords for singing. Once they were done, Jalissa stepped away from the camera, picking up the Sung Sam tablet and tapping on it. As the instrumental version of Warrior began playing, Jalissa pointed to the class as a whole. "Start singing when the first verse begins, and I'll start my corrections from there." Chapter 61, First Vocal Lesson 2. The dramatic intro of the Warrior song began to play, and the room was tense as everybody focused on the lyric sheet, reading the rap lyrics in their heads as they waited for the vocal portion to start. As the tone in the music shifted, indicating that the verse was about to start, the room full of contestants began singing. "It's a battle to get to the top one, and we won't stop till we're there. Bang bang, the war will never stop. Blood, sweat, tears, heart, and my soul. Pour it out until there's no more. Bomb bomb, throw it all away. Gonna fight to see another day. Warrior, we want a battle for a dream. You'll hear our shouts and screams. Digidigidium, digidigidium." As the contestants sang through the song, some of them voluntarily taking the vocal ad-libs, it was mostly in tune, but when the pitch of the song alternated between high and low notes as it transitioned into the chorus, the previously cohesive song became a noisy cacophony that was difficult to listen to. Jalissa let them finish singing through the first verse before tapping her hand on her chin contemplatively when the music stopped. As someone with perfect pitch, it was a bit painful for her to hear so many out-of-tune voices blending in with those that sang perfectly, but since she couldn't blame them and was supposed to teach them, she closed her eyes to isolate what she had just heard by voice and by notes before opening her eyes. The contestants were staring at her with a slightly nervous expression, and she smiled in a calming manner. "Thankfully, that wasn't the worst, and none of you are tone deaf, so we can definitely improve. You just need to work hard and listen to me carefully." Phew. An audible sigh of relief could be heard. "Okay, let's not waste any time. You, and you. To the front, please." Jalissa pointed to Jamie, William Forbes, Carlos, and Jean, the red-haired trainee from Azure Entertainment. "Start singing from Get to the Top," Jalissa instructed as she played the music again. One of these four had been out of tune, and she wanted to figure out who it was. The 4 people who were called out began singing again, creating a beautiful sound as Carlos' surprisingly high and clear voice blended with Jamie and William's mid-range voices and Jin's slightly lower one. The 4 of them sang the entire first verse and chorus, with the only one who messed up being William, who wavered and was a bit off-pitch towards the middle and the end as the notes jumped around. Because of his pick listener, skill, to Ari's ears, it sounded like a beautiful piece of chocolate cake that was suddenly ruined when a bird flew by and pooped in it. He was happy he was wearing his snail mask because otherwise, he would have glared at William for ruining a great musical experience. "I thought so." "William, was it? You're a bit off-key and quite flat. Try opening your mouth a bit more and finding the note." Jalissa walked over and pressed a key on the piano that was slightly lower than what William had been trying to sing in. "Let's go again." Jalissa made them sing the verse again, and this time, Both William and Jean were slightly flat, with William's voice cracking a little, making Ari and Jalissa wince a bit. You're still quite flat, and you're reaching for a note I'm not sure you can reach, William. And Jean, don't be afraid to try the higher notes. I notice that you're limiting yourself, and I think your voice can go higher. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not a judge right now, but a trainer. Again. The four of them sang it again, and Jamie perfectly blended his voice with Carlos's, while Jin's wavered a bit as he tried to sing a higher note, but eventually stabilized as he put some power into it. William, on the other hand, was completely off-key again as he tried to sing at a higher pitch to overtake Carlos' voice, and then it ended up cracking even worse than the last time. As the music stopped, the room was completely silent as Jalissa just stared at William in silence. Interesting. As Jalissa's face scrunched up in disappointment, Ari could see William Forbes' face slowly begin to turn red from embarrassment. Jalissa moved her lips once or twice as she tried to find the words to say to the stubborn boy in front of her. Her usual way of working was to be kind and gently supportive while giving hints, but she had clearly told him to try and sing lower since it wasn't in his vocal range, but clearly he wasn't listening. She knew the production team wanted her to have a dramatic moment with the contestants, but truly, that wasn't her style at all. She would retain her firm but gentle way of teaching in hopes of balancing the harsher trainers in the program. Taking a deep breath, Jalissa spoke in a calm, even tone. William, I thought I told you to try lowering the key. Clearly, your voice can't handle those notes and would be much more suited to a lower octave. You're wrong. It can, William stubbornly replied. Slightly taken aback, Jalissa blinked at him before speaking in a calm tone. We have tried. Repeatedly. And it's clear that it cannot, at least not right now. You'll have much better results if you just lower the octave by 1 full octave. Honestly, a half-octave reduction might even work. Just give it a chance. I understand that you're the expert here, and I don't want to argue with you, but you're wrong. I know my voice better than anybody in this world. If you would just give me another chance, you would see that I can actually sing it properly and hit those notes just fine. The room was suddenly silent as Jalissa stared at William with an incredulous face. The contestants held their breaths because they couldn't believe that a contestant was speaking to a trainer like that, and Jalissa didn't want to believe that a contestant would be so loud and wrong as he argued back. The cameraman even zoomed in on her as she took a deep breath to calm herself down. Rather than argue with the contestant, she looked around the room before pausing on a figure with a great voice hiding in the back, whom she could use to prove her point. Sometimes the best way to temper a young man's pride was with somebody his age rather than an elder lecturing him. Okay, William, please step to the side. You, in the back with the green mask. Yes, you. Please come forward. Jalissa pointed at Ari, who was trying to stay hidden behind other contestants, and gestured for him to come forward with a smile. Chapter 62. First Vocal Lesson 3. Because Jalissa suddenly called him out, Ari had no choice but to walk forward as the contestants in the room made way for him while staring. William met his eyes for a second before he bit his lip and frowned at an angle not visible to the camera before turning toward Jalissa. I can do it next time. Give me another chance. William suddenly walked forward, crowding her as he tried to grab her hand. Jalissa's smile immediately disappeared, and her voice grew firm as she stepped back. Contestant William, I said, step to the side. Don't interrupt rudely when I'm teaching other students, and please don't try to touch me again. Understood. Suddenly, Jalissa's tone grew firm as she pointed off to her right where she wanted him to stand. Her round brown eyes were narrowed, and the usually sweet smile was nowhere to be found. Seeing the kindest trainer suddenly get harsh, the contestants let out audible gulps again as they wondered what the heck was happening, what William was doing, and how the PDs were going to edit this. Ari stared at William, wondering if he had been trying to steal Jalissa's stats when he tried to touch her. Move, Jalissa said again in a stern tone. William, biting his lips after being scolded, stepped to the side, and Ari turned to look at Jalissa, who had regained her smile. What was your name? It's Ari. Ari responded politely. Lovely name. You try to keep it quiet, but I could hear your beautiful voice all the way in the back. All four of you, start singing from the beginning, please. Briefly meeting each other's eyes in the mirror, Ari, Jamie, Carlos, and Jean read from the pages they held as the music played. Carlos's clear high voice, Ari's slightly lower voice with a unique tone, Jamie's mid-range voice, and Jin's slightly lower voice sounded out in unison as they sang through the first verse. Seeing that, Jalissa didn't look like she wanted them to stop. The four of them continued into the second verse with Jamie lowering his voice a little to support the faltering Jin, and Ari lowering his a bit to fill in Jamie's empty vocal spots that he identified with the picky listener skill. The four of them collaborated seamlessly, with each taking turns adding the ad-libs before singing the next verse. As the song approached its end, Ari slowly became out of breath, and his voice wavered and sounded breathy. Pushing through, he somehow finished the song, but he knew his voice was much thinner and weaker than when he first started. Thankfully, he never went out of tune, but he was a bit concerned about what Jalissa would say. Fortunately, she seemed happy as the smile on her face was quite wide and her brown eyes twinkled brightly. Clap, 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 clap. Jalissa clapped her hands happily while nodding her head. That sounded pretty good, but I think we can do better. She started off by giving tips to Jamie and Carlos, correcting their posture and giving advice. Then she praised Jin for his slight improvements before reiterating some of her earlier words. And finally, Jalissa turned to Ari with a curious look. You have quite a good ear. I quite like the way you filled in the vocal gaps to imitate the original recording, but your singing technique is pretty lacking. You use your throat a lot with no diaphragm support. If you try doing that, it will help with the lack of air and weakness in your voice after a while. Why don't you try it out? I don't know how to do that, Ari replied honestly. I've never taken vocal classes. Never. Never. At his words, Jalissa gave him an excited smile. Stand straight, hands down by your side. Take a deep breath until your stomach is fully expanded, as if you have a potbelly, and hold it. Ari followed her instructions with a confused face, filling his stomach with so much air that it looked bloated. Jalissa nodded in approval before continuing. Sing it again, from the beginning, while pushing the air out of your lungs. When you run out of air, stop singing and repeat. With a simple nod, Ari began singing the memorized lyrics as the music began playing. When his stomach was deflated, Jalissa would pause the music until he took another deep breath, then start the music again so he could sing. As Ari was singing, he could feel his voice coming out louder and clearer with much less strain on his throat. Singing the words felt so much easier, and he could sing for much longer without taking a deep breath or feeling like he was going to pass out from lack of air. As he sang the sustained note right before the final chorus, this time without Jalissa having to stop the music for him to take a deep breath, his voice rang out in the clearest tone he had ever made for a full 10 seconds. Even to his ears, it sounded amazing, and when he finished, he couldn't help but smile to himself. It was like some secret key inside of him had been unlocked. It felt really good being able to sing like that, and for some reason, he really wanted to do it again. Just as he was thinking that, his vision filled with a blue screen. Vocal +1. Vocals, A+. Due to Jalissa's coaching in correcting his breathing form, his vocal stat went up. Jalissa burst into a round of applause as Ari just stood there, and she seemed as if she were about to cry from happiness. Good. Good. That sounded so good. Why don't you try singing it again just like that? This time 1 octave higher? So William here can hear what it's supposed to sound like without straining and catch the correct note. Jalissa glanced at William's slightly red face before she played the instrumental, and Ari sang it with his diaphragm just as instructed. He found it relatively easy, and between the changed singing technique and the increase in his vocal stat, it sounded way better than the first time. Although his voice hadn't gone as high as Carlos, the higher octave made the clarity and his unique tone stand out. Ooh, that was fantastic. Ari, excellent job. Can you try it 1 octave lower? This is the starting note. Try opening your mouth a bit more when you sing. As the instrumental sounded out again, Ari sang the song from the first verse to the chorus without stopping until Jalissa gestured for him to do so. Perfect. I love the way you apply the advice I give you. Ari bowed politely and responded, Thank you. He truly meant it. Because of her advice, he had gained an extra stat point, which meant he could save the ones he had for when he really needed it. Ari truly hoped she would continue coaching him for as long as possible. Seriously, thank you so much. Ari smiled genuinely at her in a less stiff voice, and Jalissa smiled back, her nose scrunching up cutely as she laughed. You're quite welcome. William, this is the sound you should be going for since there are some similarities between you and Ari's voice. If you listen to his voice, You can tell that there's no strain while you strain quite a bit, right? Your throat was completely tight each time. Jalissa paused while looking at William, hoping he would cave in after seeing clear evidence. But the boy continued to stubbornly glare at her, so she shrugged and continued. Singing in the right pitch and not overextending yourself on notes you can't reach is much more important than being able to sing high notes. It's not a crime to lower the octave of the song. And in the long run, your vocal cords will thank you. Not everyone can sing as high or as angelically as Carlos. That's clearly his special gift. Carlos blushed at the compliment before looking away, and Jalissa laughed before staring at William with an arched brow. Don't you hear how beautiful Jamie, Jean, and Ari sounded even though they weren't singing as high as Carlos was? You can still stand out without being the person who hits the highest notes in the room, understand? Yes, I understand. William ground out through gritted teeth while forcing a smile. Jalissa could see that he didn't. Well, she would use this opportunity to kindly humble him and show him that every voice was valuable and mattered. Well, if you say so. Ari, please stand beside those three while memorizing the lyrics. You. Come forward and let me hear you sing it from the beginning. William, please pay attention since we'll focus on you once I've spoken to everybody at least once. At Jalissa's words, William's brow twitched, but he kept his smile as his eyes followed Ari. Jalissa pointed to another random 4 people in the class, making them sing through the song and correcting them as they went. Some people had pitch issues like William, some had breathing issues like Ari, and some had voices that just kept cracking. Most of them didn't have the guts to argue back like William did. If they tried to take her advice, she coached them some more. If they faked it, she put them to the side with William. Throughout the 3-hour class, she would often call on Ari, Jamie, Jean, and Carlos to sing, having them demonstrate the song for those with vocal tones most similar to theirs. When she had gone through everyone at least once, she began working with her troublemakers, as she affectionately called them, using mainly Ari and Jamie to demonstrate since they hadn't had pitch issues and had the widest ranges between the two of them. By the end, Ari's throat was slightly sore, but he felt accomplished in the fact that he had memorized the song and could easily sing all the vocal parts with no issue. He hadn't gained another vocal stat point, but he felt like he understood the mechanics of singing properly now and just needed to practice it. And soon, class was over. All right, babies. Time for you to head to lunch. I'll see you all tomorrow for the vocal lessons, by class, okay? Make sure to drink lots of honey tea and rest your throat, and have fun in your afternoon lessons. Okay, thank you, Jalissa. The contestants clapped and cheered for her, and as Jalissa waved goodbye and left, the cameraman immediately exited along with her. Chapter 63, D Class 1. After a quick lunch that was basically the same meal as yesterday's dinner, Ari read the posted schedule on the wall along with other contestants. It stated that they were to meet with their assigned class ranks in a designated room, and a staff member would share further details. Since Ari's assigned class was D because his F-grade dance brought down his overall average, he trudged to the correct room while hoping that he would recognize at least one friendly face. When he entered the room, the good news was that he actually recognized several faces. The bad news was that some of the faces he recognized were his roommates and those he saw in the F-grade dance class. When Ari walked in, the chatter stopped for a second before continuing as Ian and a group of his friends pointed and laughed at Ari snidely. Rolling his eyes, Ari picked a corner and sat there silently, waiting for everybody to gather and for a staff member to tell them what to do. About 5 minutes later, all 22 people in the D class had arrived in the room, sitting with their acquaintances. What are we supposed to do? Dunno, where's the staff? Should we go get a snack and come back? You just ate fatso. Just as people began getting rowdy again, a staff member walked into the room with a large whiteboard and markers and a stationary camera that was set up in the front. Good. It seems that you're all here. The staff member handed the whiteboard and markers to Ian, Ari's roommate, who was the closest to him, and continued speaking. You all need to divide into 2 groups of 11 people. In your groups, you can split the song parts and start practicing the choreography. When the dance trainers come this evening, you can ask them questions about formations. Tomorrow afternoon will be your first review by the judges. You'll be compared against the other teams, but against your class team as well. Any questions? How do we decide how to split the teams? Ian asked curiously. He definitely didn't want to be grouped with some people, especially a particular mask-wearing contestant who was his roommate. The other contestants nodded as well while sending signals with their eyes at each other. You can decide. Just make sure you guys stay centered in the camera as you discuss. Once the teams are split, one group should move to the room next door. Good luck. The staff member quickly left, and the room was quiet for a moment before everybody started talking all at once. I want to be on the team with Gail. He killed it in vocals today. I want to be on a team with Ian. He has the choreography memorized. Pick me, my vocals and dancing are both D, but I've been practicing rap on the side. Each person yelled about who they wanted to team up with and tried to sell their skills, and the only ones left out were Vishal and Ari. Ari thought that it was only natural. After all, some of the people in the room had been in his dance group yesterday, and none had been in his vocal group today. They had seen him fail miserably while dancing, but didn't know he was a good singer despite his vocal badge being higher than everyone in the class. A bit curious as to why Vishal was being left aside, Ari glanced at him subtly, catching his resigned smile before looking away. It seemed everybody had their own issues. Hey, quiet down, guys. She gave me the whiteboard, so I'm in charge. Ian yelled loudly, and everybody became quiet. Giving them all a smirk, Ian continued speaking. I already know who I want on my team. Gail, Sage, Brandon Lee. Ian glanced around the room, picking his friends and those with the highest dance badges while ignoring those with F-grade dance badges. It made sense because while the vocal and rap portions of Warrior were a bit hard, the dance was intense and difficult to perform, especially the synchronized portion. If they only had 6 more days to memorize that hard choreography, it would be better to choose those with a stronger dance background than those without. Ari hadn't even started to memorize it yet since he had focused entirely on grasping the basics of the warm-up. And honestly, he wouldn't pick himself either after his embarrassing dance performance yesterday. If you all agree, why don't we form a team? Ian smiled at all the people whose names he had called. Fine by me. Let's do it, Ian. Great choice. I didn't want that masked weirdo on my team anyway. As the people around him praised him while quietly bad-mouthing Ari, Ian turned to smirk at Ari before turning to the others who weren't chosen. All of you who weren't chosen, get going. The winning D team is about to show you all up. Ari rolled his eyes before getting up and going next door as the staff member instructed. He sat down by the whiteboard, and he dejected rejects of D class trickled in with dark looks. F** King clicky bastards. Caleb, a boy with dark brown hair and thin, upturned eyes, grumbled angrily before kicking the door as he walked in. Language, Ari warned while pointing to the camera off to the side. Shut up. You're not the boss of me. Ari, _ I'm trying to prevent you from getting bad takes, you damn punk. Mentally withholding a sigh, Ari looked at the group that seemed to have lost its motivation after not being chosen by Ian and his group. Their vocal grades, including his own, were B, C, C, D, 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 F, 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 F. Their dance grades, including his own, were all Fs. There was not a single person with a dance grade higher than that, and his group didn't have a single person in the rap group. Ari began to feel like he was doomed, but he shook his head and tried to not lose hope. Maybe the judges miscategorized somebody. After all, Larry Jackson had a grudge against him. There wasn't anything that said he wouldn't have one against another person. As everybody in the room sat silently or murmured to their neighbor and several minutes passed, it was clear that nobody was going to take the lead. Sighing to himself once more, Ari grabbed the whiteboard and a marker, tapping it to get everybody's attention. As they all stopped to stare at him, Ari thought about the icebreaker he had learned when he worked at a mini summer camp the previous summer. With a calm expression, he wrote his name on the whiteboard before starting his introduction. Why don't we start by introducing ourselves before we begin, since we don't all know each other? I'm Ari. I'm in room F1. Vocal grade B, dance grade F. 2 fun facts about me are that I speak 3 languages and can play 4 instruments. Once he was done, he passed the whiteboard and marker to Vishal, who was sitting to his left. The Indian boy hesitantly took it before writing his name on the board and speaking. I'm Vishal. I'm also in room F1. Vocal F, dance F. 2 fun facts about me is, I used to intern at a tech company, and I won a hacky sack competition when I was younger. As the faces of the other contestants darkened, Ari clapped loudly before gesturing that Vishal should pass on the whiteboard. Vishal passed it to Caleb, who took it, glanced at Ari's masked face, before throwing it to the ground. You think that just because you have a higher vocal grade than all of us, you can just pretend to be the leader and boss us around? No way. Caleb pointed his finger at Ari while glaring. Chapter 64, D-Class, 2. You think that just because you have a higher vocal grade than all of us, you can just pretend to be the leader and boss us around? No way. Caleb pointed his finger at Ari while glaring. Ari, is this bastard crazy? He turned toward the camera, making sure his eyes hadn't deceived him, and the red light, which meant that the camera was recording, was on. Then he was definitely crazy. Who would curse in front of the camera? Hadn't this man seen how evil PD Emily and PD Park Smiles looked? Ari made a mental note to stay away from him as much as possible. Clearly the kid didn't care about himself. What? You're going to go snitch to the PD? Yeah, that's right. I heard from your roommates that you threatened to go tell the PD when every little thing happens. What are you going to say? I protested against the unfair dictatorship you were trying to start. Caleb let out a twisted smirk as he noticed where Ari was glancing. Wait, that's not true at all. If Ian and GMPFHHH, Vishal immediately tried to interrupt, but Ari slammed his hand over the other boy's mouth while shaking his head. Caleb hadn't said any names, so if this footage was aired, then Vishal, who had tried to defend him, might get some hate which he didn't want, especially if the hate was caused by Vishal trying to protect him. Ari personally wasn't one to care about the opinions of those he didn't know or care about, so Caleb's words went into one ear and out of the other. Blinking at the other boy, he shrugged before responding. I'm not trying to be the leader. Nobody was saying anything, so I thought I might as well get things started with an introduction instead of wasting time. If you want to be the leader and nobody else wants it or has a problem with it, then go for it. Go for it. Anyone want to say anything? Caleb glanced around with a slightly aggressive tone, and the remaining contestants who didn't want to deal with the situation, especially when none of them were attached to Ari, who seemed to be treating the program like a joke with his painted face and weird green mask, just shrugged. Fine. Since you insist, I'll do it. And don't worry, we'll definitely beat those guys who didn't choose us. D2 squad, let's go, whoa. Caleb cheered by himself, trying to hype the room up. He wanted the narrative of the strong leader who took a team of straggling rejects to success, especially after being abandoned by Ian, who he thought was his friend. After Ari, he was the person with the next highest vocal grade and planned on exerting his energy. Unfortunately, his leadership experience was close to zero as he stared at 9 expectant gazes and the one blank one staring out of a strange green face mask. Let's start by introducing ourselves. Yeah, can't work together if we don't know each other's names, right? I'm Caleb. I'm staying in room B2. Dance, F, vocal, C. 2 fun facts about me is, let's skip the fun facts. We don't have time to waste on such nonsense. Caleb quickly scribbled out what was written on the whiteboard and rewrote his name at the top before passing it on. Ari, this weirdo is picky about name order too? Oh, brother. After the introductions, Caleb proudly stood with the whiteboard that had the song parts written on it. Overall, there were 3 main verses, 3 main rap verses, 3 main choruses, and over 8 vocal and rap ad-libs. There were enough parts for everybody to have at least 1 large part, and some people could even get 2. Ari was targeting the first vocal verse and the chorus that ended with an extended high note. It was the part that Jalissa had made him repeat the most today, so he was confident that he could execute it well. Plus, it was quite attention-grabbing, so it would help spotlight his skills. The problem was, everybody, put your hands up, and when called on, you can say which part you want first. Personally, I want the first verse and this high chorus part here. Caleb began to write his name next to the parts without letting anybody talk, but Ari raised his hand in the air. Pardon me, I want those parts as well. At his words, Caleb's face wrinkled slightly before he smoothed it out. What? You think because you're in a vocal class with a better grade than me, you can just dictate which part you want and I have to agree? Weren't you about to do the same thing? Forcing down the angry words that he wanted to say, Ari tried to present his argument reasonably. Not at all. I think we should both sing the parts and let the rest of our teammates decide who does it best. If there are conflicts over other parts as well, then we should resolve them that way. What if I don't want to? I called the part first, Caleb stubbornly replied, but Ari ignored him and turned to face the rest of the contestants sitting in a semicircle. He didn't want to make it seem that he was asserting his superiority or fighting with Caleb because he wanted to be the leader. He wanted to appeal to the team structure that they had. We have to remember that this is a group performance and not an evaluation of our personal skill. We're not even being graded individually. The public is going to decide which performance video does the best by which performance they enjoyed watching the most. That means it has to be as good as it can with the people we have. Since we're going to be competing with others with higher grades, doesn't it make sense to put the right person for the job in the right position by competing fairly? And I'm not saying that I'll definitely do better than Caleb. I'll naturally give up if he does better than me. At Ari's words, the other boys looked contemplative before nodding. That seems right. We should compete and let the best person get the role. Michael, a blond boy with his roots showing, nodded. Although his dancing skills were not the best, he was the other person who received a C grade in vocals and wanted to compete for the part that Ari and Caleb both wanted. I agree as well. Vishal chimed in. Me too. It makes sense to compete for it. Same here. Caleb glanced at the contestants who were about to revolt against him and gritted his teeth while racking his brain for a way to get out of this. He already knew what Michael's voice sounded like, and he was confident he could beat him if they competed for the chorus, but he wasn't too sure about Ari. Ari's performance had been good, but so had everybody else since they had 2 weeks to practice a song. Caleb doubted that Ari could maintain that level of vocal ability, but if he could and they competed head-to-head, then he would lose both of the highlight parts of the song that he wanted. That couldn't happen. Caleb continued to think hard as more and more contestants agreed with Ari before an idea came to him. Guys, wait. Sure, this sounds good in theory, but wouldn't those with a higher vocal grade just pick the song highlights while leaving the scraps for everyone else? He's just proposing this because he thinks he can beat you guys easily since he has the highest vocal grade. He's just setting it up so that he gets the parts that he wants easily. At Caleb's words, the previously harmonious atmosphere died down, and people began looking at Ari suspiciously. Was it true? Was the idea really because he looked down on all of their skills and thought he could easily beat them if they competed for a part? Although there might be some truth to the matter, the pride of the young boys didn't allow them to admit it. Seeing that everybody was no longer agreeing and instead had suspicious gazes, Caleb smiled lightly before proposing a solution. Chapter 65, D-Class 3. What's the solution? Michael asked Caleb while glancing at Ari suspiciously. He couldn't believe that he was so conniving, almost convincing them that his idea was good. Let's limit the parts that a person can compete for to 1 until everyone has received a part. Then once everyone has at least 1 part, we'll decide the last bit through competition. Sounds fair, right? Caleb proposed with an innocent expression as if the result just came to him. This way, even if he lost his first choice to Ari, he would still be able to gain his second choice by beating everyone else out. So you're saying if you and Ari compete for a part, when Ari wins, he can't compete for a different part until everybody has 1? Michael asked a clarifying question, but Caleb silently gritted his teeth at the implication that he would lose to Ari before responding. Yes, that's right. Then I agree. Sounds good. Looks fairer than before. I can't believe I almost fell for his trap. As people began agreeing with Caleb's plan, Ari hit his lips and whispered status. Caleb Adams. Age, 20. Vocals, D+. Dance, E-. Visual, C+. Rap, F+. Charm, C-. Seeing that the stats, especially the vocal stat, were on the lower end, Ari quickly glanced around and checked everybody else's. Their vocals were all within the E-D range, while their dance skills were between F-E+. With vocal stats like that, Ari was confident that he didn't have to worry about losing when singing and competing for a song part. Instead, he was waffling between selecting the chorus with the high note highlight and the first verse with the dramatic introduction after the intense first rap. Those 2 spots sounded the best to him because of picky listener, B, so he wanted at least one to showcase his skills. Well, since everybody agreed, let's choose. I'll even let you go first, so which one do you want? Hurry up, we don't have all day. Caleb goaded Ari with a smug smile, as if he had won something. I'd like to compete for the first verse after the rap, Ari replied simply. It was the beginning highlight portion, and since he had no faith in his teammates, he might as well stand out before everything went a crap. I won't compete for that one. Anyone want to go against him? As the contestants shook their heads, Caleb wrote Ari's name on the whiteboard and continued. Then, I want the chorus leading into the dance break. Caleb quickly spoke while looking around for any challengers. I want to compete over that one. Michael immediately raised his hand and spoke up. Both Michael and Caleb glared at each other, with Caleb smirking since he knew he was better at it. You saw how it went in class today, right, Michael? I have it in the bag, so just give up. Class was class. This is different. Let's go again. Michael stood up and walked over to Caleb. He was a stocky boy with a square jaw and a rounded bowl cut that hung in his face. TSK. Fine. I'll start. Caleb grumbled while grabbing the room tablet and pulling up the song. He hit play, and as the instrumental arrived at the correct spot, he started singing. The beginning parts of the chorus were a bit questionable as Caleb constantly wavered between being off and in tune while singing in a unique way. But then he took a deep breath to sing the final line. No, 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 no. A majorly off-note high note came pouring out of Caleb's mouth as he closed his eyes, raised his arms, and dramatically posed while singing the note for as long as possible. It took everything in Ari's power not to cover his ears from the veritable shrieking that was happening in front of him. The rest of the contestants visibly flinched while Michael looked as if he were about to burst out laughing from the side. Absolutely not. Ari could hear Vishal whispering beside him and just closed his eyes until the torture was over so he wouldn't laugh. Heh, so what do you guys think? I tried to add my own flair to make it better. It was good, right? Caleb asked proudly once the music stopped. Why don't we let Michael go next, and we'll give the feedback to both of you at the same time? One of the contestants hesitantly called out. Caleb shot the contestant a glare before passing the tablet over to Michael. As the instrumental began playing, Michael began singing. He sang the chorus an octave lower than Caleb did, and even though certain parts were unstable and out of tune, when he hit the extended high note, it sounded a lot better than when Caleb sang. Plus, there were no weird added techniques when he sang, which made it sound better, at least to Ari's ears. As the music stopped, Caleb shot a glare at everyone and began speaking. Those who think I did a better job, raise your hand. There was an awkward silence as people stared at Caleb and his face began turning red. Just as he opened his mouth again. Maybe we should close our eyes and vote that way so nobody feels pressured. Vishal quietly chimed in from the side, and Ari nodded in agreement. TCH, fine. Those who vote for me, the leader of this group, raise your hand. Caleb said in a fierce voice. With his eyes closed, Ari had some clothing rustling in the background, but not a lot. And those who vote for Michael, raise your hand. Much more rustling could be heard this time, and when he opened his eyes, Ari could see Michael smiling brightly. Sweet. I get the chorus part. Michael wrote his name next to the part on the board before going to sit down. The rest of the parts were smoothly dispersed with Ari getting an ad-lib section. Caleb forcefully took a verse and chorus for himself. Michael took the chorus and an ad-lib, while only Vishal got a small rapping section. The rest of their teammates split the remaining parts among themselves with a few people competing with each other for prize sections. As he listened to each person sing, Ari's mood kept sinking until it almost reached rock bottom. To put it kindly, they were all not the worst, but very far from the best. He couldn't believe that these people who were on a team with him were the same people whose performance he had watched 2 days ago and thought was good. These people had months to rehearse for a single performance, so of course it would good. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it wasn't? Aren't your standards just messed up because of working with Jamie? Most people can't make, rehearse, and perform a song in 2 days. Nova chimed in unnecessarily, and Ari realized that it was right. Seeing Jamie prepare an amazing performance in days had skewed his perception of what it was like for people trying to be idols. Okay, since the parts have been split, then why don't we start singing? Don't you think we should do the choreography first? I haven't memorized it yet, and we have to perform in front of the judges tomorrow. I've never rapped before. Can't we practice individually first? No, we need to practice the choreography. The dance trainers are coming tonight to help us set up formation, and we should be ready. Several different people began arguing about what the next steps should be, including their great leader, and Ari just watched the mess with his head resting on his knees. He could already tell that this whole thing would be a total mess. As if agreeing with him, a blue screen with large text filled his vision. Don't you just love group projects? They're so fun. Not at all. They were the worst. Chapter 66, D Class 4. Their great leader Caleb decided that they should practice singing the song first and not practice the choreography at all until the trainer came. Although Ari disagreed, thinking that they should work on the dance before the dance trainer came, he just quietly went along with it for now. After all, he had clashed with the great, amazing leader Caleb one too many times. They all lined up and the super, great, amazing leader Caleb started the instrumental, letting the bass and trumpet sound resound through the room. Da dan 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 da da. As the bass died off, Ari stepped forward and sang the long sustained high note before rounding out the program acronym. Well, P.S. Hey. Then Vishal stepped forward with a slightly nervous expression as he began the rap portion. What's your aim? When we play this game, we want to make it straight to the top, right now. Vishal's voice was a bit low and shaky, and he kept his head down, solely focused on the lyrics on the sheet of paper he held. After stumbling through the verse, Vishal stepped back and Ari stepped forward one more time to sing through his verse. It's a battle to get to the top, and we won't stop till we're there. Bang bang, the war will never stop. Blood, sweat, tears, heart, and my soul. Pour it out until there's no more. Bomb bomb, throw it all away. Gonna fight to see another day. In the mirror, Ari could see people turn to look at him in surprise as his voice rang out clearly, not missing a single note or line as he cleanly sang through it like he had practiced in his vocal class with Jalissa. He focused on taking deep breaths and pushing the air from his lungs outward, and his naturally loud singing voice became even louder as he sang, the slight rasp and unique tone catching the ear and making others want to listen more. Soon enough, his part was over, and he stepped back for another boy to take the first chorus. Then Caleb stepped in for his first verse as another boy supported him with ad-libs. A boy named Diego followed with his rap portion before Michael followed with a verse with ad-lib support. A boy called Juno had the third rap portion with somebody supporting him with ad-libs. Then the chorus leading into the dance break was sang by Michael, who did a worse job than earlier by trying to sing in a higher key. As the precise claps of the dance break sounded out, Ari just closed his eyes, once again thankful that he was wearing his green face mask because it hid the frown on his face. To put it lightly, they sounded like sh*t. Off tune, off beat, and it sounded like somebody was freestyling the lyrics at some point. The rest of the song was sang by the remaining contestants, and when the music ended, Ari opened his eyes to find the contestants staring at each other in the mirror. Some people looked depressed as if they had given up on life. Some people looked angry as they glared at the contestants besides them for screwing up, and some people just looked resigned to failure. Amidst these emotions, there was only one person who looked pleased with themselves. I definitely nailed my part, but some of you definitely need work. Caleb spoke loudly while staring pointedly at Michael, who took the part he wanted, and the other contestants who had mumbled, whisper sang, and were off tune during the song. Why don't I help you guys out one by one? You can think of me as a mini vocal trainer. Caleb continued in a tone-deaf manner, even though he was one of the worst offenders. I'd rather let the only actual good singer here help us. There's a reason he has a B-grade vocal badge. Diego muttered under his breath, and the people around him perked up and turned to look at Ari with bright eyes. He was the only person who had sung his parts perfectly and was even comparable to the original song vocals. Plus, he sounded even better than during his performance, so it was clear that his B-grade vocal badge was well-deserved even if he was a masked weirdo. Well, I have a C-grade vocal badge, so why don't we split the class? I'll help coach half and Ari can coach half, and we'll start again in 20 minutes. As soon as Caleb was done speaking, 3 people rushed toward Ari, completely surrounding him. Help us. Yes, help us. Your parts sounded perfect. Ari. At the suddenly fervent gazes, Ari took a step back and calmly replied, I'm not an expert, but I can try my best to help you with the singing. I can't do anything about rapping, though. Then me first. How do you think I did? How can I do better? Sachi, a Japanese boy, asked him with a heavy accent. Everything. Ari racked his brain for a kind way to convey his thoughts before thinking about how Jalissa had handled the contestants in the vocal class today. She had basically sandwiched the feedback between the two compliments, so Ari closed his eyes to recall Sachi's portion, which was a chorus and some ad-libs. I think your timing for your ad-libs was really good, and you seem to have the lyrics down, but I would say your chorus is a bit, out of tune? Could you sing your part again? Ari waited as Sachi sang through the chorus a cappella, doing his best not to wince before speaking again. It should be more like this. Ari then sang the chorus part, but seeing Sachi rubbing his throat, he stopped. If it's too high for you, you can just sing in a lower key, and I'll adjust my part to match once you nail it. How about this? Ari sang it again in a slightly lower key, a bit thankful that Jalissa had made him practice so much earlier. Why don't you try it? Sachi took a deep breath, closing his eyes to block out the contestants staring at him before he opened his mouth to sing the chorus. No, 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 no. Sachi's voice sounded out with the correct pitch, and Ari couldn't help but smile as his ears stopped ringing. It wasn't the most amazing thing he had ever heard, but it was in tune, and that's what mattered. That was it. Good job. Thank you so much. And my throat didn't hurt this time. You're welcome. Just as Ari was about to turn away, a blue screen appeared in his vision. Those who can't do, teach. Your skills may be sorely lacking, but your mouth isn't. 1/10. Reward, 1 stat point. One of his missions on his mission board updated. Just as he was about to smile, Nova had to bring him down, of course. Congratulations, you finally remembered that you had missions. Work hard while helping others so your pathetic dance skills can go up. And clear the mission board so you can draw a new skill. Maybe something to help you with that shameful dancing. Ari simply rolled his eyes at the system's words. But when he looked over the mission board again, seeing the stat point rewards and the possibility of drawing a new skill, his motivation immediately surged up, and he turned to the next person. What did you say your issue was? Let me help you. No, I must help you. Although he couldn't do anything about generating buzz, he could definitely regurgitate the advice he was given earlier. By the time 3 hours passed, and they had a quick dinner, Ari had helped 5/10 people, including 2 people from those who went to Caleb for help. Although his throat felt a bit dry from singing a lot, Ari was pretty happy with himself since all the advice he gave was what he had heard from Selena. If this continued, he should be done with the mission by tomorrow. He happily hummed to himself as he slowly performed the warm-up he had learned while waiting for Caleb to come back from the bathroom so they could practice a little bit before the dance trainer came. But unfortunately, that happiness disappeared with one sentence from Selena. What the hell have you guys been doing? Chapter 67, D Class, 5. What the hell have you guys been doing? Selena's pretty face looked completely angry as she stared at the jumbled mess of trainees in front of her attempting to muddle through the choreography while the music was playing in the background. She hadn't taught these students, but it was clear that none of them had learned the choreography or had even practiced it since yesterday. They were just vaguely moving their arms and legs while looking completely ridiculous. Unable to take it anymore, she stopped the music on the tablet, and the cameraman that followed her into the practice room zoomed in on her furious face before turning to the participants who looked completely embarrassed except for a single person whose face was covered by a green mask. What exactly have you all been doing? Have you practiced at all, or have you all just been fooling around? What's going on here? The contestants in the room just stared at her silently with their heads down except for one person, and Selena could feel her disappointment growing. Turning to the boy who hadn't flinched or broken eye contact yet had one of the most disappointing performances out of them all, especially after she had recommended, he began stretching and get a dance instructor. Remembering Jaywalk's complaints about Ari not taking it seriously and seeing that it was clear that he hadn't done so and hadn't even bothered to review the choreography, Selena called him out. Ari, since you're the only one who can look me in the eye, explain what happened here. What have you guys been doing instead of learning the choreography? Even if you're the D class, you should have some dignity. The other room is doing much better than you are right now. They already have the choreography partially memorized. Is this some type of game to you? Hearing Selena yell in frustration, Ari took a deep breath before responding. Our group decided to split the song and practice our vocals. We wanted to settle that before having you teach us with the choreography since we're all in F class. Who decided that? Kale Dash. We all did. As a group. Ari quickly interrupted whoever was about to call out Caleb's name because he didn't want to be caught talking badly about the boy, especially when he wasn't here. Who knew how it would be edited later and how they would be criticized. It would be better to blame the group and show improvement later. You're saying that you guys practiced your vocals instead of the dance when you knew the dance trainers were coming tonight? You want to waste the minimal time with me by not being prepared? None of you have a single move memorized. Not even one. Does that make any sense? Selena asked them with an incredulous expression, but nobody responded. The contestants just hung their heads even more. Sighing, she shook her head in disappointment before speaking. Fine, show me what you practiced. It better be worth it for the disgrace you just showed me. Trainer Selena, our whole team isn't here yet. We're missing one person. Sachi nervously replied as he peeked at Selena before hanging his head even lower. Why? Where is he? Selena's cold tone rang out, and the contestants audibly gulped before somebody else whispered. He went to the bathroom. But he should be right back. Fine. We'll wait. Selena began tapping her foot impatiently on the floor, but as time passed with no sign of Caleb showing up, her expression got colder and colder. 5 minutes later, her cold gaze swept over the nervous contestants. Where did you say this teammate was? The bathroom. Maybe he's lost. I can go check on him. Vishal stepped forward and spoke up since he was one of the older contestants on the team, and some of the team looked like they were about to cry. At this point, it doesn't matter. Instead of wasting any more time, just present what you have. Decide who'll cover his part and let me see it. The contestants huddled up, and before anybody could say anything, Michael spoke up. Ari, I think you should cover Caleb's part. You clearly know the song back to front, and with how angry Selena is right now, we need to do a good job. Michael peeked at Selena's blank expression before turning away quickly. Is everybody fine with that? Yes, she looks mad. I don't want her to yell at me. Please do. Since they were all in agreement, all the contestants lined up as the instrumental started playing. The intense bass and trumpet sounds of the beginning sounded out as Ari sang the extended high note before retreating. Vishal stepped up and completed his rap portion with a less shaky voice than before, and all the other contestants performed their parts to the best of their abilities. Although several voices shook and cracked while they were singing because of Selena's intense expression, they successfully completed the song with Ari filling in for Caleb and subtly supporting the voices of others while humming at the right pitch. When they were done, Selena's expression wasn't as dark as it was before. Okay, that wasn't bad. I can see you definitely practiced it a bit. I have thoughts about the part distribution, but overall, it seems fine. Your vocal teachers can handle that. We don't have much time together, so let's jump right into the formation you'll use and the choreography. Hopefully your missing teammate decides to join us sometime this century. Selena glanced at the cameraman with a meaningful expression before standing at the front of the class. First, she put them in a basic triangle formation that would allow them to rotate the person whose part it was to the middle, and after that video was taken on the tablet, she began breaking down the steps of the choreography. Unlike Jaywalk's teaching style, which taught a section at once, Selena taught the moves of each verse one by one, making them repeat it until it appeared perfect. Ari could tell that the others were a bit frustrated with hearing Selena yell again 20 times in a row until they finally synchronized on one small move, but for Ari, it was how he liked to learn. He preferred learning a single piece of the choreography puzzle before moving on to the next one. And although his movements were still jerky and not as coordinated, hearing the explanation from an expert, seeing the expected movement repeatedly from all angles, and getting his body forcibly put in the right position by Selena seemed to be working amazingly for him, because his dance stat improved once again. Dance +1. Dance. F+-E. Currently E with utterly adorable tracksuit. During the whole time Selena taught them, Caleb never once showed up to class, but Ari and several others received a nod and work hard message from Selena as she left. And 10 minutes after she left, Caleb came inside pretending to fan his face while laughing. Phew, I really let out a stinker in the bathroom. My roommates definitely can't enter for a while. What did I miss? Everybody in the room glared, including the cameraman who was about to leave glared at him. Chapter 68. D-Class 6. What's the issue? Why are you all looking at me? Caleb asked while still smiling brightly. Where were you? You left us here to deal with the trainer by ourselves and take the heat for your decision? What kind of leader is that? Huh? Michael marched up to Caleb and began yelling at him. At the sudden explosion, the rest of the contestants watched with wide eyes, although they secretly supported Michael's actions. Because of Caleb, the usually nice Selena had yelled at all of them, and they had no choice but to take it. If they hadn't performed well, then she would have been even angrier. And now he wanted to come in and pretend that everything was okay? Heck no. I was in the bathroom, and it took a bit longer than usual. I don't get why it's such a big deal. And watch your tone. Caleb yelled back defensively. I'll talk to you with whatever tone I feel like. And a bit longer? You were there for an hour. 1 whole hour. And then you conveniently come back after the trainer is gone. You're a scaredy cat who can't take responsibility for shit. You probably saw trainer Selena yelling at us through the window in the door, got scared, and ran away. At Michael's surprisingly accurate guess, Caleb's entire face turned red from embarrassment before turning into anger. Even if he had avoided being scolded, so what? It wasn't a big deal, and if she wanted to find him, she would have said something about it or sent somebody to get him. Missing one class wasn't the end of the world, and Michael wasn't even talented enough to be yelling at him like this. You're a coward with terrible skills. Michael continued yelling when he saw that Caleb was speechless. I dare you to say that to my face again. Caleb yelled back and grabbed Michael by the collar and began shaking him. I said you're a dang scaredy cat who's a shit leader and a shit person. Michael grabbed Caleb's collar in return and began shaking it. As the two boys looked ready to throw punches, Ari forcibly got in between them as he noticed that the cameraman had turned his camera back on to catch the scene. Both of you. Enough. Get the hell out of the way, mask face. Always pretending to be the good guy. Caleb snarled at Ari as he still tried to grab at Michael's shirt. That fucking BMPGHH. Ari slammed his hand over Michael's mouth, forcibly pushing the other boy back, while glancing at Vishal and then Caleb. He was mentally telling Vishal to hold Caleb back, and thankfully the other boy got the hint and went to block Caleb with his body. Get out of the way, Vishal. Ari, move. I'm not done with that PUMPHHH. I said enough. Take a deep breath and stop cursing. Since it's you who will get into trouble. He's a lost cause. Ari whispered. Michael finally took a deep breath before rearranging his stretched-out collar. Seeing that he looked calm, Ari uncovered his mouth again. You good? I'm fine. You can let go. Thanks. Okay. Just chill, okay? Let's just practice. I refuse. Not until that BAS dash. Not until he apologizes to everyone here. It means that we got yelled at for no reason, and he wasn't even here. And he grabbed my collar first. Michael glared at Caleb, who was glaring back. Why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. We got yelled at because of you. Diego yelled back, and it was as if he opened a can of worms. The rest of the contestants began pouring out their complaints. We had to scramble to defend ourselves after being scolded for a decision you made. Ari had to cover your part. Do you know how mad Selena got? Yeah. And we had to work on a formation for the choreography, and you weren't even here, so it kept getting messed up. You owe all of us an apology. I'm not apologizing because I didn't do anything wrong. It's not a crime to miss a class, and isn't it, because you all suck at dancing that it was hard. Stop blaming me. As Caleb yelled back, the room suddenly became silent for several moments before Michael began laughing in a strange way. Since you refuse to apologize, then count me out. I refuse to practice with him. Michael stormed out, and slowly, after several seconds, the rest of the contestants trickled while glaring at Caleb, out leaving behind only Caleb, Vishal, and Ari. The cameraman also followed the contestants who left, letting the door slam on his way out. Good riddance. Caleb muttered under his breath before shoving away Vishal and turning to Ari. Are you just going to let him talk to the leader like that without defending me? Ari was stunned. Was this guy really crazy, or was he living in a delusional world? Ari snorted before replying sarcastically. Why would I defend you? Your behavior was bad. You didn't act like a leader, and you just insulted the skill of everyone who's been working hard in your absence. You need to apologize to everybody. And I mean every one of the contestants and trainer Selena as well. She seemed quite upset. Who do you think you are trying to boss me around? You're just trying to be the leader. Dang bastard. Caleb muttered under his breath. Come again? I didn't quite hear you. Ari walked up to him while ripping off his mask. Although his voice was calm, he was completely pissed at the supposed leader screwing things up, and he wanted the other boy to see his eyes clearly. Glancing at the door to make sure the cameraman wasn't in sight, Ari walked Caleb down, using his slightly taller height to look down at him as Caleb kept stepping backward until his back touched the mirror. Ooh, my new favorite show is on. Beat him up. Left, right, good night. As Nova filled his vision with blue text, Ari swiped it away in irritation, his gaze completely focused on Caleb. Instead of whining and cursing at me under your breath, as the leader you claim to be, go and do the right thing. Apologize to everybody and bring them back to practice. Understand? Don't come back until you do so, because I'm really pissed off right now because you're F***ing things up unnecessarily. How hard is it to just sing, dance, and practice with no drama? Why can't you just do that without causing an issue? Huh? You dash. Me what? Speak up so I can hear what you have to say. You think you're the only one who can shout and curse at people? Huh? You think it's okay to grab people by their collar and shake them around? Does this look like a boxing ring to you? Get a grip. It took every bit of mental energy for Ari to keep his voice level instead of yelling at Caleb. He didn't know what Caleb saw in his face, but the other boy flinched before clenching his fist at his sides. His lips wobbled a bit, but eventually, he stayed silent. Stop messing around and go apologize to every one of our teammates and bring them back. We've already embarrassed ourselves in front of one judge today. We don't need to embarrass ourselves in front of all of them tomorrow. Since he really didn't want to get into a fight with Caleb, Ari just put his mask back on before walking away from him and grabbing the tablet to turn on the choreography video. As it began playing, the song blasting from the speakers, Ari began trying to copy the choreography while remembering the formations that Selena had taught them today. After several moments, Vishal joined him while dancing and Caleb was left alone, standing while fuming. Seeing that the only two people left weren't paying any attention to him, Caleb cursed under his breath before kicking the door on his way out. Ari simply glanced at him before shaking his head. Oh, no fight. But group projects, am I right? So fun. At Nova's mocking words, Ari let out a sigh before continuing to learn the choreography. He really hated group projects. And until 1 a.m., when he and Vishal were heading back to their rooms, none of his other teammates showed up. And when he tried to open the door, it was locked once more. Completely frustrated, almost to the point of angry tears, Ari just squatted down and buried his face in his knees as he really began questioning if he was cursed. Chapter 69, Performance Evaluation 1. Vishal looked down at the boy squatting on the ground in front of him with sympathy. Having had a long day as well, it felt annoying to come back to this when all he wanted to do was shower and go to sleep. Don't worry, I'll handle it this time. Speaking softly to the silent Ari, Vishal began banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. But nobody inside the room responded. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, this is Vishal. Open the door. Vishal banged on the door again and could faintly hear snickering and things rustling. Snicker, are you alone, or is that masked weirdo with you? Ian's muffled voice could be heard behind the door, and Ari just made himself smaller while tucked on the ground. It's just me. He's still practicing. Vishal lied smoothly, although he was upset at how Ian referred to Ari. Really? Then say please, and I'll let you in. The door opened a crack, and the light from the hallway partially illuminated Ian's face. Before Ian could say anything else, Vishal jammed his foot in the crack, and Ari began shoving the door open from the bottom. With it being 2 against 1, Ian was quickly overpowered and fell to the ground with a stunned expression. Vishal looked down at Ian before shaking his head in disappointment. Whatever game you guys are playing is not very funny, Ian, so stop it. I'm going to shower. He then grabbed his toiletries from beneath his bed and went to the bathroom. Ari just looked at Ian with a blank expression and gave him his final warning. That's 2. I'm done playing around with you. If you lock the door a 3rd time, just know you'll regret it. Is that a threat? Ian asked aggressively, but Ari just ignored him. He honestly couldn't understand why Ian kept messing with him, but after the day he had had, he was just sick of dealing with people's nonsense and wanted to sleep. Fervently counting down the days until the room could be changed, Ari took his duffel bag to the hallway bathroom to wash his clothes and put them in the dryer. By the time he returned to the room, Vishal had finished his shower, so he went in, bathed, then reapplied his makeup, put his mask back on, and went to sleep. The next morning, after chugging a bunch of hot tea at breakfast, Ari had a good vocal class with Jalissa before being released to prepare with his group for their presentation in front of the judges. Despite the troubles from the day before, mentally, Ari had resolved himself to not care about anything today. The day's motto was peace and serenity. He planned on staying calm, cool, and collected and hoped a good night's sleep had refreshed everybody's mood. Unfortunately, that hope was a fleeting dream. Ari was the last person to enter the practice room, and when he walked in, there was a clear divide and tense silence as 3 different groups were in a standoff. Caleb stood on one side of the room, Vishal stood alone in the middle, and Michael stood on the opposite side with the remaining class members. Both Caleb and Michael were glaring at each other, and the rest of the contestants didn't look too pleased either. Vishal just looked like he had a headache and didn't want to be there. Ari sighed to himself while glancing at the recording camera on the side before clapping his hands to get everybody's attention. Morning, everybody. Hope you slept well. And as fun as this looks, we don't have time for this. We need to practice. Caleb, did you apologize to everyone? I'm the leader, and the leader doesn't have to apologize when they didn't do anything wrong. Caleb shot out while glaring at everybody. Great. Ari just skipped past Caleb's nonsense and changed the topic. Moving on, let's practice the choreography and singing as a group. We need to be ready in 2 hours, and I don't want to be embarrassed out there. Let's all start warming up while Caleb watches the formation video that Selena recorded. Michael and the rest of the class still looked a bit frustrated, but everyone began stretching and warming up appropriately when they thought of how embarrassing it would be to be unprepared compared to others. Ari handed the tablet, opened it to the correct video, and shoved it into Caleb's arms. Watch and memorize it as quickly as you can. You are not the leader here. I am. Caleb replied in a frustrated tone. He felt that nobody was taking him seriously, and his authority was being stolen away, especially by the boy in front of him. He didn't like it one bit. Okay, leader. Ari shrugged, grabbed another tablet, and began doing the warm-up that Jaywalk had taught them. After the warm-ups were done, they began trying to perform the choreography with the formations that they had been given. Unfortunately, half of the contestants remembered the formations but not the choreography, while the other half remembered some of the choreography but couldn't keep up with the formations. Almost everybody, including Ari, struggled to keep their voices stable while dancing and moving around the practice room. He found that he needed to take deeper breaths and manage his breathing more when dancing the difficult choreography. Apart from the stability issues, most of the other contestants were off-key, as if they had forgotten everything that they had learned yesterday. And to top it all off, Caleb kept getting frustrated because he was hidden in the back, except for when it was his turn to sing, so he kept trying to step into the center role, which kept tripping and messing everybody up. As an hour was wasted away just like that with no visible progress being made, when the music ended, Ari raised his hand to speak. Seeing Caleb ignoring him, Ari spoke out anyway. I think we should scrap the formations for the performance for the judges and just focus on getting the choreography and singing on tune. It's better to nail one thing well than do a bad job on everything. I agree, Vishal added while wiping his sweaty face. No way. Absolutely not. Both Caleb and Michael spoke out at the same time, and Ari looked at them in surprise. Why not? All the other teams are definitely going to show off everything they've learned so far, so we don't want to be the odd man out. They might accuse us of taking the easy way out and not trying hard enough. Michael spoke first, although he had a strange look on his face as he stared at Caleb, who agreed with him. Exactly, Caleb agreed with a nod. So you're both confident that we'll nail the choreography and formations to an acceptable level in. Ari glanced at the wall clock. 45 minutes. At that, the room was silent for a moment as the contestants glanced over at their neighbors. Why are you doubting the skills of your teammates? Don't you have faith? I believe in them. Caleb replied cockily, and Ari had to stop himself from shaking his head and yelling. No, I don't have any faith, especially not in you. Instead of revealing his true thoughts, Ari smiled a wan smile before speaking. Let's vote on it then. Those who are for continuing practice like we are right now, eyes closed, hands up. When everybody opened their eyes, the vote was 7:4 to continue the formation practice and present it to the judges. We'll be doing it my way, Caleb smirked at Ari, who sighed once more before standing in his spot at the front of the formation and staring at himself in the mirror. Okay. Then let's try to nail it this time. Please. The remaining hour passed quickly, and Ari, along with the rest of the contestants, walked to the presentation area of the dance studio where they had sat the first night. It had been rearranged, and their 6 trainers, who were acting like judges, sat in front of a special table set up while the contestants sat against the walls in groups wearing matching shirts. The cameramen were spread out in the room's corners, and the MC, whom they hadn't seen since the second round, was there. The MC, Ryan Leary, was dressed in a black suit and held a microphone in his hands. Spotting them coming in, he smiled widely and began to speak. Well, look at our contestants. Don't you all look so cool in your matching group shirts and fun badges? I'm feeling a bit left out right now. Judges, can I have a shirt too? Please? As the MC gave them a pleading look, all of the judges made an X with their arms while Jalissa burst out laughing. Ah, I've been rejected. That's too bad. Well, we don't have a lot of time today, so shall we get started with our first midterm evaluation performance for the judges? I'm sure you're all dying to show off your skills. Whoa. Some of the contestants cheered energetically while others cheered half-heartedly. As he was pretending to clap enthusiastically while looking around, Ari made eye contact with Ian, who was smiling at their group with a smug smile. Rolling his eyes at the boy, Ari turned his gaze to focus on the MC. Chapter 70, Performance Evaluation 2. Since we have quite a lot of teams to get through, let's get started right away. F Class 1 and 2. Decide which groups will go first and get up here. MC Ryan Leary smiled at the contestants wearing neon orange and black t-shirts. Two people quickly had a rock, paper, scissors battle, and when one person won, half of them sat down while the rest moved to the center of the open space. They groups slowly got into the right position after scrambling around and glanced at the MC. It looks like F Class 1 is ready. Cue the music. Mac Ryan Leary winked at one of the staff members, and they quickly started the music. A strong bass beat with trumpets sounded out, and the 11 members of the F-Class team began to dance, while a tan boy with a buzz cut stepped forward and began to rap. Badly. He stuttered a couple of times, but then froze as he forgot the remaining words. For about 20 seconds straight, he just stood there staring at the judges while his teammates attempted to dance the choreography behind him. He only started moving when the beat changed slightly in preparation for the first verse. As he was trying to rotate to the back, he crashed into a pale boy with a long fringe, who fell over, which then caused a domino effect that took the whole team down. It was briefly noisy as the boys scrambled to get back up, and by the time they got back in the right positions, the song was halfway over. The rest of the performance proceeded much the same way, with the team members crashing into each other, forgetting their lyrics, and standing there mute, or freezing when they couldn't remember the choreography. By the end of it, all the judges had a frown on their faces, and even MC Ryan's expression was wavering a bit. Although it was a harsh thought, Ari was just glad that with their performance, his team would no longer be at the very bottom. His slightly nervous heart became relaxed, and his pulse slowed as he took a deep breath. Once the music stopped, the MC paused to clear his throat before speaking. Thank you to the F Class 1 for going first. Judges, what are your thoughts? Why don't we start with dance trainer Jaywalk, who mentored them? What do you think? Jaywalk was dressed in a name brand matching pant and jacket set with a black bucket hat over his face. His lean, taped fingers tapped the tabletop before he began speaking. I think it's a mess. Jaywalk replied bluntly as he scanned the F-Class group with cold eyes. The choreography and formations look unmemorized, and you're clearly lacking energy on top of it. It looks to me that you guys haven't been practicing hard enough, like you really want this. You'll need to put in a lot of work to fix this by the end of the week. Oof, harsh words from trainer Jaywalk. On the vocal side, what do you think, trainer Larry? You coached some of the team members, am I right? Larry Jackson, who was dressed in a snazzy purple suit with white sneakers, sighed while tapping his stubble. The diamond-encrusted watch on his wrist flashed with a blinding light before he began to speak. That's correct, and I agree with what Jaywalk said. Not only was this a mess, but it's a mockery of the wonderful choreography that trainer Kim Young-woo made. Vocally, I'm questioning whether any of these contestants know how to actually sing, because this was absolutely miserable to listen to. If I could, I would send the entire team home. At Larry Jackson's even harsher words, everybody audibly gasped, and the F-Class team members looked like they were about to cry. Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean that. He's just saying that to push you guys to work harder. The MC quickly tried to cover up before turning to the rap trainer, who was dressed simply in black jeans, chunky boots, an oversized black long-sleeve shirt with an orange vest over it. He had a black and orange beanie on as well, with different flashy jewelry than he wore last time. Exponent, would you like to close us out? My advice to the little homies would be to get back in the studio and practice your *yes off. You won't always have weeks or months to prepare for something, so you need to put everything you have to work hard when opportunity strikes. And on stage when mistakes happen, you all need to use initiative to fix the issue so the audience doesn't notice. Like when my man with the short hair froze up. One of you should have immediately filled in instead of looking like some deer. I hope for a better performance at the end of the week. Exponent put his microphone down as he finished speaking, and the MC Ryan Leary took over. Thank you, Exponent. Like he said, practice makes better, so I hope your practices go well in the future. Once the MC finished speaking, a staff member rolled a poster board attached to a stand and placed it by the judges. The poster board had a pyramid split into 4 horizontal levels with multicolored tape blocking off words beside it. Larry Jackson, who was the closest to the pyramid, picked up a laminated sheet that said F Class 1 and pinned it to the lowest level of the pyramid. Alrighty, since our judges are done, let's move on the F Class 2. Good luck on your performance, gentlemen. The second F Class scrambled up, hustling to get in their positions. Soon the music started and they began performing. And although it was almost as bad as the previous team's performance, it seemed that they had taken Exponent's words to heart, because whenever it was silent for a second, others would try to fill in. It created a chaotic, jumbled sound, but showed their sincere effort at listening. Of course, the judges' feedback was still harsh, but the atmosphere was slightly less rough than the previous team. Once the feedback was done, Larry Jackson put the label F Class 2 onto the lowest rung of the pyramid right next to F Class 2. Ari briefly wondered what it was for, but then his attention was drawn to the MC, who began talking once more. D Class, please decide which team is going first. We are, Ian confidently said. No, we are, Caleb replied while glaring at his former friend. He was still offended that Ian had not chosen him when selecting those he wanted on his team. For the first time since he interacted with the boy, Ari looked at Caleb with a pleased expression. For once the boy had said something smart. It would be much better to go now so that they could be compared with a horrible team because, on the off chance that the other D team did well, they would be mercilessly roasted by the judges. Ari could already see Larry Jackson salivating and giving his group a devious smile, and he began cheering for Caleb to win the rock, paper, scissors battle. Oh, both teams are raring to go. There's only one way to decide this. We have to use the ancient strategic battle methods of our forefathers. Rock, paper, scissors. Gentlemen, please come forward and start your engines. Both Ian and Caleb swaggered forward to the cheers of the contestants. Both Jalissa and Selena seemed to get into it, and they started drumming on the table until the 2 people were in front. Contestant Ian, any words before the battle of your life? I'm going to win, Ian confidently boasted while the MC patted his back. Oh, the confidence. I like that. Contestant Caleb, are you going to let him get away with those words? Of course not. I'm going to win. Caleb pounded his chest while looking around as if he were a king. A bit embarrassed for him, Ari lowered his head and clapped appropriately. Okay, when I say shoot, you both release. Best out of 3 wins. Let's go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, the MC shouted, and both boys' fists quickly extended. Ian had paper and Caleb had rock. First win goes to Ian. He only needs one more round to go before it's game over. Can he do it? Let's find out. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ian had scissors this time, while Caleb had rock. Whoa! Caleb ties the game. This is the final round. Let's go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Both boys threw their fists out with a hint of desperation. Once their hands were exposed, the contest began cheering while some groaned in misery. And the winner is Chapter 71, Performance Evaluation 3. Not us, Ari muttered as Caleb walked back with a dejected expression. Oh woo, it seems that Ian is our winner. Better luck next time. D Class 1, are you ready? The MC Ryan Leary laughed lightly as Ian's team organized themselves in a straight line in front of the judges. As the heavy bass that signaled the beginning of the song came out, Ian and the rest of his teammates began to dance the choreography and sing their parts while maintaining the straight line. When it was somebody's turn, the person stepped forward and then stepped back into the line when their turn was over. The vocals and rap of the group were completely all over the place, with some people making up words as they sang and rapped, while others couldn't really hold a tune, but there was no dead silence like the first team, and everyone kept moving even if they made a mistake. It seemed like the team had focused on really memorizing the choreography and ignored everything else. And it worked because nobody stopped, stumbled, or made an egregious mistake. Even when the music transitioned to the dance break, for the first time, crisp clasps and stomps that sounded like a unified body rang out. Each person put their full strength into the stomps, jumps, punches, and kicks, truly embodying the song to the fullest extent. Although the latter parts of their performance seemed to disintegrate, as everybody seemed exhausted after putting their all into the nearly perfect dance break, Ari couldn't help but frown. They were doing too good of a job. This was exactly what he was afraid of and what he wanted to avoid. His current team was attempting to accomplish everything at once, a jack of all trades if you will, and they could do none of it really well. And the team with the same class as them had scrapped everything else, but focused on executing one thing as best as they could. Vocally, it was a complete mess, but visually, it looked pretty good. If Ari was a judge, he would prefer the team that had cleanly accomplished one thing than a team that was trying to juggle everything without clear success. And it seemed that the judges agreed with him as they began giving their feedback to the panting boys. Selena, since you mentored this class, may we have your thoughts? MC Ryan Leary asked Selena, who was wearing a neat white dress with her hair in loose curls. Selena looked over Ian and his panting team before smiling. Well, let's start with the good things here. I can see that each of you has put in time to learn the choreography. Although some moves were quite sloppy, it's clear that each of you has a good grasp on it. Additionally, you've had the best dance break so far. You're not quite perfectly synchronized, but it's getting there. Keep working at it. Thank you. Ian bowed his head with a wide smile. It seemed that his gamble had paid off in selecting the best dancers for his team. Not so fast. And now for the bad. Even though you focused on grasping the choreography, you completely ignored the formations and transitions. What? Our team discussed it, and we figured it was better to learn the basics of the choreography first before adding things onto it. We've been working on it, but decided to omit it for this performance since it wasn't worthy of being shown yet. Ian smoothly replied. Selena narrowed her eyes at him for a moment before nodding her head. If that's your decision, so be it, but the reason for the evaluation is so you can be given feedback to improve. I just hope that your team doesn't begin working on it too late and run into issues that could have been addressed here. Either way, good job. Thank you, Selena. Shall we hear some words from Larry Jackson, who was their vocal teacher? The MC turned to Larry Jackson. Larry tapped his chin once more, flashing the blinding watch at the camera once again before speaking. I'm sure you know what I'm going to say, but I'll say it anyway. Vocally, that was terrible. You didn't memorize the lyrics, you sang in your own key, and clearly the only time you practiced was when you had your lessons. If all we wanted was your dancing skill, we would just hire backup dancers. We expect a complete performance from you all, and you didn't deliver that at all. Do better in the future. Yes, sir. Ian replied politely, even though he was internally surprised at the relatively mild critique, for Larry, that his team had just received. It seemed that he had been impressed by the dance break. Thank you, Larry. Exponent, do you have anything to add? The MC turned to the trainer for rap. Not at all. I think my fellow judges covered it all, and it seems that this team has a plan on how they want to accomplish the goal. I look forward to their results at the end of the week. Exponent coolly replied. The three judges then briefly discussed before Larry stuck a laminated sheet with D Class 1 on the second lowest pyramid tier. D Class 2. It's your turn. Please come up. MC Ryan Leary called Theer group up, and Ari swallowed before taking off his snail mask and setting it on the ground. As Ari walked forward to his position in the front, he caught Jamie giving him a thumbs up from the side. Smiling lightly at Jamie, he got into position hoping that everything went right. If it couldn't go right, he hoped that at least he wouldn't mess up. He was confident in completing about 65% of the choreography, but struggled specifically during the dance break that needed simultaneous use of strength, agility, and flexibility. Once again, the urge to dump all his stats into dance surged through him, but when that urge died, when he saw Larry Jackson smirk at him before speaking. I see that you're still painting your face, strangely, Ariel. Yes, sir. Ari replied calmly before turning to glance back and make sure that everyone was in position. Seeing that Caleb had encroached on Diego's space and was in the perfect position to be socked in the face because of Diego's longer-than-average arm length, Ari gestured for him to back up. What? Caleb glared slightly before fixing a smile on his face. You're in the wrong position. 2 steps back, 1 step to the right. I know I'm in the right position. Stop trying to boss me around. Caleb shot back. Ari took a deep breath, repeating the words peaceful and serenity in his mind while keeping his face blank. He was done caring. If Caleb couldn't remember how many times he had to duck Diego's flying fist during morning practice, then he deserved to get a black eye. He just turned toward the staff member who controlled the music and gave him a nod. We're ready to start. Chapter 72, Performance Evaluation 4. The heavy bass of the song started blaring out of the speakers, and Ari took a deep breath before putting on a fierce expression as he began singing the first note of the song. Wah! Ari's loud voice rang out as he held the first note properly before chanting. P.S.A. Dum 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 dum. As the beat changed, Ari pivoted to the right and back, while Vishal spun to the left and forward to replace him as the other boy began to rap the first verse. What's your aim? When we play this game, we want to make it. Straight to the top, right now. What's your pain? Fighting doubters who don't believe. Trying hard to achieve. My dreams. What's your gain? Everything is golden. I sit on the top of the hill, yeah? Vishal's voice was a bit nervous as he rapped, as if he were unsure of himself, and as he tried to complete the powerful moves of the choreography, his voice wavered quite a bit. Ari wasn't in a position to judge because he was focusing on putting his entire strength into the choreography, hitting the wide moves as powerfully as possible while preparing for his next turn. As Vishal was supposed to be sliding to the right to maintain the triangle formation, and Ari was supposed to be moving forward, Vishal's elbow collided with his stomach, and he made an audible sound before he started to sing his part. Simultaneously, somebody in the back row yelped in pain, and a whispered sorry could be heard. Wincing, Ari continued singing his part, focusing on making the vocals as perfect as he could to the point of sacrificing the finer details of the choreography as he belted out every note. Boom, 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 boom. An intense drum sound that vibrated the speakers sounded out, indicating the time of organized chaos. With his part finally over, Ari rapidly stepped backward while the other 10 team members tried to crisscross to change positions. Thud thud clap. Thud thud clap. Feet were stomping hard as the teammates were supposed to high-five each other on up high and down low as they crossed over. Unfortunately, just like practice, 6 out of 10 people ran into each other, and Caleb didn't make it to the front in time to begin singing the chorus. Thankfully, everybody stayed upright, but by the time Caleb made it to the front, his portion in the center was almost done, so he began singing the strange way that he did when he was trying to show off. Wincing at the off-key vocal runs that had been added to the song, Ari just focused on completing the choreography as best as he could, even as his body tired out and he began missing a few steps. Up at the front of their formation, Diego completed his rap verse, but when it became Sachi's turn, he mixed up his lyrics with another verse and temporarily froze in shock. Like usual, Ari began filling in the words for him until he recovered, like what had happened in practice, but then a screeching voice sounded out. It was Caleb trying to do what Ari did and fill in the lacking spots in the vocals, except that he insisted on singing in that strange style of his instead of in a normal voice, and completely overpowered the original singer. When Sachi's turn ended and Michael stepped up to sing the chorus before the dance break, Caleb insisted on helping him sing once again from the back of the formation. He frequently drowned out Michael's voice, and when Michael was about to hit the extended high note, Caleb's voice overrode Michael's lower tone and cracked as he tried his best to hit the high note. As his eardrums rattled, Ari saw all the trainers visibly wince and begin whispering to each other, and knew that his team was cooked. There was no coming back from the actions of this veritable troll. Several of his teammates also flinched, and a few of them turned to look back at Caleb before trying to get into the dance break, which was naturally uncoordinated and unsynchronized. Ari himself messed up several times, but he just continued pushing through while putting all his energy into it. As the final notes of the song rang out and Ari stood there panting, the 6 judges had contemplative expressions. Wow. Thank you to the D-Class, 2 team for their performance. Why don't we get the judges' feedback, starting with Selena, who mentored them in dance. MC Ryan Leary began speaking after a weak round of applause from the other contestants. Selena looked over Ari's teammates before her gaze stopped on Caleb. Contestant Caleb, I see that you decided to join us today. How nice of you. Serena started off by giving an uncharacteristically sarcastic comment, causing Caleb to flush from his chin to the tips of his ears. He hadn't thought that Selena would say something in front of all of the contestants like this. I was feeling unwell. Caleb loudly replied, even though she hadn't asked him anything. Well, I hope you continue to feel well in the future, and on the small chance that you don't, you notify the trainers, team members, and staff members when you're sick, so we don't waste time waiting for you to return to class. Selena replied harshly before sighing and shaking her head. Moving on to your evaluation as a group. While the choreography looks better than before, I can't in good conscience say it's good. Your formations are a mess, and many of you don't have the choreography memorized. Your transitions were sloppy, and you collided with each other each time, although some of you seem to have practiced more than others. Selena's gaze swept across the entire team before stopping in front of Caleb once again. Overall, it's clear that you need more practice as a whole and on an individual level. I highly suggest that you all try to focus on learning the choreography first before learning the formations, or vice versa. Quite a few of you seem to be mixing the two up, or just freestyling as you see fit. And for those who are toward the back end of the formation, you should dance as hard as those up front, not slack off because you think people can't see you. Her gaze stopped on Caleb one more time, and he simply looked as if he wanted to run away from embarrassment. He licked his lips a few times, and his lips quivered, but he eventually didn't say anything and just bowed his head. Well, thank you for the feedback, Selena. More practice seems to be the theme of the day. Larry, I know that you mentored the majority of the people in this class. Do you have any feedback for them? It was rubbish, Larry replied while looking around at each contestant standing in front of him. Oof. Ari's teammates winced at the harsh words. Off tune, and quite a few of you forgot the lyrics. And although Exponent's advice was for each of you to help fill in for your other teammates when an issue was going on, he was asking for genuine help, not alley cats yowling into the night for all the neighbors to hear. Caleb, I'm sure I've warned you repeatedly about that unique style of singing that you insist on using. It is unpleasant to the ears. Why did you do that? There were times when I'm sure it wasn't your place to sing, and yet your voice was the only thing that I heard. The last time I checked, this was a team performance, not a solo performance. Explain yourself. Larry spoke in the harshest tone possible. He looked genuinely infuriated as his hands were quite red in contrast to his face. At Larry's words, Caleb's face turned an even brighter red, and he turned to look back at the rest of the team for help, but everybody avoided his gaze, especially Ari. Nobody was interested in helping the person who was acting like a troll defend himself in front of the judges. Caleb was completely on his own. Seeing that nobody would help him, and even hearing a couple of contestants snickering from their seats, Caleb ground his teeth in anger. F them all. They were all losers anyway who didn't see his vision. Since they decided not to help him while he was getting flamed by the judges, Caleb decided not to help any of them in the future as well. Well, contestant Caleb, I am waiting for an answer. What possessed you to think it was okay to sing and behave like that? Larry Jackson continued to press Caleb with an angry expression. Chapter 73, Performance Evaluation, 5. Well, contestant Caleb, I am waiting for an answer. What possessed you to think it was okay to sing and behave like that? Larry Jackson continued to press Caleb with an angry expression. Caleb bit his lips before bowing his head slowly. I'm sorry, are you asking me or telling me? Larry spat out. Telling you? Caleb mumbled before looking away. Why? I'm not on your team. And speaking of the team, Larry swept his angry gaze across the rest of them before continuing. Why was this allowed to go on for this long? You think that this type of performance is okay? Or did none of you have thoughts of building a cohesive team performance? Who is the team leader here? All of you look completely unprepared, and you're letting this buffoonery happen. I want to know who's in charge and who can't control their team. Before Larry Jackson finished speaking, everybody's gaze immediately turned to Caleb, and as a collective, they all took a step back, leaving him to stand alone. Caleb's face flushed an even deeper red as all eyes and the camera focused on him, and he bit his lips so hard that they turned white. Following the gaze of the contestants, Larry looked at the contestant he had just been scolding. It's you. His tone was one filled with complete disgust before he looked at the entire team with disappointed gazes, like he couldn't believe their choices. Him? This is who you chose as a leader? Huh. Larry Jackson couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, causing Caleb to bite his lips harder. Although Caleb was talented, it wasn't spectacular, and he wasn't somebody that Larry would choose to lead him to water, even if he was standing in front of the sea. So the fact that he was a group leader, and these contestants went along with it, Larry could only say they had bad judgment, especially the one with the weird face paint. You're the leader who orchestrated this entire debacle? Amazing. Truly a rarely seen talent. Larry clapped sarcastically while ridiculing Caleb. The rest of the judges shook their heads or covered their eyes, but didn't say anything to stop Larry Jackson. It's not me. I'm not the leader. Caleb fervently denied it. He hated getting in trouble, hated being embarrassed, and hated being ridiculed in front of his peers. Having all three happen to him was literally his worst nightmare, so he regressed to how he usually handled the situation. Avoid, deny, and pass on the blame. He had already tried the first two, and it didn't really work, so he had no choice but to focus on the last one. The list of his enemies ran through his mind, from the catering staff who gave him a smaller piece of bacon compared to others, to Ian, who didn't select him for his team, to his teammates who weren't supporting him through this troubled time, and to Ari, who had led all this to happen. If Ari hadn't challenged him each time, he wouldn't have been hidden in the back of the choreography. He would have gotten the vocal parts that he wanted, and he wouldn't have had to try to stand out. It was all his fault. Anger surged through Caleb's body, and venom filled his eyes as he stared at the trainers who were picking on him for no reason. I'm not the leader. Caleb denied it again, but Larry Jackson just laughed in disbelief. Really? Everyone seems to be saying that you're the leader. If it's not you, then who is it? It's him. Caleb pointed his finger at Ari. He's the leader. What kind of nonsense lie was this? In broad daylight as well? Had this kid finally lost it? He didn't understand why the boy was stupidly lying when there was so much camera footage of Caleb talking about being the leader and complaining. Either way, he was not taking the fall for this. I'm not the leader. Seeing the judges pivot to look at him, Ari immediately denied it and took another step back to further separate himself from Caleb. He is, Caleb insisted while moving closer to Ari. The rest of their teammates distanced themselves from the weird tag game that was being played. I'm not the leader. You can ask anybody, and they'll say the same thing. Ari kept his response simple and just stared at the judges. He didn't want to appear like he was arguing with Caleb. Crazy people like him who refuse to take accountability for their actions should just be ignored. And I'm telling you that he is. He's always undermining me and trying to do my job, talking over my ideas, and rubbing it in my face when we go with what he wants. So it's clear that he wants to be the leader instead of me. Caleb shouted once more before waving his arms wildly, almost hitting Ari in the face. I'm not the leader. Ari shook his head without flinching or acknowledging the other boy's presence. So Caleb, first, please calm down. Secondly, are you aware that you just admitted that you're the leader? Is that correct? Jalissa interrupted in a cautious voice as she looked between the red Caleb, the blank-faced Ari, and the rest of his teammates, who were trying to distance themselves from him. Yes, it might sound like that, but no, it's not like that. It's his fault. It's not my fault. Thud. Larry Jackson slammed his fist on the table. Enough. What is this, a kindergarten playground where you squabble and point fingers? You're both acting disgracefully. As Larry screamed, it became dead silent in the room, and everybody, including the MC, looked tense and confused as if they couldn't believe what was happening right now. Larry sighed, while rubbing his brows before speaking in a calmer tone. Michael, step forward. Yes, sir. Michael responded in a subdued voice as he cautiously walked up. His stocky body was curled in on itself, and his face was dotted with nervous sweat. Calm down. It's not like I'm calling you forward to execute you. It's a simple question that can be verified by asking the PDs to pull up the footage. Larry paused to stare at Caleb, who froze with a shocked expression, as if he had forgotten that there were cameras in the practice room. Just be honest, Michael. Who's the leader of your team? Ari or Caleb? Chapter 74, Performance Evaluation 6. Just be honest, Michael. Who's the leader of your team? Ari or Caleb? It's Caleb, sir, but Ari offers a lot of input and helps guide us with advice. Very good. You may step back. Michael politely stepped back in line with the other contestants, and Larry continued speaking, this time directly toward Caleb. Caleb, at this point, I hope that you know what you did wrong. Usually, we as judges don't interfere with how teams run themselves, but clearly, and I think my fellow judges would agree with me, it's not working. I don't think you're the right one for a leadership position, so we're stripping it from you since you clearly didn't want to claim it or the responsibility that comes with it. But Larry Jackson ignored him and turned his head to look at the rest of the group. Moving on. D-Class Team 2. This entire thing, From your team structure, to your choice in leaders, to your current digestion of the song, to the attitude displayed now, has been quite disgraceful and honestly pathetic. You all need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a fix. And fast. Because the way this looks, you're currently the worst ones here. As the team looked saddened, Larry finally turned to face Ari. And finally, congratulations, Ariel. Since you were nominated twice and seem to be doing the behind-the-scenes work, you're now the team leader unless you would like to reject the offer. Just as Ari was about to shake his head no, Nova filled his vision with a blue screen. Ding! Surprise mission. I am the leader. Hear me roar. After being falsely accused of being the king of the jungle, top of the hill, the champion among the plebeians, the previous lying leader was publicly humiliated and deposed, and you are now being offered the leadership of this pitiful team. Goal: become the leader of this team and rank within the top 3 for this performance. Reward: 2 visual points and one-time use of skill Monkey See, Monkey Do B. Failure: loss of 5 random stat points. What kind of weird skill was this? Before Ari could even refuse the surprise mission, Nova provided a description of the skill. Skill: Monkey See, Monkey Do B. Effect: temporarily raises a single stat of up to 12 people to match your selected stat, and increases the synchronicity of the group actions. Asterisk. Duration: 5 minutes. Note: if the target stat level is higher than yours, the skill will not work on them. Activation: to activate the skill, pound your chest 3 times and yell, "I am the best." You'll accept the surprise mission, right? The reward is your coveted visual stat point. As Ari quickly glanced through the surprise mission and the request, he was a bit interested in the reward. But, given the amount of work he would have to put into it and the shoddy way this team practiced, it seemed a bit impossible to rank in the top 3, so he would rather not risk losing 5 stat points for a measly 2 stat point gain. Ari, will you take over as leader of your team? Larry asked again. Will you accept the surprise mission? No. It was the response to both Larry and Nova. Larry. Both individuals seemed shocked that he would outrightly refuse like that. And why is that? It seems to be a lot of work and responsibility with minimal rewards, so I'm hesitant to do it. I also think the team should have an honest discussion and then decide. Ari replied honestly. The first part of the message was for Nova, and the second was for Larry. How honest of you. Fine. Have your honest discussion right here. We've already wasted so much time. We might as well waste a little more. Larry grumbled as he gestured for them to huddle up. As they moved around, Ari covered his mouth and whispered, "Better offer, or I say no." Fine. You drive a hard bargain. Reward: 5 visual points, immediately dispensed, and one-time use of skill Monkey See, Monkey Do See. New. Failure: loss of 10 random stat points. New. Will you accept the surprise mission? At the increased visual stat point reward that would be gifted immediately, Ari hid his smile and joined the tight circle that reluctantly included Caleb. Since everyone was staring at him, Ari spoke first. Who wants to be the leader? Speak up now. Because if you make me the leader, I don't think you guys will like me very much after we're done. Is there really a choice? The trainers are already recommending you, Michael muttered downheartedly. He seemed annoyed that his words had led to this situation. Plus, you kind of boss us around anyway. I don't really care, as long as it's not him. Plus, you're the highest ranked one anyway. I have no interest in being leader, so just speak up if you want it. Ari reiterated. Although a few of them looked tempted, they all eventually shook their heads, except for Caleb, who just glared at the ground. This is your final warning. Make sure you don't regret it. Ari truthfully warned them. Since he planned to get those visual stat points by any means necessary, he planned to grind everybody, including himself, to the dust. By the time the week was over, sleep would become a distant luxury, and they would probably hate his guts. He wanted them to opt out now or not complain later. Yeah, whatever, leader. How bad can it really be? They broke the circle and turned to face the judges, who honestly looked tired of seeing their group. What's the verdict? Are you becoming the leader? Larry Jackson asked him sarcastically. Yes, I am. Heh, good luck fixing this mess. At this point, we've wasted enough time here, so go take your seats. Larry Jackson stood up with the label D-Class, too, and placed it right at the bottom of the pyramid. At the expected result, a few of his teammates winced, But Ari just kept a blank face as he sat at the very front, prepared to watch the higher classes perform. He took out his sticky notes and pen, which were always in his pocket, in preparation for noting down what the teams did well and what could be applied to the new team that he led. And as Larry Jackson sat down, he pointed to the MC. "Ryan, take it away." The MC, Ryan Leary, quickly ran a rock-paper-scissors competition for the C class, which was split into 3 teams. The first team to go was a 9-member team that included Carlos, the twins Minjun and Miho, Siobin, and some other contestants Ari loosely recognized. He watched the team get into before the song started. Then they danced, sang, and rapped at a decent level with no egregious mistakes. But as Ari watched it, he was completely confused. Where the heck was Carlos? Chapter 75, Performance Evaluation 7. In Ari's opinion, Carlos had top 5 vocals in the whole competition, and he was definitely not number 5. His vocal tone was so clear that it was hard to believe that it came from a real person, and he easily had the highest range out of all the grade vocal students Ari had seen so far. In the song Warrior, Ari thought that Carlos would be a shoo-in for the high-pitched chorus and the beginning highlight verse on whatever team was on. Whenever they practiced with Jalissa, he preferred to sing those verses, but now in this performance, those verses had gone to Miho and Suzuki Ray, whom Ari was pretending not to see. Instead, Carlos only had 2 small ad-libs, which didn't show how amazing his voice was. Additionally, Carlos was in the very back of almost all of the dance formations and was barely visible except for his 2 parts, like his team was trying to hide him. It was an entirely strange setup that he couldn't understand, especially since Carlos seemed to be keeping up well with his teammates when it came to dancing. Although the vocal performance was fine, Ari thought it would have been much better if Carlos had more parts or if they had allowed him to double for the weaker singers on his team. When the performance finished, Ari listened intently to the feedback, wondering if any of the judges would comment on it. "Judges, may we have your feedback? Selena, I know you mentored them with the choreography. Do you have any thoughts or questions for our contestants? I think that it's visible that you all have been practicing, but there's still quite some work to be done, especially during your transitions and during the dance break." Serena began politely, before continuing, "But I remember that I said it during practice that I wasn't a fan of your line distribution, but it seems that you've kept it the same? We discussed your feedback and decided that this would be the best way to split the parts, and everybody agreed." Suzuki Ray replied in a confident tone. "Is that right? Your team thinks that this is the best way to utilize each team member's ability on the song." Jalissa interrupted while she stared directly at Carlos with her brows raised, as if she wanted him to protest or say something, but he only nodded with a wan smile along with the rest of his teammates. "Yes, that's correct. We all agreed to it." Miho and Minjun said simultaneously. "Well, if that's what you insist on, then so be it. Sorry for interrupting, Selena. Back to you." Jalissa replied with a bitter smile, before continuing to give the rest of the team feedback. After Selena, Larry gave his feedback, while Exponent didn't have much to say, which wrapped up their team performance review. As the team walked back to their seat, Ari made a note to go and corner Carlos and ask him what was going on with his team. He hadn't been able to chat with him during mealtime since he was always practicing, and today, they had the performance reviews and sat with their class. After Larry placed Carlos' team label on the second level from the bottom of the pyramid, he gestured to the MC, Ryan Leary, to speak. "Thank you to Team C, 1, Team C, 3. You're up next." The next team stood up and arranged themselves in the center without speaking to each other. Since the contestants were people he had no relationship with, Ari watched it with the intention of observing it like a documentary, because it seemed like this team had some issues as well. 2 different people gestured to the staff member to begin the music, and when it started, a literal *T show began. For different people tried to sing the intro. 2 of them tried to rap the first verse, and the second verse was sung by the same 4 who sang the introduction. Although nobody was particularly off tune, the 4 distinct voices that tried to stand out clashed against each other, creating a chaotic mess. The dancing wasn't any better. It seemed that the contestants actively wanted to fight each other to be in the front, and nobody agreed with their parts, which created a jumbled formation with people hitting each other and getting in each other's spots. By the end of it, any visible skin on Larry Jackson's body was red. Jalissa looked disappointed, and the choreographer, Kim Young-woo, looked furious. A harsh review was given, and naturally, they got thrown at the bottom level of the pyramid right next to Ari's team. Team C, too, went after that and had a decent, if boring, performance. And finally, the MC called up Jamie's team. The 7 team members were people Ari knew, including Jamie, Benjamin, Leo, and Rex. Benjamin dapped the MC and patted his back in a friendly manner before somehow getting his hands on Ryan Leary's microphone. With a wide grin, he spun in a circle before introducing himself. "Good day, mates. I'm Benjamin, the team leader of Team B1. Our motto is that we dash. Want to be your number one?" The 6 other people on Benjamin's team finished the mini slogan with a wink, and the MC laughed as Benjamin handed him back his microphone. "Oh, you've got a slogan. How nice. You all seem quite prepared. We did our best, so look forward to our performance." Benjamin winked at the camera before he joined the formation, standing at the very center. As the bass of the music rang out, his smiling face was replaced by a fierce expression as he narrowed his eyes and said the beginning words crisply while Jamie sang in the back. P.S. Hey. As the beat changed, Benjamin started rapping the verse. His voice was somewhat deep, and his words were crisp and sharp, each word enunciated to perfection. As he danced, his tall, muscular figure executed the choreography with full strength while having a certain fluidity and swagger. Once his turn finished, he crisply spun to the back, letting Jamie move forward and begin singing. Jamie's mid-tone voice rang out as he sang the second verse, and his movements were more rigid than Benjamin's, making him look exactly like the choreography. Although it wasn't completely effortless, Jamie didn't miss a step, and his voice stayed stable throughout. When Jamie's turn finished, Leo came forward to rap, and then he was followed by Rex, who did the chorus with Jamie harmonizing underneath. The entire group seamlessly changed the formation, nailing the high and low fives while moving to the right position until they all froze in place as the beat dropped. Then, the dance break began. The group with Benjamin in the center of the V formation led them with the first step before everybody else joined in staggered groups of 2 until all 7 of them were clapping, stomping, and jumping in unison. It sounded nearly perfect, and as they neared the end of the song, the whole team maintained the energy they had until the song's last note. Then, they all clasped hands and bowed in unison to signal the end of their performance. The whole room erupted in applause, from the MC to the sitting contestants to the judges. Everyone cheered, and some people began to whistle at how good the performance was. To Ari's eyes, this was the most perfect performance he had seen so far. They had nailed the choreography, and the rap and vocal aspects were nearly flawless. Combined with the fierce and almost cocky attitude of the leader Benjamin, who seemed to be the center, it seemed like the song was made for them. It was almost unbelievable that they had been practicing for the same number of days as the rest of them. "Wow, your team did amazingly." The MC patted each boy on the back in approval. "Thank you. Everyone on the team really worked hard, and I'm so proud of them." Benjamin smiled widely along with the rest of his team while waiting for his feedback. "Judges, what do you have to say about Team B1? Why don't we start with Kim Young-woo, who mentored them with the choreography?" Chapter 77. Schedule from Hell, 1. Ari led his entire D2 class team into the practice room they had been using, entering and locking the door after everyone was inside. He grabbed the whiteboard and markers before sitting with his back against the door, staring silently until everyone, including Caleb, had taken a seat. They all looked at each other for several seconds before he started speaking first. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I think that our performance today was really embarrassing. Especially because I think we can be better than what we displayed today. I don't think that we should point fingers since the judges have already tackled that portion. Instead, I think we should speak about how we will improve from now until the performance day. Anyone with ideas?" Michael immediately raised his hand. "I think that we need to put in more practice as a group and individually." "Okay, more practice." Ari wrote it down on the whiteboard before looking around. "Anyone else?" Getting the words down for the song." Sachi raised his hand and spoke, before rubbing his head sheepishly. "I guess that falls under more practice." "No, that's fine. I think we can all agree that more practice will solve the problem. So what do you think about this?" Ari quickly wiped the words on the whiteboard and scribbled out the schedule he had thought about before flipping it around to show them. "Firstly, Let's make a schedule to structure the practice. The PD said there are no more events apart from lessons, so starting tomorrow, we'll meet from 5 to 8:30 a.m. for choreography practice. We'll have 8:30 to 9 a.m. for breakfast, attend vocal lessons, and then come here to continue practicing vocals from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. 1:30 to 2 p.m. for lunch. Then, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. formation practice before Selena comes for an hour. 5 to 5:30 p.m. is lunch, and afterward, we'll spend the remaining time practicing singing and dancing together until midnight. We'll sleep for 5 hours and wake up and do it again. What do you think? Ari asked them in a bright voice, but the faces of everybody in the room, except for Vishal, immediately went pale as they read through the packed daily schedule that had no free time except for the 5 hours set aside for sleep and the 3 30-minute meals. It meant that they would be awake and working for a full 18.5 hours a day for the next 5 days. Seeing that nobody spoke up and everybody avoided meeting his eyes, Ari continued speaking to his teammates. Does anyone have any thoughts, questions, or concerns? Rather than vague words like we should practice more, I prefer a defined schedule. Let's grind our bodies down and try our best to refine our skills. Questions? Or objections? Diego raised his hand before speaking. When will we have time to shower? We're all sharing bathrooms. Good point. I'll give you an extra 30 minutes in the morning, so do your best to rearrange the bathroom schedule. Ari changed the starting time from 5 to 5:30 a.m. Any other questions? When will we have time to hang out with our friends? Or make new ones? With this schedule, you're just keeping us isolated with the team members. Caleb grumbled. If you need a new friend, make one on this team. Meet somebody during the 30-minute lunch, or craft one from your imagination. You can sacrifice your sleep and lunchtime for hanging out if you want. Ari coldly replied at the stupid question. Next question. Don't you think that this is a bit much? There's literally no time to rest, and I don't think we're that bad, and there were worse teams. It was just one person who messed us up. Jacob, one of the other members of the team, asked while glaring at Caleb. While Caleb has his own faults, he wasn't the only person who messed up. Quite a few people were off-key. I messed the choreography up repeatedly, and the judges didn't have a single nice thing to say about our team. At all. Ari replied honestly. I came here to debut, and I plan on working hard to do it instead of hoping that somebody does worse than me. If you don't agree with this schedule or don't want me to be the leader, then someone else can do it. But this is what I plan to do, and I hope you all join me, so we can at least aim for being one of the top performances. Jacob blushed at Ari's harsh words, but shut his mouth and didn't say anything more. Even if we do all these practices, it's not like we'll get the top spot, especially since we only have crappy stage props to work with. Caleb grumbled while glaring at Ari, who boldly called him out. It was one thing to be embarrassed by the judges, but he hated the fact that Ari had taken not only his leadership role, but he had not skated over his faults and blatantly called it out. We'll discuss that next. For now, let's settle on the practice schedule. Does anybody have complaints or want to drop out because they think they're too weak to handle it? At the instigating words, the young boys, some of whom were still in high school, all glared at each other in a challenging manner. They didn't want to be the one to speak out against the grueling schedule and be called a weakling in front of their peers, so they hoped that somebody would cave in first. Unfortunately, there was too much pride in each person, so the room was just silent with people's heads swiveling around. Seeing that the room was silent, Ari quietly laughed to himself before passing around a post-it and a marker to each person while he added small text to the whiteboard. Signatures, please. Why? This is a contract, and you're agreeing to it. If anyone is late to practice, we're going to add 15 more minutes to our practice, and if they don't show up after 30 minutes, we'll go tell the production team. When it's time for my interview, I'll show the PD the signature and the schedule to display our commitment to taking the judges. That way, nobody can take it back. At his words, those who were happily signing the post-it notes froze, but Ari just stared at them blankly until they resumed and happily collected each signature and stuck it to the whiteboard. Knock, knock. As if they were waiting for their discussion to finish, a staff member knocked on the door, and Ari shifted out of the way. Contestant. Ari, time for your interview. Coming. Ari grabbed the whiteboard before turning to the room. Vishal's in charge while I'm gone. You guys should discuss prop ideas that we can use and costumes that can be made from everybody's clothing. I'll be back. Look at him acting like a dictator. Caleb grumbled loud enough to be heard, but Ari just ignored him and followed the staff member sitting in the interview room that he had been in before. The setup was still the same, except that the PD had changed from PD Emily to PD Park Ji-ho. Chapter 78, Schedule from Hell, 2. Ari comfortably took a seat with his whiteboard while staring at PD Park Ji-ho. The man had his usual glasses, but was wearing a simple long-sleeved black shirt and slacks with no jacket. Contestant Ari, welcome and congrats on your new position as team leader. How are you feeling after the performance evaluation? The PD smiled thinly, his glasses reflecting the bright lights in the room, and Ari nodded in return while adjusting his snail mask. Thank you. In regard to the performance evaluation, I think the judges gave accurate feedback, and our team is currently discussing how best to apply the feedback and improve ourselves before the performance in a couple of days. I see. You don't have any harsh feelings about the things that were said about your team? I believe that Larry Jackson said you were one of the worst, if not the worst team. Additionally, there seems to be quite a bit of conflict between you and another team member. Can you tell me more about that? There's not really much to say. I think things were a bit tense because everyone was nervous about the evaluation. I don't have any bad feelings toward any contestant on the program. As for Larry Jackson's words, I don't think I heard him say that. Ari tried to subtly deflect the issue and move on. He didn't want to make it seem like he took Caleb seriously in the slightest. And as for bad feelings, the only person he hated was William Forbes, who was on a different team. Liar. The Liar Show is on once again. Aren't you on this program because of your bad feelings toward a contestant? Nova quickly filled his gaze with blue screens, and Ari pretended to adjust his face mask while flicking them away. He hoped that the PD would skip over the questions, but PD Park Ji-ho continued to dig into it. He did. In fact, here's the clip. Take a look. PD Park Ji-ho then handed him a tablet that contained Larry Jackson berating their team. What do you think about that statement? Do you think that your team was the worst one there? Spotting the trap hidden in the PD's words, Ari deflected it while bringing up his main point. I think that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and as a trainer, it's their job to give us feedback. All I know is that my team and I plan on working hard to make sure we nail the performance in a couple of days. We actually made a practice schedule with a contract that everyone will stick to it without fail. Ari turned the whiteboard around so that the police could see it, and PD Park Ji-ho curiously reached out for it. His gaze quickly swept over the board before his brows lifted with slight surprise. This is quite an intense schedule. Just looking at it made PD Park Ji-ho's bones tired. From the looks of it, they would barely get 5 hours of sleep a day. Although the production team planned for the contestants to reach that point, he didn't think that any contestants would be. The judges have motivated us to do better, and we're aiming for being within the top 3, so we, as a team, have to put in at least this much work, Ari replied confidently. We? Did your team agree to this? Weren't you the one who gave me the quest? Plus, even if his team hadn't, Ari didn't care. His visual stats were at risk, and since he had to accomplish the goal one way or another, he might as well get a good leader edit out of it. Top 3, eh? That's quite a bold claim. PD Park asked while hiding a smile. It is, but our team will put in the effort to make sure we do it. Each and every person signed on to work their hardest to do so, and I have confidence in them. Ari pointed to the stacked sticky notes filled with names and signatures, and PD Park Ji-ho flipped through them with a Cheshire cat-like grin slowly forming on his face. He would have to check the hidden cameras in the practice rooms to retrieve this golden footage. I see. Well, young people should be bold. Do you really think you can do this with that team? PD Park asked doubtfully. He had heard the reviews of the trainers, and it seemed that this team was a lost cause. Absolutely. I have no doubt we will be in the top 3. Ari replied with full confidence. This is shamelessness on another level. You're lying. He wasn't. Ari was fully confident. Specifically, he was confident in raising his dancing stat point and utilizing the monkey see, monkey do skill on the day of the performance. He also planned on completing the surprise missions by any means necessary and dumping those stat points in a dance as well. PD Park Ji-ho asked him a few more questions and requested the whiteboard, so Ari left it behind. After speaking with the staff member about getting internet access and getting a list of basic stage props ideas, Ari went toward the A-class practice rooms, peeking in the window as he searched for a head of bright orange hair. The first room had the wrong team, and the second room only contained Choi Woo-bin, Lee Sung-ho, and Kang Hyuk. The three boys seemed to be arguing, but since Ari had something to ask, he pretended not to see it, knocked on the door, and opened it, causing them to look over at him in irritation. "Hi, I'm Ari. I'm looking for Daniel Kim. Do you know where he is?" "No." Kang Hyuk replied bluntly before looking away. "Do you know what room he stays in?" "No." "Do you know when he'll be back?" "No." Ari, _. "Okay. Thank you for nothing. I'll find him myself." Ignoring the slightly frustrated boys, Ari left and quickly went back to his own team's practice room. His team members were chatting lightly, and it stopped the moment he opened the door. Pretending not to notice, Ari began stretching as he spoke. "I'm done with the PD," and he took the whiteboard with the schedule and said he's looking forward to our resolve and keeping up with it. At Ari's words, everybody gulped while looking regretful at him. If only they had listened to Ari's words, not to make him the leader, they wouldn't have to participate in this torture when every other team practiced in a normal manner. Regarding the basic stage props, any good ideas so far? I brought an idea list so everyone can take a look and discuss it in a bit. Knowing that their misery was just beginning, Ari just continued speaking while waving the paper around. "Not really. We didn't really think of something. So can you just decide as the leader? You've been deciding everything else anyway, and it's going to be crappy props, so who cares? Besides, I didn't come here to be assigned homework." Sean, a team member with shaggy brown hair, replied, and nobody else said anything, meaning they implicitly agreed. Rather than being upset, Ari preferred it this way. That way, he could just pick whatever suited his vision without dealing with snide comments or trying to look good for the camera. "Okay, when they return, I'll double-check with the other three and choose something afterward. While we're waiting for everyone to come back, instead of sitting around, why don't we practice our vocal parts so I can see if there's any improvements we can make?" At the groans that came out of their mouths, Ari just pointed at the door. Everyone immediately stood up straight while staring at Ari, and he laughed while grabbing the tablet and starting the instrumental. He fully planned on using the picky listener skill, correcting the vocals of everyone here, and pounding the corrections into their heads. "Sean, let's start with you since you have the starting ad-libs. You have a bad habit of trailing off and forgetting the words, so let's take it from the top. Deep breath, start singing." By the time all of D Class 2 finished their interviews with the PD, they had dark expressions on their faces as PD Park had gleefully told everybody that Ari had proclaimed that their team would rank within the top 3 for this performance. While they wanted to be angry, other contestants whom they saw mocked them, and when they finally made it to the practice room, they were met with a weird green mask-wearing demon who seemed to say only one word. Again, the grinding of the bones had begun. Chapter 79, Schedule from Hell, 3. The contestants in D Class 2 genuinely thought that they had somehow signed up for a boot camp from H*LL that was run by the literal devil. They were the poor, innocent souls who were being tricked and tortured, and their torturer was a slim boy wearing a brown tracksuit with the cute face of an animal on the hood and a weird green mask on his face. The devil in the green mask had been leading the choreography practice for the past several hours, making them redo each 5-second segment until the angle of each person's arm, legs, and even their heads were perfectly aligned. If he heard a single step or jump that wasn't unified when their foot hit the ground, the whole choreography had to start from the beginning, and he would repeat the dreaded words. "Again. One more time. Let's keep going. This is the last time, I promise." The entire team was sick of it. Their strong motivation in the beginning had dwindled into hatred for the person forcing them to work without a break. And what made it worse was the person who was forcing them to dance hard didn't have a single drop of sweat on his body or painted face the few times he took off the mask. The one-sided competition to outlast Ari in stamina ended because he seemed like a robot. After they all collapsed to the floor after pleading for a break, they heard the sound of nightmares. Ring, ring, ring. The annoying sound of an alarm clock going off filled the room, and then the devil's voice could be heard. "The 5-minute break is up, so let's start from the beginning. Get up and in your positions within 10 seconds, or the next break is canceled and you won't get released early." "Ugh. Demon. Dictator. 6 seconds. The cold voice sounded out as the owner didn't bother looking at them. Multiple groans could be heard, but without a doubt, every single person stood up and got to the right position as Ari began playing the song as he positioned himself in front and waited for the instrumental to get to his part. In the mirror, he could see 10 exhausted faces glaring angrily, while his own face was covered with a green snail mask that only exposed his eyes and lips. Giving his teammates a little wink and wave, Ari began singing right on cue. As the beat was about to drop, he sang the lyrics while extending the high note. Whoa. Then, while smirking at the camera, he yelled out the letters. P.S. Hey, dum 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 dum. The drums sounded out, and Ari stepped back cleanly to the right and backward as Vishal cleanly mirrored the move in the opposite direction as he began rapping. What's your aim? When we play this game, we want to make it. As always, the rap wasn't confident, but Vishal cleanly conveyed all of the words before pivoting with Ari once more so he could sing the introductory verse. His voice rang out cleanly, hitting all the notes, and even to his picky listener, skill, it sounded incredible. As his last notes faded away, Ari slid and pivoted to the left while Caleb did the same on the opposite side. Caleb completed the move successfully, then opened his mouth to sing. Except, instead of singing in the normal way, he began singing in the way he did when he wanted to stand out. Nope. Ari quickly stepped out of the formation and stopped the music before looking at Caleb, while the rest of the team groaned. What? I didn't do anything, Caleb said while pretending to be confused. Sing normally without the weirdness, like the judges told you. We have to get through the entirety of the song 11 more times before we can leave. So each time you mess up, we'll restart. You can't tell me what to do. I'll sing however I want. Caleb glared at Ari angrily, but the masked boy just shrugged and restarted the music. Then have fun being the only person who not only ignores the feedback of the judges, but also sounds terrible. Ari replied before restarting the music. Everyone, get in position. Let's go again. Moving with almost military-level smoothness, each person smoothly got into their positions. The intense bass and trumpet sounds of the instrumental, and Ari performed the intro. Vishal completed his verse, and Ari finished the first verse before transitioning to the side as Caleb moved forward to perform his part. The moment that Caleb intentionally sang in that uniquely bad way again, Ari just restarted the music without saying anything to the boy. In the mirror, everyone got into position once more, while glaring at Caleb and repeated Ari and Vishal's portion while being stopped on Caleb's portion again and again and again. After the 10th time, Ari's voice was getting hoarse from the back-to-back singing as Caleb continued to do the same thing, so he stopped the music. Michael and Diego looked as if they were about to blow up from anger. Everyone else looked irritated, and Caleb had a slight smirk on his face as he stared at Ari in a challenging way. Ari sighed before finally giving him the attention that he so clearly wanted. Do you plan on acting like this? Acting like what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm singing. You're the one being picky and wasting everyone's time. Mr. Dictator who likes to steal other people's jobs. You're the one wasting everyone's time. I know you know how to sing normally. So why are you doing this, you annoying punk? I didn't even want to be the leader. It was forced on me. Rather than scream the way he wanted to, Ari took a calming breath before grabbing the tablet. He opened the MP3 file and duplicated it before editing it by snipping off the first 3 verses that belonged to him, Vishal, and Caleb. That way, they could just avoid Caleb's turn directly. We'll start with Diego's portion, which comes right after Caleb's section, and run through to the end. Everyone in position, Caleb to the back, let's power through to the end. As everyone rushed into their position, Caleb angrily stood in the center area, but seeing that they really planned on skipping his part, he angrily stomped to his position in the back. Diego began his rap portion and went a bit faster than the beat, causing him to end early and mismatch the timing as Michael was supposed to slide into his spot for the next verse. Without Ari having to say anything, he bowed his head and restarted the song himself. And they continued performing it again and again, until another timer went off indicating that it was 11 o'clock. Although they had not been able to completely get through the song, it was miles better than what they had shown the judges earlier. Ari went to the front of the room, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. We're done with group practice for the night. Everyone show up here at 5:30 a.m. If you're not here, it's 15 extra minutes of practice per person, and in the process of dragging you here, I'll wake up your entire room up and tell them it's your fault. Sleep well, smiley face. Ignoring the groans and complaints coming from everybody, Ari went with Vishal to the mini computer lab that the staff had set up. The two of them planned on splitting the work, with Ari looking up stage ideas and Vishal putting together costume ideas from the list of clothing he had gathered from their teammates. As they were heading there, a bright head of orange hair ran past him at a high speed. It was Daniel Kim. "I'll be right back, so go ahead without me," Ari quickly yelled at Vishal before following after him. Chapter 80, Stage Research. Daniel. Ari chased after the bright orange head of hair while calling his name, but the other boy ignored him and continued running up the steps at a breakneck speed. Daniel took 3 flights of stairs, cut a corner in a different direction than where the rooms were located, jimmied open a door at the end of the hall, and ran up another flight of stairs. Seriously out of breath with his legs shaking, Ari dashed up after him until he finally reached the shut door. When he opened it, he was outside on the building's rooftop, and all he could see was Daniel Kim's back, faintly illuminated by a random light on the dark roof. Daniel stood there without moving, just staring ahead. "Daniel." Panting, Ari called the boy once more before walking over to tap his back. "Aghaha." Screaming in fear, Daniel Kim jumped almost 4 feet into the air and turned around with his fists up in a fighting position. As he landed on the ground, his tiny white wireless earbuds flew out of his ears, and his eyes were red with tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing it, Ari completely froze in place. "Sniff, what do you want?" Daniel asked as he wiped his face with his sleeves. Seeing the other boy's eyes that were red and wet from clearly crying, Ari's brain short-circuited, and he panicked for a moment. "When people cried, what did you do? Yell at them?" "That was crazy. Ask them what's wrong." "He was a random stranger." "Feed them food." Yes. As his brain arrived at an answer, Ari began digging in his pocket for something to get him out of this situation. All he had were his post-it notes, a pen, and some milk candy from the snack pack that Granny Choi had packed for him. He ate it throughout the day to give himself an energy boost, and he instinctively held out the entire bunch to Daniel. "What's this?" Daniel opened his hand curiously, and Ari dumped it all on his hand. "Candy. It's tasty. Sorry to bother you. Feel better. I'll leave now." Ari immediately turned around and ran away after spitting out a random collection of words. After seeing somebody cry, he would be a jerk if he asked the other person something unrelated to the reason for their tears. Instead of being sucked into an emotional situation with somebody he didn't know, it would be better to do some stage prop research. When he came to the computer room, Vishal was hard at work, typing on the keyboard. The room was empty, with only a staff member who was dozing off on a desk in the corner. Sliding into the seat next to Vishal, Ari got his attention. "How goes it?" "Not so great. After tallying up everyone's clothes, we have 3 choices. The uniform was given, an all-black outfit, or blue jeans with a white shirt, or our class shirts. Nobody brought makeup except you, and no hairstyling tools either. There are quite a few accessories like bandanas and hats, and everyone has a pair of boots, so there is that. What are you thinking?" Vishal reported that as he read through the document he had made. Ari spun around on the chair while thinking before speaking again. "The song is called Warrior, so I think most teams are going to have a black-themed outfit. So if we want to stand out, we should probably avoid that." "It's like you read my mind." Vishal gave him a small smile before pulling up a mini PowerPoint that he had made. "I actually think we should go with the white outfit with jeans and boots, and see if we can borrow more accessories from people. If not, then the bandanas and hats will have to do." Vishal showed some fierce concepts that other musical groups had done. "And if you don't mind sharing it, we could put war stripes on our faces like sports teams or paint these cool designs in black." Vishal clicked onto the next slide to show easy but cool designs that could be painted on the face. "Wow, thank you." Ari was truly thankful for the large amount of work Vishal had done in such a short time, especially when he didn't have to, since the work was dumped onto Ari by the rest of the team. "It's the least I can do since you're dragging us toward success. I should try to do my part." "Well, thank you again. Let me actually do my part and look for basic stage props that we can use. I'll help." Ari then began searching for different stage ideas for fierce songs by solo singers and boy and girl groups. Of course, there were many stages with smoke, flames, and sparklers, but they weren't allowed to use that, only simple props. For about 2 hours, he kept watching stage performances and practice videos, trying to find something that inspired him, until he came across a random WeTube recommendation of an old dance movie scene. In the scene, the main character broke the pipe at a dance competition, and his team had to improvise and dance in a flooded stage. Even though the original routine was messed up because of the flashy way that the water splashed with each of the dancers' movements, it looked impressive and caught the eye, especially when they did large synchronized moves like jumping and stomping. Ari compared the warrior choreography as he rewatched the scene, and a smile slowly crept on his face. Wouldn't this work as their prop? He began urgently checking the list given by the production staff one more time, noting that water bottles, water guns, fake grass, a plastic pool, a tarp, and a large canvas were on the list. Wouldn't it just work if they somehow blended all those things to make a watery ground for them to dance on? Or even better, if the stage they were going to record had those capabilities. Completely inspired, Ari double-checked the stage location the staff had mentioned and looked up past performances with the keyword water. He scrolled and scrolled until he finally found it. 3 years ago, a dance group had performed a routine with water on the ground, meaning the stage already had the capabilities to do so. Vishal, take a look at this. Ari caught the half-asleep boy's attention and made him watch the scene before pulling up the stage. Vishal's eyes immediately popped open as he immediately understood where Ari's thoughts were going. Water prop. Water prop. Ari confirmed it with a smile. Suddenly, Vishal began typing rapidly as he pulled up examples of rabid fan reactions to idols wearing white shirts that got wet while they were performing. He excitedly tapped on the monitor, and Ari began reading the comments with him. Some were normal, but a few were very strange, which weirded Ari out. But then he began to laugh as he saw some truly funny ones. Heh. Vishal glanced at it and began to laugh as well. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The two of them looked at each other before bursting out laughing and high-fiving each other aggressively. Vishal began spinning Ari rapidly in the chair while he laughed maniacally until he got too dizzy and tumbled to the ground, bringing the mouse, keyboard, and Vishal with him. Thud, thud, thud. As the staff member woke up, afraid of the sudden noises, the two of them pretended that nothing had happened and sat still until the staff member went back to sleep. After they began snoring once more, the two of them began to whisper. We shouldn't tell the team, right? I don't want other teams to steal our idea. Ari whispered as he closed all the windows he had just used. Definitely not. Since they dumped the work on you, it will surprise everyone. Actually, let me help you wipe the history properly so nobody else gets the same idea without putting in some effort. Vishal began expertly clicking through the browser, deleting the history, cookies, the browser, and any other data Ari left behind during his session before searching for generic stage and costume ideas and even bookmarking a few and sticking them into a folder called D-Class, too. When Ari glanced at him curiously, Vishal whispered decoy, before continuing with his efforts, rapidly clicking on a bunch of windows. You are really good at this computer stuff, Ari commented lightly as he tried to figure out everything that Vishal was doing. The most he had ever done with a laptop was his experience trying to make a song, and even then, he looked up tutorials or asked Jamie for help. This looked like magic to him. Well, that was a racist stereotype, Vishal commented lightly as he shut the computer down and stood up. Sorry. Ari immediately apologized, not wanting to offend. You said you had a tech internship before, so I thought. Never mind. Sorry again. I won't say anything else. I was joking. Seriously. It was a bad joke, so sorry. But I'm glad you remembered. And yeah, I'm pretty good at it. It's my major in college. I see. Feeling awkward, Ari stayed quietly until Vishal was done, and then they both headed back to their room in an awkward silence. Of course, the door was locked, so after banging on it hard enough to wake up the next room, they were finally allowed to enter. Ignoring the angry roommates, Ari proceeded to shower, apply his makeup, and wash his clothes before he went to bed in his sleeping bag. And then 3 hours later, his alarm went off to wake him up. Chapter 81, Warrior 1. As his alarm rang, Ari woke up immediately, went to brush his teeth, ate some snacks, and headed to the practice room. Although he was 20 minutes early and exhausted, he used the time to complete the push-ups, lunges, and sit-ups required for the repeat missions before sitting on the ground to recover. Huff, huff, let me see my stats. Ari spoke out loud as he stared at himself in the mirror. Ariel Matisse. Vocals A. Dance. F+, currently E, with utterly adorable tracksuit. Visual F+, currently E, with utterly adorable headband. Rap F. Charm A. Skills, picky listener, B. Pen pal C. Surprise missions. Instead of being as blind as a bat, become a detective like Sherlock Holmes. I am the leader. Hear me roar. Current rewards. 5 stat points and 5.55 visual stat points. What would you like to do? First, add all my visual stat points to my visual, please. Visual +5. Visual, F +-D. Let's do the same for the dance stat. Dance +5. Dance, F +-D. Ari looked it over in satisfaction before playing the music and following up with the warm-up choreography video that Jaywalk had taught them. He suspected that the hidden dance would be in here, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell what it was, which is why he wanted to ask the best but friendliest dancer, which, from his observations, was Daniel Kim. Unfortunately, it seemed he had awkwardly made a mess of it, so that plan had to be scrapped. As Ari was almost finished warming up, his teammates began to trickle in right before 5:30 a.m. They all looked exhausted, but each person was properly dressed, even if their eyes were crusty and their hair was messy. Ari counted them off, noting that the only person missing was Caleb. His loss. Let's warm up for 15 minutes and get right to the choreography team, Ari told them as he played the warm-up music. Each person began doing their preferred warm-up, with some people half-heartedly following along with Ari as he repeated the warm-up once more, marveling at how much smoother his moves looked and felt with the upgraded dance stat. Midway through the warm-up, a cameraman enters the room with one of the assistant PDs, Joel Stuggs. Oh, you guys are actually here on time? I thought you were bluffing for the cameras and would just sleep in. Joel looked at the sweaty contestants frantically trying to tidy themselves up before turning to look at the strangely masked boy in front. Like PD Park Ji-ho said, he was the one to watch out for, as he seemed completely unsurprised to see the camera crew trying to catch them slacking after that bold claim. Why would we lie? All of us plan on following the schedule we submitted to the best of our abilities, Ari confidently said. Almost all of us. Somebody muttered in a bitter tone, and Joel had the cameraman turn to look at them with interest. Is there an issue? I see only 10 people. Who's missing? One of our teammates isn't here yet, which means practice got extended 15 minutes. I'm actually on my way to wake him up since he might have overslept, Ari quickly explained before smiling mischievously. Do you want to come along? Sure. Then let's go. Everybody should come too. Let's go give our dear teammate a lovely wake-up call. As if they sensed that Ari wanted to get back at Caleb, the boys excitedly followed Ari, their tiredness completely gone. He led them all to the kitchens, quickly arming everyone with metal spoons and metal serving containers from the kitchen staff before heading to B2, where Caleb was sleeping. Turning to look at Joel and the cameraman, Ari bowed apologetically before explaining. I told everyone that if they were late, I would wake them as loudly as possible, causing their roommates to hate them. So this was done with our teammates' implicit permission. Caleb, the PD has your signature of agreement. Having cleared his name with the disclaimer and seeing the assistant PD laugh mischievously, Ari opened the door, counted down with his fingers. On 3, the sound of metallic objects clashing sounded out as 11 boys burst into the room, banging wildly on the metal pots while shouting Caleb's name. Caleb, Caleb, get up. Bruh, get up. Practice got extended. Bro, get up. The boys in the bunk beds quickly sat up, some of them smacking their heads on the ceiling, while others looked around before covering their heads with their blankets. Caleb, who apparently slept in his boxers, rolled out of his bed onto the floor and began yelling, as his face turned red. What is wrong with all of you? Don't yell at them. It was my idea. Ari quickly waved the boys out of the room. Then what is wrong with you? You freaking dictator. It's 5:45. You're late to practice. Get dressed, and let's go. The cameraman's back there, so watch what you say and act. Ari pointed his thumb behind him before nodding politely to all of Caleb's roommates. Sorry about the wake-up call. Caleb was late and was warned that this would happen. Seeing their glares turn to Caleb, Ari left the room with a light heart and smiled at the rest of his teammates waiting in the hallway. Let's go practice and try not to be late from now on, okay? Otherwise, your roommates might really hate you. Caleb quickly showed up, and the choreography practice went as well as could be expected, with everyone having subpar skills. The only thing that improved was the synchronization rate and fewer collisions as they switched positions in the formation. After a quick breakfast, Ari went to vocal classes with Jalissa, which went well. Unfortunately, he never had a free moment to ask Carlos what was going on with his team, so he finished and then went to practice with his own team. After a quick lunch, he had to meet with the production team to put in his prop request, which was accepted, and have another interview with the PD explaining his vision. On his way back to the practice room, he found a person with bright orange hair pacing in circles in the hallway. It was Daniel Kim. "Are you looking for me?" Ari caught his attention, and Daniel turned to look at him before smiling brightly and exposing his dimple. "Yes, thank you for the candy. Here." Daniel Kim dropped a massive bag of candy in his arms before turning and running away. "Is it a competition?" Ari stared at the bag of candy in confusion before entering the room and resuming practice. When it was time for Selena to come and train them, surprisingly, she came along with Exponent, who pulled Vishal aside and had a private talk with him. Although Ari was curious about what they talked about, he still felt a bit awkward after their interaction yesterday. So he focused his attention on getting his choreography mistakes corrected by Selena and helping correct the vocal mistakes of the rest of his teammates while curbing Caleb's trolling that magically showed up whenever the cameras or trainers weren't there. The rest of the week passed quickly, and by the morning of the performance, which was also the last day of his surprise mission to discover the secret dance, Ari had completed his mission to help people improve their skills, gaining an additional stat point that took his dance skill from D-D+. Although it wasn't the improvement he wanted, he would have to hope that it was enough. As the bus shuttled them to the location they would record the performance at, like everybody else on his team, Ari leaned back and took a nap. And when he woke up, he was being rushed out of the bus inside the building. Chapter 82, Warrior 2. Staff members rushed them off the bus and ushered them through the hallway to a large waiting area that had seats. Waiting there was the previous stage director, Cheryl Lonol, who had been in charge during the second round. Cheryl was holding a clipboard, and as the 100 boys filed in, she began directing them. Teams placed on the first 3 pyramid levels, please follow the staff member at the door to hair, makeup, and costume stations. Team leaders of every team, please follow me. We need to decide the exact filming order. Ari immediately followed Cheryl, who was walking quickly while doing his best to ignore Ian, who continued smirking at him, and William, whom he hated. The stage director led them to a room with cameras before turning to them. The order priority is given to those who rank higher on the pyramid, so B1, you have first pick. What order do you want? First, of course, Benjamin replied with a broad smile as he stepped forward from where he was chatting with another contestant. He was completely confident that his team would nail it regardless of the order, but he preferred to get things done sooner rather than later. Great. Next, Team B2. Second, the team's order followed the order that they were in on the pyramid, with each team wanting to go as early as possible. Finally, it was Ari's turn. D2. What order would you like to go in? Last, Ari replied calmly. As everyone looked at him in surprise, he simply adjusted his snail mask and nodded his head. Are you sure? Positive. I want my team to go last. Cheryl Lanor looked at him in confusion. Most contestants wanted to go early or toward the middle so that they were in their best condition. Especially with some teams having the ability to have multiple takes, the filming would probably take all day, and they would be tired from waiting. She thought about it for a second before looking at the sheet and seeing that there was only one team after him anyway. Then, she remembered that Ari's team was the one who had requested a water stage. He probably wanted to return as soon as possible because he would be soaking wet. Nodding in understanding, she marked it down. Okay, next. The final team leader chose the only remaining time slot, and Ari left to head back to the waiting room. As he walked, Benjamin slung a muscular arm around his shoulders and yanked him closer while his crisp British accent sounded out. Big man Ari. Wagawan. Used to Benjamin's overly friendly behavior from the few times he had caught him and Jamie in the cafeteria, Ari just instinctively protected his hair from being ruffled as he replied. Good. What's up? You've been quite secretive about your props, bruv, and now you're going last? Seems suspicious, innit? Especially since the rumors say you're confident you'll get top 3. Wanna tell OL Benny here your secret? Promise not to blab. Benjamin playfully crossed his heart and held out his pinky. What? I don't see you telling what your team chose either. Are you scared that you won't keep your #1 spot? Ari childishly goaded him while pretending to snap his teeth at Benjamin's finger, which switched to poke his masked cheek. Not at all. Benjamin laughed as he patted his back. I was just a bit curious. Either way, good luck to you, brother. Best man on top, yeah? Yeah, good luck to you as well. Ari waved at Benjamin, who was heading to get his makeup and hair done before joining his own team in the waiting room. What order are we? Sachi asked, wholeheartedly wishing that they were going to get it done early so everyone in the group could finally go to bed early and sleep in after the week of torture that they had just been through. Last. What? No. Why? As his teammates began moaning, Ian, who should have gone to get his makeup applied, sauntered over with a smirk. He chose to go last, by the way. As his teammates swiveled their heads to glare at him, Ari shrugged. What's the difference between last and second to last? The principal, Caleb yelled, but Ari just rolled his eyes again as Ian left after causing a small bit of chaos. As other teams looked over at them, Ari took off his mask while smiling brightly. If you have the energy to shout, shall we practice until it's our turn to go? I feel like we can still get better. Ugh. All his teammates immediately swiveled their heads to look away from him, and Ari sat on a chair while yawning. Since we're not going anytime soon, I suggest that you take a nap and get your energy up. Make sure you don't touch your face and mess up the paint. When it's time for us to warm up, I'll wake you up. Almost immediately, everyone slouched on their chairs and went back to sleep. They were genuinely exhausted after getting less than 4 hours of sleep a day for the past couple of days, which had felt like a military boot camp. You can take a nap while I stay up. I know you're tired and you've been rubbing your throat for days, and you haven't really slept. Your voice. Vishal suddenly commented from where he sat across from Ari. His expression was concerned as he stared at the boy who had barely gotten any sleep within the past couple of days while driving everything from group and individual practice, vocal corrections, outfit organization, and more by himself. It was honestly a miracle that he hadn't fallen over, considering how intensely he had been taking care of things while running on such few hours of sleep. Even now, his voice seemed hoarser than usual, and he had been living on cough drops and honey tea for the past couple of days. Ahem, it's fine. It will last for today. Ari cleared his throat before sticking another cough drop in his mouth. I'm going to walk around for a bit. I'll be back. He stood up and walked through the hallways until he found a stairwell that led up to the roof. After climbing, he went to hide behind a tall vent and began trying to rap through a whole song in the hopes of gaining one additional stat point to put into dance. Cough, cough. A harsh cough ripped out of Ari's throat, and he quickly stuck another cough drop into his mouth as he tried to soothe it. For some reason, no matter how he tried, he wasn't able to get through the song without messing up, even though he used the same techniques he learned in vocal classes. As he tried again, cough, 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 he broke out in a violent cough that left him panting. Should I just give up? Ari stared up into the sky while muttering to himself. You don't have to give up. You're just doing it wrong. A voice with a Korean accent sounded out. Turning to the side, Ari spotted a figure dressed in black leather clothing, with dark eye makeup and slicked back orange hair. Chapter 83, Warrior 3. What? Ari looked confused as he stared at Daniel Kim, who had appeared out of nowhere. It seemed that Daniel had finished getting styled because he was dressed in tight leather pants, a black tank top with a long-sleeve mesh shirt over it, chunky boots, and a leather choker and necklace with spikes. Daniel's face looked slightly paler than usual from makeup, and black eyeshadow had been used to make his eyes look deeper and sharper. A subtle red lip tint had been applied to his lips, making them look slightly bruised, and Daniel's eyebrows had been filled in to make them darker and more angled. Honestly, while looking at the entire look, Ari felt he had been used as inspiration for the outfit. You're rapping wrong, and if you continue like that, you'll strain your voice. Daniel Kim repeated his words before squatting several feet away from Ari and staring at him while wiping slightly red eyes. Not wanting to have to investigate the probable tears, Ari quickly continued the conversation. Is that your professional advice? I'm in the A-grade rap class, so I'm pretty good, you know. Daniel smiled brightly, showing off his dimples before his smile faded slightly. I know. You're also in A-grade dance as well. Ari remembered PD Emily's words that she thought Daniel's performance during the second round was almost perfect. The boy was a dynamic dancer, had a crazy deep voice when he rapped, and also caught the eye with his good looks and bright smile. He was a true triple threat. Let's say that I'm trying to rap for the first time. What advice would you give me? Ari asked him since the boy had confidently said that he was rapping wrong. First, stop trying to force your voice to go deeper to match the original song. It won't work, and you'll mess up your vocal cords. I also recommend starting out with older songs that have slower beats and simple rhymes and cadences instead of the one you're trying to practice. It might sound less cool and really old-fashioned, but it will help you catch the flow and fill the pocket better. Really? Ari looked at Daniel curiously before asking, any song recommendations? I don't have my phone, but off the top of my head, Top Billing. It's really slow and simple. Check it out later. I see. Thank you. Ari replied regretfully, also wishing that he had access to his phone so he could pull up the song and lyrics. Should I rap it for you? It was my warm-up song for years, and you seem pretty determined to rap. No, that's okay, but thank you. I should head out. After nodding at the other boy, Ari stood up to leave. He had no plans to continue practicing his terrible rapping skills in front of one of the best rappers in the program. And even though Daniel offered to help, he definitely didn't want to inconvenience him and continue to embarrass himself. He had at least that much pride. After your previous shameless lies, is now really the time for pride? Can you really afford to waste any more time? You've failed to rap for an entire week based on your own efforts. You think that you can get within the top 3 with a D+ dance stat? At Nova's words that hit a little too close to home, Ari sighed before sitting on the ground again. Actually, can you help me learn to rap the song? I can pay you back in candy or snacks. Ari offered the most valuable things he owned right now. Daniel looked at him once more before smiling brightly again. If you have any more Korean candy, I'll gratefully accept it. I'll hand over everything I have when we get back. Ari solemnly swore. Yay! With more energy and excitement than he had shown before, Daniel began coaching Ari line by line, trying to get him to replicate his cadence. Ari easily memorized the lyrics, but when he tried speaking them and replicating the cadence Daniel taught him, it was like something distorted it, and what he heard in his head was not what his mouth was saying. He was completely off the simple beat that Daniel made by clapping his hands. After the 10th time it happened, Daniel stopped and stared at him. This is so weird. Daniel muttered in confusion as his happy expression crumpled. You sing really well, so why is this hard? Truthfully, Ari didn't know either. It's fine. I'll practice some more later. Ari comforted him before getting up again. He had been gone long enough, so it would be a good idea to check the filming progress. No, I can definitely help you rap. Don't worry, I'll still give you your payment because you gave me a good idea of what to practice. I won't accept it until I succeed. Then let me ask you a question. Do you think there's a secret dance in the warm-up that they taught us? A secret dance in the warm-up? Daniel tilted his head sideways, causing one side of his slicked-back orange hair to hang vertically. Yeah, they talked about teaching us the basics a lot, and taught every dance class the same ultra-specific warm-up dance for 10 minutes. I searched the songs, and they all have the same BPM as the Warrior song, so I was wondering if you noticed anything strange about it. It's fine if you didn't. It was just a hunch that Ari had. I don't usually use that warm-up, but let me see. Daniel casually brushed back his orange hair before performing the beginning portion of the warm-up. If I do this part, it definitely connects with the later part of the warm-up, and this middle part here feeds into the beginning. Maybe this part here. Daniel began mumbling to himself in English before switching to Korean as he tested different parts of the warm-ups against each other until he found a flow that worked well together. Ari just watched in complete fascination as Daniel danced like a well-oiled machine. Each move of his was controlled yet powerful, with points of impact and fluidity as he tried different things out. The difference between how Daniel performed the choreography and how he did it was like night and day, and he felt a bit jealous at how cool it looked to be able to move like that. Hopefully, one day, he would be able to do the same. After about 20 minutes, Daniel seemed to come out of the mini-trance he had been in before turning to look at Ari with sparkling eyes. I think you're right. The moves are all scrambled together in the warm-up, but if you move them around, they transition into a proper dance when mixed with some of the choreography from Warrior. Look, then, while humming one of the songs, Daniel danced the newly improvised choreography for about 4 minutes before stopping and looking at Ari in surprise. It really works. Knowing Kim Young-woo Nim's choreography style, I think it's something like this, but I'm not sure. How did you even notice that the moves go together? Ari hadn't. The system had given him a hint, and he just passed that hint onto the most qualified person that he knew. The credit really belonged to Daniel for stitching everything together. Are you a dancing genius? Daniel asked as he danced through the improvised choreography again, making minor adjustments. Definitely not. It was just a hunch. Really? I've been dancing for 15 years, and I didn't even notice. What gave it away? I'm psychic. Liar. Ari ignored Nova. Predict my future. Will I debut or win the lottery? Ari pretended to touch his head before smiling mischievously. In your future, I see you teaching me the dance later tonight for Korean candy? Deal. Daniel's eyes sparkled as he began asking him a barrage of questions as Ari started to walk back to the waiting room. As Daniel stopped by a fountain to drink water, Ari covered his mouth and whispered to Nova, "Is this the dance? Learn it and find out. The countdown for the surprise quest ends at midnight today." Mentally noting the words down, Ari went back to the waiting room with Daniel, sitting down close to his team and watching Benjamin's team arrange themselves on a full stage filled with flashing lights, layered platforms, and fog filling it up. They were all wearing head microphones, and as the music started up, 2 flame streams shot up into the air as Benjamin jumped down from the platform that he stood on. The rest of the team members jumped down one by one, with flames lighting up each time, and then they began. As Ari watched the crazy performance that looked like a professional concert, he couldn't help but gulp with a bit of nervousness. If every other team were like this, he might actually fail the surprise mission. Chapter 84, Signal Song 1. Team D, 2. Time for you to go warm up. A staff member came to get Ari's team since they were the last ones sitting in the waiting room. All the other teams had already performed, and many of them filmed multiple takes to capture the best performances before leaving. Since that had taken several hours, the entire D2 team looked tired and a bit nervous because they had watched some incredible performances with teams that had added flashy props, lighting, and costumes to make things look good. Still, they followed the staff member into a room leading to the stage and began removing their jackets, exposing the white t-shirts that had been decorated like sports jerseys. Each t-shirt had a large black number painted with each participant's name written in block letters on the front and back. Their faces were painted with white or black stripes, and they all wore bandanas, hats, or combinations of the two, styled however they pleased, making them look like a sports team or dance unit. Ari's t-shirt had the number 0, and he wore a long-sleeved turtleneck and a black bandana tied around his neck. Others had various colored bandanas tied around their heads, arms, and even their legs. Every team member wore black boots on their feet, and as everybody lightly performed the choreography to warm up, synchronized stomps could be heard, which brought a smile to Ari's face. The past couple of days of practice had clearly paid off since it sounded good even without the monkey see, monkey do skill. 1 minute till go time. Another staff member poked their head through the doorway, and Ari clapped his hands. Let's gather up for our last team meeting. Slowly, all 11 boys made a circle while staring at each other's faces. Because of the packed schedule, they had seen each other's faces for over 18 hours each day, so at this point, they were tired of being with each other. And yet, they had grown a little closer due to squabbling, working toward a common goal, and of course hating on the green-masked devil who insisted on repeatedly torturing them in the name of perfection. Soon, once they finished this performance, they would be free to do as they pleased. Everyone, including Caleb, almost felt sad about it. Almost. Not knowing what they were thinking, Ari began speaking as he tried to figure out how to make pounding on his chest while screaming that he was the best seem like a natural part of the conversation. D2. Team, we finally made it to the end. I'm sure you're all sick of seeing my face, so I'll keep this short. We've never actually seen your face, just that weird mask, Caleb muttered, and Ari just pretended not to hear it while clearing his throat. Ahem. Anyway, no team worked as hard as we did this week, so let's go out there and prove it. Top 3. That's our goal, and we'll achieve it because we worked for it. I believe that our team is the best. Say it. I'm the best. I'm the best. Louder. I'm the best. Seeing everyone get into the chant, Ari began to get excited as well as he threw his arms around the 2 people beside him. Soon, everyone had done the same, and they were all jumping in excitement and nerves. Team D2, what are we? The best. What are we? The best. Ari stuck his hand in the middle of the circle, and everybody squeezed close to each other to pile it on as the tense energy dispersed as they screamed. On three. 1, 2, 3. I'm the best. A loud shout left all of them as they broke the circle. Team D2, let's go. The same staff member from earlier called out to them. Coming. Oh, guys, by the way, if the ground starts filling up with water mid-performance, just ignore it, okay? That's our prop. What? Huh? Water? What? Shouts of confusion could be heard as Ari's teammates realized that they had never once asked about the prop situation throughout the week. As a matter of fact, everyone had been so tired that they went through the day with a foggy mind and didn't really have a chance to chat with other people because Ari had them holed up in the practice room. It had been a complete surprise seeing everyone's performances come to life today. Why would you choose that? Michael looked a bit betrayed as he stared at Ari. You left it to me. It will look cool, trust me. Vishal and I planned it perfectly. Chuckling at everyone's surprised faces, Ari and Vishal exchanged smirks, temporarily overcoming their awkwardness before Ari led them to the stage, where they were given in-ears and a headset microphone. Seeing PD Emily sitting next to the camera pointed directly at the stage where he stood with his teammates, Ari gulped as slight nervousness filled his body once more. He absolutely had to do well today. For his face. Everyone in position? You only have one take. PD Emily shouted out, and Ari suddenly remembered that he hadn't activated the monkey see, monkey do skill. Out of nowhere, he suddenly pounded his chest 3 times before shouting, I am the best. Monkey see, monkey do activated. Choose your target. As his teammates turned to look at him, Ari pretended that everything was okay and shouted, Team D2, what are we? The best. What are we? The best. Team D2 selected. Time remaining, 4:59. Are you done screaming? PD Emily asked with a bemused expression. Yes, Ari replied quietly, once again glad that his face was painted with thick, white paint so his blushing was not visible. Then let's get started. You're the last group of the day, and we need to get out of here. There's a surprise waiting for you all when we get back. Achoo, choo, ah, achoo. As the chain reaction of sneezes and coughs rang through the bus, Ari sniffled while blowing his nose, and the bus's air conditioner blew freezing cold air on his thoroughly soaked body. Truly, he couldn't believe that the staff wouldn't even have towels for them to use after preparing a water stage for them, and also didn't have any hot drinks since they had been taken back to the dorm location. It was as if they wanted his team to suffer for creating extra work for them. The moment Ari got down from the bus, he planned on immediately taking a steaming hot shower, but unfortunately, as he stepped down, the staff guided him and his teammates to join the others in the large space in the dance studio that had been set up with 100 foldable chairs. PD Emily stood alone at the front, and the projector screen was down. As soon as they took a seat in the back, she began talking. Did you guys have fun filming your performances? Yes. No. Ugh. Achoo. Hearing the mixed responses, PD Emily laughed before speaking. Good, good. Now, it might have been a while ago, but remember how I never confirmed how elimination would work? And when you would learn the signal song after your performances? Yes. The tone of the response immediately became subdued at the mention of elimination. Of course, PD Emily ignored them and continued saying what she wanted to say. Well, it's now time to learn the signal song. It's currently 9 p.m., so you have about 13 hours to learn the signal song and choreography, which will be shown to you tonight. Starting at 10 a.m. sharp, the judges will have you perform the signal song and rank you from 1 to 100, and simultaneously, your team performance videos will all be posted on the program's YouTube channel. After your performance, you can leave as you have a break for exactly 1 week. When you return, we'll record the signal song video, watch the first episode together, assign new ranks, new rooms, new teams, new missions, and of course, have the elimination ceremony. Any questions? What's the criterion for elimination? Somebody seated near the front asked in a shaky voice. Those who end up ranked between 92 to 100 are up for elimination. I suggest you practice hard. Loud gulps could be heard throughout the room before somebody else asked another question. What's the prize for the team that gets the most views and punishment for the team that gets the least? Great question. The The top team gets to split $1,000 in prize money, room exchange tickets, and immunity from being eliminated despite their rank. The losing team gets to sleep together in one of the F rooms. Fun, right? No, absolutely not. Ari looked at the PD in complete horror, not even thinking about the prize money that had finally appeared. How did she expect them to learn a song and dance within 13 hours when they had just spent a whole week practicing another song? That was basically impossible. And if they didn't do well, they would be eliminated? This production team was insane. Ari was completely exhausted after pushing himself hard the whole week. His throat was sore, his body was tired, and his nose was stuffy because he was still soaking wet from his performance. All he wanted was a hot shower and to sleep, but now, he had to stay up all night to practice a song that he would present in front of the judges so that he wouldn't get eliminated. Temporarily forgetting about the recording cameras, Ari shot a glare at PD Emily, who looked unfazed at the angry looks pointed in her direction. PD Emily smiled cheerfully while pressing a remote toward the projector screen behind her. Instead of me wasting time talking, let's watch and listen to the Signal song so you guys can go and start practicing. Chapter 85, Signal Song 2. The screen lit up, and a high-energy electro-pop beat blasted out of the speakers for about 20 seconds. Many people jumped out of their seats, and a few hiccuped in fright, while PD Emily laughed silently from the front. Then, a high, upbeat voice began singing as lyrics appeared on the screen. When you walked into the room, pick me, love me, choose me. Couldn't help myself, couldn't look away. Pick me, love me, choose me. Shining like a firework, lighting up my heart and soul, heart and soul. Pick me, love me, choose me. This precious dream I'm chasing here. Pick me, love me, choose me. You're the one I want to take me there. Pick me, love me, choose me. I want to be your star, be your star. To shine for you wherever you are, wherever you are. Pick me, love me, choose me. The first two verses of the Signal song spoke to the viewers who would likely be voting for the contestants, speaking about the contestants' dreams and the viewers' beauty that illuminated the contestants' hearts. Although the song was quite catchy, Ari cringed at the lines that seemed to be begging to be chosen and loved. Truthfully, he couldn't imagine himself singing such a bubbly, sweet song, and the sickly lyrics, but it seemed that he had no choice in the matter. With only a small break in the music, the next verse began. I'm nervous that I can't show you my best. I'm so scared to let you down. Please always believe I do my best, and even tonight. The intense electronic beat increased in intensity as the chorus of the song started. I want to be your one and only star, your lucky jackpot that will take you far, Gonna steal your heart and gonna make it mine. In this whole dream world, it's just you and I. There was a brief pause in the music, then the chorus repeated once more. Tonight, I want to be your one and only star, your lucky jackpot that will take you far, Gonna steal your heart and gonna make it mine. In this whole dream world, it's just you and I. The lyrics on the screen then disappeared as a recording of trainer Kim Young-woo appeared and began performing the choreography as another verse began. Energetic bouncy moves, quick turns, pivots, and large movements that utilized the whole body, which were reminiscent of the warm-up moves that they had been taught. As Daniel Kim had deduced earlier, it truly looked like the warm-up had been scrambled thoroughly and then reassembled with little pieces of the warrior choreography thrown in there. When the energetic, upbeat music transitioned into the dance break, Kim Young-woo basically began flying around on the screen. His moves were fluid with the right amount of strength and emphasis, fully displaying his technical skill. As the Signal song reached its climax, his actions seemed to mirror the words being sung. Pick me, love me, choose me. I'm your star. With the final verse, Kim Young-woo reached out, forming a star and pointing to himself as the music trailed off into silence. In the video, Kim Young-woo was panting from exerting himself. He waved slightly once before bowing his head, and then the screen went black. There was a round of applause as the screen slowly rose into the ceiling, and the Signal song looped again at a much lower volume. As Ari heard the catchy chorus again, he knew the song would be popular, especially with the cringy lyrics. Like an earworm, it was bubbly, upbeat, with no particularly difficult lyrics, which was basically everything that a signal song should be. He thought he could learn to sing it easily, even with the high range of some parts. The issue was that high-energy dance that seemed impossible to perform and sing. If even the choreographer was panting after performing half of it without singing, what were the rest of them supposed to do? Especially after a hellishly long day and only 13 hours to perfect it. Ari couldn't help but glare at the still-smiling PD Emily as she began to speak. So, what do you guys think of the signal song? Catchy, right? Next time you see Larry Jackson and Jalissa, say thank you since the two of them worked hard on it with some other composers. In fact, let's get another round of applause for them. Clap, clap, clap. As the contestants clapped slowly, their faces filled with despair, PD Emily shrugged. The choreography was done by trainers Jaewok and Kim Young-woo. They specifically wanted me to tell you that the basics of it were in the warm-up they taught you on the first day, and if you learned that, you should breeze through this easily since the moves are recycled. That's not fair. They told us it didn't matter. Somebody yelled out in front, and PD Emily laughed in his face. Life is not fair, but you're all talented, so you'll be fine. I can tell that you all are very excited to work on the signal song, so I'll let you go. You're dismissed. PD Emily waved one more time before sauntering off with the cameraman. The room was quiet for a few seconds before it exploded in noise as people began groaning and complaining. While everybody was still sitting around occupied, Ari quickly left to go change out of his soaked clothes and shower before anyone else came in. When he came out of the bathroom, dressed in his utterly adorable tracksuit, Vishal was waiting to enter the bathroom. The two of them made eye contact as Vishal asked, "Heading to the same practice room?" "Not sure yet, but I doubt it. I'm going to find Daniel first, then search for Jamie." Ari replied honestly. Although he had nothing personal against his former teammates, after the week he had, he was sure they were sick of seeing his face, and he was tired of nagging them to work hard and stop trying to escape. A clean split where they all avoided each other was best for everyone. "Okay, I'll find and join whatever room you end up in, if you don't mind." Vishal looked a bit nervous as if the other boy would say no, but Ari shrugged. Vishal had been helpful throughout, and Ari had no issues with him since he was a hard worker. "That's fine with me. See you in a bit," Ari replied before grabbing his entire snack bag and stepping out. First, he walked over to the practice rooms, peeking inside each one, but he didn't see a bright head of orange hair. After waving off Carlos and Jamie, he slowly walked up the steps Daniel had taken to the roof last time, taking the opportunity to stretch his legs. Ari had met the boy twice on the roof, so it was a pretty good guess that Daniel was up there this time as well. As he neared the door on top, he heard a muffled voice shouting, and he froze in place, waffling between eavesdropping and leaving whoever was fighting to fight in peace. But then it seemed that the voice was getting closer because Ari could suddenly hear the words clearly and identify the owner. "Then why didn't you tell me? Huh? What the hell is my dad paying you money for if you can't do this one little thing? You want me to look stupid in front of the judges tomorrow? Huh?" The person yelling was William Forbes. Shocked but also curious, Ari squatted down on the steps, pressing his head against the door to listen. Chapter 86, Signal Song 3. "Listen to me, and listen to me good. If you don't want me to BLO dash." William's voice faded until Ari couldn't hear him anymore. It seemed that he was walking around on the roof. As Ari was considering whether or not he should leave, William's voice could be heard once more. "It doesn't work properly. There are too many conditions to use it, and the effects are temporary. You need to look at that old man's res dash." The voice faded away again, but this time Ari sat up at full attention while whispering quietly to Nova. "Old man, doesn't work properly? Hey, Nova, is he talking about when he absorbs stats?" "No comment." "Hey, tell me," Ari harshly whispered before clearing his throat as he felt an itch in his throat, and his nose twitched from inhaling dust all over the stairwell. "I said no comment. Bless you. I'm not going to ache you." Ari's muffled sneeze sounded out, and as he tried to cover his mouth with his arms, but unfortunately, crinkle crinkle, the plastic wrappers around the bag of snacks Ari held shifted, and the sound echoed in the small stairwell like a bullet shot from a gun. Hearing the conversation that was getting louder suddenly stop, Ari immediately dashed down the steps and through the hallway. He could faintly hear footsteps following behind him as the snacks in his bag made noise, so he quickly slid into the first room with no lights on and locked the door behind him before sliding to the ground in relief. Phew, that was way too close for comfort. Ari took a deep breath of relief while stuffing a cough drop into his mouth, trying to soothe his itchy throat, when the bathroom door opened and a familiar face stepped out of the cloud of steam in his boxers, wiping his wet hair down with a towel. Benjamin Moore looked around the empty room before turning back to Ari. "Mate, what are you doing in my room?" Benjamin asked curiously as he pulled on athletic pants over his boxers. "Hide and seek." At this time, Benjamin tilted his head sideways before smiling his wide smile. "Which lads are playing? I want to join in." "I'm lying," Ari quickly corrected before changing the subject. "Have you seen Daniel Kim? The ginger? His room is a couple of doors over. His stomach was hurting him earlier, so he was in the toilet, I believe." Benjamin replied while putting on a sweatshirt and tying a banana over his damp hair. "Can I leave this with you and come get it later? Or can you give it to Daniel for me?" Ari held up the snack bag that he didn't want to be caught with, and Benjamin narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the crinkling sounds. "What's inside?" "Snacks. Give me one as a tax, and I'll agree." Ari grabbed a bag of honey butter chips before tossing them at Benjamin, who easily caught them, popped them open with one hand, and poured the contents straight into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, gulp. The chips were quickly finished with the bag balled up and shot like a basketball toward a mini trash can off to the side. Pretty good. If you're done playing solo hide and seek, mind shifting aside? I've got to practice the signal song for tomorrow's ranking in it. Benjamin asked as he wore slides while holding his dance sneakers in his hands. Right, sorry. Ari quickly got up from the floor and opened the door. After glancing at both sides and not seeing William Forbes, Ari calmly made his way into the practice room, which contained Jamie, Carlos, Vishal, and a few other people. Deep in thought, he tried to decode what William was talking about. The blonde boy had spoken about an old man and it not working properly, and yelling about not being given information on time despite his father paying. What was going on? As Ari sat there blankly while thinking, his vision was suddenly filled with a large blue screen. Rather than wasting time on nonsense, why don't you focus on memorizing the song and choreography so you don't get eliminated? Why don't you tell me what he was talking about? Ari whispered while pretending to stretch. No. Fine. Speaking of choreography, will I complete the surprise mission if I memorize the signal song choreography before midnight? Of course not. The moment the full choreography was released, you failed the mission. You should have learned it earlier in the day when you discovered the hint. Figures. Ari muttered to himself before grabbing a tablet, finding an open spot in the room, and began his process of slowing the choreography video down to the 0.25x speed and mimicking the moves to the best of his ability. To Ari's surprise, since he had previously memorized the warm-up, he easily memorized the new order of the moves and was able to match the choreography at 1x speed within 2 hours. Although he was completely exhausted each time he danced it, Ari alternated between singing the song and dancing to the choreography, before giving himself a 5-minute break to regain his energy and starting the cycle all over again. By the time it was 2 a.m., Ari had stopped singing and just danced the choreography to rest his sore throat. The rest of the people in the room had gone to bed already, so it was just the 4 of them here. He sat on the ground while watching Jamie, Carlos, and Vishal still struggle through the choreography. Jamie and Carlos had mastered the song portion and were in the final stages of learning the choreography, while Vishal struggled to master both. Although Ari gave him vocal pointers when he could, the dance portion was completely beyond his means, as he was not the greatest dancer himself. His only skill was his quick memorization and his familiarity with basic moves in the warm-up. Just as Ari was weighing the pros and cons of going to sleep and waking up early versus just practicing right now, a large group of familiar faces entered the practice room. Michael, Diego, and Sachi were at the front of the group, looking at him awkwardly, while Jacob, Caleb, and several others from his D2 team loitered at the back. Ari glanced over everyone before turning to meet Michael's eyes. What? We wanted to practice. The stocky boy began awkwardly. There's space, and somebody can take my tablet since I don't need it, Ari said, gesturing at the large room. Since only 4 people occupied the room, 9 more people could easily squeeze in. No, we wanted to practice together. Michael repeated his words while scratching his head in embarrassment. Why? Ari stared at them in confusion. The judges would make them perform and evaluate them individually, making practicing together pointless unless two people were at similar skill levels. It was why, despite them being relatively close friends, Ari and Jamie both practiced at their own paces with their own tablets. Ari had no interest in dragging Jamie down, and despite Jamie being a kind pushover, he clearly worked hard to hone his skills and would probably refuse if Ari asked, especially since it was an individual evaluation, not a group one. Although Ari and his D2 teammates had similar dance levels, he couldn't consider them close enough to want to practice together, especially after the hellish week where he had dealt with grumbled comments, complaints, curses, and other annoying behavior as he dragged them through the hellish practice schedule. By using Picky Listener, B, he had corrected every sound they made as they sang until it was perfect, and by slowing down the choreography and copying it, he had increased the synchronicity, all at a detriment to his voice and his body, which had to wake up early, go to sleep late, sing the parts of everybody, and drag those who wanted to give up back to the practice room. After that experience, Ari vowed never to be a leader again. It was unpaid labor that nobody appreciated you for, and looking at the faces of his former teammates, Ari could guess what they wanted from him. Free coaching where he did the mental labor, and they just followed along while grumbling. Pretending not to know, he tilted his head and asked innocently, "You want to practice together? You with me?" "Yes." "Why?" "Well, for good old time's sake." Jacob responded lightly while the other teammates looked hopeful. What good old times? It had been H*LL. Rather than say what he truly felt, Ari looked them all in the face before responding simply, "No." His nose was becoming stuffed, his throat hurt. It felt like he was catching a cold, and most importantly, he didn't want to do it. They were no longer a team he was responsible for, and at this point, it was truly every man for themselves. "Really? Please." Sachi looked at him with watery eyes, and Ari's resolve briefly wavered at the puppy dog eyes pointed his way. Sachi was one of the few people he actually liked on his team, but when he glanced at the others and saw the expected gazes that said if he caved for one, he would have to cave and help all of them, Ari shook his head. "You can still practice here, but if you really need help, you should ask somebody else. No offense, but after this past week, I don't want to practice with many of you guys. It was a lot of work, stressful, and not really beneficial for me, so I'd rather pass." Ari told him honestly. Having people grumble and swear under their breath at you, even though you were working hard for the team's betterment, was something Ari never wanted to go through again if he didn't have to. At the blunt words, the faces of many of his teammates turned red from embarrassment, but a few like Caleb glared at him angrily. Bitter gazes were burning holes into his back, but Ari simply stuffed another cough drop into his mouth and stood up to dance the choreography once more. After a couple more hours of practice, he went to sleep as the sun rose, and as his alarm went off a couple of minutes before 10 a.m., he dragged his feverish, aching body out of bed, changed, and went to sit in the area the staff directed him to since the judges were going to start evaluating their performance of the Signal song. Chapter 87, Signal Song 4. "You doing okay?" Jamie asked in a concerned voice as he looked at Ari, who was slumped over in his seat. "Yeah, I'm fine, cough, cough-ahem." Ari replied in a raspy voice before coughing, clearing his throat, and blowing his nose hard on a tissue. The person sitting next to him stood up and moved to another chair with a disgusted face, while Jamie stared at him. Jamie. He wanted to ask if Ari was sure he was okay, but seeing him blow his nose so hard that the thick, white face paint came off, exposing the reddened tip, he just changed the subject since it was obvious that the other boy was sick. "I'm done, so if you tell me where your stuff is, I'll load it up with my suitcase and guitar so we can leave as soon as you're through with the judges. It's under the leftmost bed in room F1, and it's just my black duffel bag." Ari replied in a raspy voice before blowing his nose again and drinking the cup of hot tea he had on the floor. "Got it. Good luck." Jamie patted his back as he stood up and walked away, and Ari slumped back down while waiting to be called. His head felt groggy, his body was feverish and shaking from chills, and his throat was raspy and so sore that even with a soothing cough drop, he winced each time he swallowed the tea. In the waiting space with dwindling contestants, the sounds of people coughing and sneezing could be heard, as most of Ari's teammates were sick as well. It seemed that after the brutal week of no sleep, nonstop practice, being soaked, and then sitting in air conditioning for hours. Their bodies had broken down. All he wanted to do was go home and sleep. Ariel, Matisse, please come up. As a staff member called his name, Ari staggered to his feet and followed them into a room where 5 judges were sitting at a table and staring at him. Ari, are you okay? Selena asked while staring at him with wide eyes. Ari's clothing was currently inside out. He had a strange animal headband tied to his head. The white and black face paint was smeared gray on his face and flaking off in some spots, and his shoes were on the wrong feet. Yes, I'm fine, Ari replied while suppressing a cough that wanted to rip out of his chest. All the judges stared silently since he didn't look fine, and Larry Jackson snickered before Jalissa smacked his arm. Okay, we'll make this quick. Then why don't we start with you dancing the choreography of the Signal song, starting from the second verse until the end of the song? Jaywalk suggested, and he, Selena, and Kim Young-woo stared intently at Ari. To be honest, Jaywalk had no faith in Ari's skill. Although Ari had improved and learned the warrior choreography, Jaywalk still thought that Ari was always slacking and never putting in as much work as he could, since he never saw him sweating or having a hard time compared to the other contestants. Plus, he always had weird face paint and a blank expression, and he would immediately drag his teammates out once class was over without bothering to chat with him, their trainer, or ask for advice. Just like many of the F-grade students he had taught, Jaywalk guessed that Ari would have only memorized the first verse of the song and nothing else. But surprisingly, once the music sounded out, Ari danced the entire verse and continued without stopping. Of course, it wasn't the most spectacular dance that he had seen, and there were times when Ari accidentally performed a choreography sequence from the warm-up that the students had been taught on the first day, but he never stopped moving until the end of the song and got most of the steps right. For something that had been learned in less than 13 hours, it was impressive for a student with a dance grade of F. And as Ari stood there, coughing hard while panting and trying to catch his breath, Jaywalk thought that maybe he was being too harsh on him. As Jaywalk was about to say something. Moving on. Let's get to the Signal song. Start singing it from the beginning, Larry Jackson said while impatiently tapping the table. As the music started once more, Ari began to sing the Signal song in a raspy voice that sounded like he had been a chain smoker for decades before his voice cracked on a slightly high note. Flinching at the unfamiliar, awful sound, Ari froze before continuing to sing the lyrics, trying to take deep breaths and putting power into his voice to try and cover up the mistake. But as he tried to hit the high note once more, his voice cracked again, and no sound came out, even though he was pushing air out and moving his lips. Then, he began coughing as he swallowed spit incorrectly and couldn't catch his breath for several seconds because his nose was blocked. When he tried singing again, his voice cracked once more, and just as he was about to panic, his eyes met Jalissa's, and she mimed taking a deep breath before mouthing, "Lower the key," while moving her hand from top to bottom. Suddenly remembering the arguments she frequently had with William Forbes in class, Ari took a deep breath to calm himself before lowering his voice and continuing to sing the rest of the song. While it didn't sound as good as what he had practiced to his ears, there were no more tonal mistakes, and his voice didn't break again. When he was done, the judges simply stared at him before Larry Jackson spoke. "Okay, thank you. You're free to go." "That's it?" Ari asked in confusion. He expected them to give them their ranks today, but all of the judges nodded. "That's it. You can go. We'll announce your ranks when you come back." "Yep. Go get some rest and drink lots of tea, Ari. I hope you feel better." Jalissa gave him a concerned smile. "Okay. Thank you, cough." Ari politely bowed his head in the completely wrong direction before stumbling out of the room. Since his stuff was already taken by Jamie, he went outside and got into his truck before falling asleep. After 2 hours, Jamie dropped him off at the church, where he stumbled inside and fell asleep on the bed. It had been a really long week, and he was so glad that it was over. Chapter 88, Signal Song, 5. As soon as Ari was gone, Larry Jackson burst out laughing, with literal tears coming out of his eyes. "Pwahaha, did you see his outfit? What kind of crazy combination is that? Is this the fashion of the young kids these days?" Enough about his appearance. Although the headband was a bit cute, Selena smiled softly before clearing her throat. "Ahem. Fine, fine. Let's review Ariel's performance. Dance-wise, he's clearly improved from the rubbish he showed us at first. But is it enough to get him out of F-class dance, and to rank highly here? Larry Jackson asked while looking at Jaywalk and Selena, who had worked with Ari the most. I would say not quite yet, even though we've come a long way from his kindergarten dance moves. He did memorize most of the choreography, but he mixed it up with the warm-up choreography, and his moves are still quite jerky, as if he's copying a step-by-step tutorial without making the moves his own or understanding the why and how a move transitions from one move to another. At best, I would move him to D class and put him near the middle bottom. Selena spoke up while Jaywalk nodded. Okay, that's fair. Then vocals. Jalissa, you've been his trainer since the beginning. I have thoughts, but I'll let you go first. Larry Jackson turned to Jalissa with a frown. Jalissa tapped her full lips with a slight frown. Ari usually has such a clear, beautiful singing voice, which would suit the Signal song, but right now it's rough, terrible, sandpaper light. Sounds like a frog. The 5 judges were silent as they recalled the rough singing they had just heard. Voice cracks, missing notes, a coughing fit, a squeaky sound coming from his throat, and finally, an entire octave change in the middle of the song. Surprisingly, it was mostly in tune, but Ari's voice was muffled because of his stuffed nose, and they could barely understand the words he was saying. I say we rank him at the bottom. Even if the dance was better, he still messed it up, and the vocals were some of the worst I've heard. Larry Jackson immediately said, absolutely not. Jalissa shot back before continuing in a calmer tone. Normally, Ari would not make any vocal mistakes. He's basically a pitch machine and catches himself whenever he's out of tune. We all watched the recording of his group performance. He basically carried that team on his back, and we know why he was like this today. The PDs shared his team's insane schedule, and he's been practicing hard this whole week. Plus, his team had the only water stage, and apparently, the staff forgot to bring things for them to warm up afterward. Quite a few of his teammates were also sniffling and coughing, so it's not just him who has a cold. Jalissa spoke softly as she defended Ari. She had quite a soft spot for the boy who was always working hard and quietly helping others without caring about how they treated him. He was always polite and respectful, which she appreciated because she had to deal with so many young boys with strong egos. Despite partially agreeing with Jalissa's words, Larry argued back fiercely. That's not an excuse. In this industry, you must know how to manage your body and condition, and he clearly doesn't. Nobody else was as sick as he was, so it's clearly his fault for not managing himself well. He was the one who chose the water stage, so as the leader of his team, he should have brought towels and hot tea to take care of himself and his team instead of blaming the staff who were busy with other things. And who in the industry doesn't have an insane schedule? It doesn't matter how well he did yesterday or the day before. What matters is what he displayed today, which was quite lacking, especially with the expectations he set from his performance yesterday. He's careless and inconsistent, so put him at the bottom, and if he's eliminated, so be it. Since Jalissa was usually soft-spoken, he expected her to back down, but she actually glared at him while tapping the clipboard with Ari's name on it. He is a child who is learning, and he doesn't deserve to be at the bottom, especially when there are much worse contestants than him. If you look at the totality of his performance, he definitely doesn't fall into elimination range, especially when the whole F class just embarrassed themselves in front of us. You can say his performance was lacking, but I absolutely will not agree to put him last and eliminate him. You're biased toward him. Don't think I didn't see you mouthing tips to him. Larry Jackson yelled. And you're biased against him. I mouthed tips to all the contestants. Whether or not they have the skill to utilize those tips is a different issue. Jalissa shot back. The two of them glared at each other, and it was Jaywalk who broke it up. I agree with Jalissa. Compared to how he was in the beginning, Ari has improved his dance tremendously, even if his vocals were worse today. If you look at it with his past accomplishments, his performance wasn't impressive, but compared to his peers at the same grade, with the circumstances we put them in, it was good enough for him not to be eliminated. There are quite a few who did worse than he did, and he clearly wasn't the best. So taking that into consideration, how about this rank? Jaywalk proposed a number, and after consideration, Jalissa nodded reluctantly, while Larry Jackson smiled. Still unhappy with Ari's rank because she felt Larry Jackson was biased against him, Jalissa shuffled her papers until she found a different contestant's profile. Fine, I'm okay with that. And if we're looking at contestants compared to their past achievements and expectations, then William Forbes deserves to be moved to the bottom as well. His vocal and dance performance was lackluster, and he doesn't have the excuse of being sick. Put him down here. Jalissa pointed to a lower rank, and Larry Jackson's neck turned red. I don't think it was that bad. Compared to others, he did quite well. Larry quickly defended William, but Jalissa shook her head. Compare what he displayed yesterday, what he's shown in class, and what he showed today. There is a clearly visible downward trend. If he set the precedent high, then he should maintain it. Otherwise, he's careless and inconsistent. And don't give me the excuse that he's tired or busy. Everybody had the same amount of time to learn the dance and song. Everyone was taught the warm-up that would help them learn the choreography, and he could barely do half of it. I don't care if his first half was decent. The last part was rubbish, as you like to say, so drop his rank down. As a matter of fact, let's reevaluate everyone with these new criteria. At Jalissa's harsh words, the rest of the judges blinked at the usually soft-spoken woman. It seemed that she really liked Ari if she was willing to reevaluate all the contestants to match how he was graded. Even though Larry Jackson wasn't too pleased, since it was based on his own criteria, he couldn't really say anything, and all the judges agreed to adjust the rank of William and the other contestants. By the end of the Signal song evaluations, some judges were pleased, some were pissed, and some were indifferent. But the fate of the 10 contestants who would be eliminated was decided. And on the internet, a small fire was growing as the public began watching the group performances of the contestants. Chapter 89, Traffic Song Boy 1. Today was finally the day. Rachel Smith, pop music connoisseur, propped her tablet up behind her book bag placed on her desk, put in her earbuds and covered it with her hair, and took a sip of her iced caramel macchiato before happily navigating to the WeTube channel of Pop Star Academy. Project 777, while her history teacher yapped about some war in the 1800s. She had been stalking the program website daily, memorizing all of the information listed on the minimal contestant profiles while waiting for crumbs of content. She had prepared both her heart and her wallet to spend on her underdog pick, and she just wanted a single opportunity to show her devotion. And finally, today was the start of the online-only mini-series to introduce the public to the contestants. Today, the production team would release performance videos of all the groups, and the group with the most views would apparently win a special prize. As a fan, she naturally wanted to do her part. The groups were selected by the judges, grading the contestants' skill levels in singing, dancing, and rapping, and averaging the two before allowing the contestants to choose within those groups. Since she didn't know which group her underdog pick had ended up in, Rachel decided to watch every video from the top, starting with the first one, which showed a handsome boy with golden skin jumping in the air with 2 other boys beside him as pillars of flames went off to the side, covering her mouth so she wouldn't squeal in excitement, especially at the flash of abs peeking out of the boys' torn shirts. Rachel tapped her tablet, and the music started playing as the performance began. The video displayed a blank stage, and for a moment, Rachel thought it was frozen before an intense bass beat made her ears vibrate as smoke filled the screen. Then, slowly rising from the ground, the handsome, golden-skinned boy appeared on a platform before back flipping off as flames illuminated his face as he hung in the air before landing on the ground. With a wild smile and a charming wink, the boy adjusted his headset before fiercely rapping while dancing to the aggressive choreography. His crisp enunciation of each word, combined with his effortless swagger as he punched, kicked, and flowed through the choreography, made Rachel not able to look away from him at all, even to look at the other people who had appeared behind him. Her eyes were completely focused on the golden-skinned boy in front, but before she could continue taking in all of his beauty, he slid to the back, as a tall blonde boy with his hair in a half-up, half-down style slid forward to replace him at the center. His blue eyes sparkled brightly as flames flared up again, and then she heard one of the most beautiful voices singing to her. It felt like her whole body was sinking in honey. That was how sweet it was. But before she could get enough of him, a Korean man with bleach blonde hair tips took over and began rapping with flames flaring up to the side. The cycle of being entranced by each team member's great visuals, amazing vocals, and rapping continued until the boys suddenly stopped moving as the beat dropped. Rachel took a moment to admire their outfits. The dark jeans, dark torn shirts that showed off lean yet muscular arms, sneak peeks of abs, and gleaming sweat on their skin. Each boy looked fierce and handsome, and her fingers twitched to take a screenshot, but she restrained herself by promising to do it once she watched everything. Then the golden-skinned boy, who was now back in the center, nodded his head in a cocky fashion before stomping his feet. Each time he stomped, flames flared as if he were controlling them. Then, one by one, the other boys joined in, and a synchronized dance break made of only stomps, claps, and jumps sounded out, causing Rachel's mouth to drop open in shock. It sounded like one person, even though 7 people were on her screen dancing the same moves. It was insane how good the performance was, almost like a performance at an award show. When it was finished, Rachel had to fan herself and chug her cold coffee while screaming a little to let off steam. She couldn't believe that she got to watch such an amazing performance for free. Like, save, favorite, and share. Ducking her head to avoid her teacher's glare and marking the video, so she could watch it later, Rachel excitedly clicked on the next video, hoping that it was just as amazing as the previous one and that she would see her underdog pick. And just like that, her double-period history class passed. Sometimes the performances were so good she couldn't help but squeal, and other times she just yawned while wishing it was over. And finally, when she scrolled down to the last video, she saw the face that she had been waiting for. The traffic song boy with the sea green eyes, who had his face painted with thick white paint and black graphic designs. He was the only person pictured on the thumbnail, but had many arms extended into fists behind him like a many-armed Buddha statue, even though the owners of the arms could not be seen. In the thumbnail, his foot was stomping on the dark ground, causing a large pillar of water to splash up to the height of his face. The white shirt with a large 00 and his name written on it clung to his body, showing a faint imprint of muscles in his slender figure even through the black turtleneck he wore. For some reason, Rachel couldn't look away from those narrowed green eyes, that smug smile, with his tongue flicking the red, lipstick-painted lips like he saw something funny. She was completely entranced and needed to know everything. What was he doing? Why was he drenched? Was it on purpose or an accident? How come she hadn't seen such a cool pose or water from the other participants? Just as Rachel's fingers were about to tap the thumbnail to find out all of the answers to her question, an old wrinkled hand pressed her tablet screen onto her desk. "Miss Smith, you've disrupted my class enough. Put that away or I'll seize it." Rachel's history teacher, Mrs. Williams, glared at her, but Rachel could only clutch her head in despair as she heard that familiar, beautiful voice sing the intro that she was now familiar with, but couldn't see the corresponding image. "No, please, for more minutes. Just 4 more minutes. I need to see Ari. Then I'll be taking it. No, Ari, please let me see my Ariel." Rachel desperately pleaded, but her teacher didn't look back as she walked away with the tablet. Mrs. Williams couldn't understand why a high schooler was obsessing over princesses made for children when she was going to graduate soon. Traffic song boy R.E.T. In another location, a young girl was screaming as her fingers rapidly pressed the replay button. She sat right in front of the television, ignoring her parents and little brother who were standing behind her. Her eyes were completely glued to a boy wearing white face paint with panda eyes and sports stripes on his cheeks, as he smirked before speaking in the slightly accented voice that she couldn't get enough of. P.S. Hey, the intense bass sound of the song rang out. Chapter 90, Traffic Song Boy 2. Justine gave the performance on her living room TV her full attention, not even daring to breathe as the dark screen brightened up to show 11 boys in a triangle formation. As the intense bass sound rang out, the boy with the 00 shirt that said Ari posed as he said his lines with a smirk before sharply sliding to the back as a handsome Indian boy with a shirt that said Vishal and had a number 7 on it slid to the front and began rapping. "What's your aim? When we play this game, we want to make it. Straight to the top, right now. What's your pain? Fighting doubters who don't believe. Trying hard to achieve. My dreams." The beginning of Vishal's rap showed his nervousness, but as he progressed, it seemed that he took the lyrics to heart and became more confident. "What's your gain? Everything is golden. I sit on the top of the hill, yeah? Don't believe. I will achieve. 'Cause I'm AG. You can't stop me." With neat, controlled movements, Vishal danced with large steps and wide arm swings, as if a mock fight was happening, before rotating and facing the audience once more. "Watch this." As Vishal and everyone yelled and jumped to the same height, while before landing at the same time to a satisfying thump sound, Ari stepped forward and began singing with a clear voice with a hint of raspiness that caught the ear and made you want to listen more. Ari's green eyes were focused straight ahead, as if he were staring deep into the viewer's soul. Although his voice wavered a bit as he jumped and completed complex footwork as he dropped to the ground and popped up, Justine couldn't stop listening to his singing and the ad-libs from a member she didn't know. She scooted even closer to the TV so she wouldn't miss a single moment and could capture every detail with her eyeballs. Once Ari's turn was done, he immediately dashed backward without breaking eye contact, and the entire V formation changed as 10 people took equal measured steps as they crossed each other while clapping, high-fiving, and patting each other's backs. Fully expecting a collision, Justine gasped as the 10 boys cleanly passed each other without a single mistake. In the new formation, Ari was toward the back, while Jacob moved forward to sing the first chorus. In the brief seconds that Ari was hidden while everybody shuffled places, he pulled out a whistle from his pocket, placing it in his mouth in preparation for the ad-lib coming after the chorus, while doing the choreography in time with everybody. Jacob sang the chorus, and once he finished, the formation shifted so that all the boys surrounded Sachi while pretending to fight each other. The beat intensified, and then grew quiet for a moment as the boys froze as if their strings had been cut. When Ari blew the first whistle, they all collapsed in half like dominoes as Sachi began his part. Digidigitum, digidigitum. They're aiming for you, so. Get down. Whistle. Ari blew his whistle sharply, punctuating the hard beat and Sachi's words. Whenever the whistle sounded, everybody bent over and swung their arms against the floor like zombies, kicking and stomping at a uniform angle, creating a loud, unified thumping sound. Get down what? Whistle. Get down. Whistle. Get down. Whistle. Wow, 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 wow. Once the first chorus was done, Sachi rotated out of the way, allowing Caleb to come in with his verse, followed by Diego's rapping portion, Michael's ad-lib, and Juno's rap with Ari's ad-lib backing him. Throughout the performance, a subtle backing vocal could be heard, keeping the melody and blending seamlessly with the other singers and rappers. Once the second verse was completed, Michael became the new center. They performed the chorus choreography once more, and Ari blew the whistle in time while they performed the low kicks while bent over. Whistle. When the final whistle sounded out, Michael held the extended note, and the boys around him ran in a circle before they got into a single-file line, with only Ari visible as he stood at the front. With a faint smirk on his face, he blew the whistle one last time before flinging it aside as he waited for the beat that indicated a dance break to start. Beneath his feet, where nobody could see, the dark ground was quickly filling up with ice-cold water that almost submerged his shoes. Right before the beat dropped, Ari widened his stance, dropped his head face down, and rested his hands on his knees as he waited. Everyone behind him did the same with staggered timing until only he was visible. Then it began. Thud. When the loud sound of a drum rang out, Ari performed a large stomp, which sent a huge splash of water into the air. Thud. 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 With each thud, his stomps got wilder and more exaggerated, creating larger and larger splashes of water that soaked his shirt, face, and hair while he smirked. Suddenly, a unified shout was heard, and when Ari stomped again, 2 more people suddenly appeared beside him, having slid out in one slick motion, while his other 8 teammates were hidden behind them, completely mirroring every move. They continued stomping, jumping, and clapping in unison, and at each interval, more and more people appeared seamlessly until all 11 boys were visible on the screen, each wearing the white shirts with their names and numbers clinging to their bodies. As they performed the dance break, clapping, jumping, shouting, and stomping, everything was in complete unison. The water splashed at the exact same height, their arms swung at the exact same angle, and when they pivoted and jumped, the only sounds that could be heard were the unified thump as they landed at the exact same time. Thud, clap, clap, thud, clap, clap, thud, thud, thud. As they shuffled once more, the water kicked up and soaked their white t-shirts until they were transparent. The intense dance break then continued in reverse as the boys went from 11 boys to 9 to 7 to 5 to 3 until finally, all that could be seen was the arms moving behind him as Ari moved back to the front. His shirt and hair were completely soaked, while droplets of water clung to his white-painted face and red lips, giving the camera another smirk as if he were truly enjoying himself despite water soaking every inch of his body. Ari, along with everybody behind him, collapsed to the ground, rolling to the side as the person at the center sang their hearts out before jumping up. Each person flicked their wet hair back in unison before continuing the rest of the song, while kicking up water, which added extra impact and flair to all of their moves as the glistening droplets caught the light. By the time Justine finished watching the video, not only did she know the names of all of the contestants on this team, but the portion of the performance where they began the unified dance with water splashing everywhere was stuck in her mind. And it wasn't because of the sudden reveal of the boys' toned bodies, as their baggy white shirts turned a bit transparent and clung to their bodies while they danced powerfully. And it definitely wasn't because she was straining her eyes to gain X-ray vision, see through the wet clothing, and count the number of abs visible on all of the boys. No, not at all. She was just somebody who enjoyed admiring the human physique. Trying to convince herself mentally, Justine grabbed the remote and rewound it back right before the dance break, carefully watching it again and again. Although it wasn't as flashy as some other performances she had watched, and these boys weren't the best dancers, she just couldn't look away. There was something about their energy and how synchronized they were that made it so appealing to watch. She couldn't help but wonder how much practicing they had done to make the water jump up to the same height each time they stomped or jumped on it. Additionally, even though there were objectively handsome people on the team, Justine found her eyes constantly drawn to the boy with the fully painted face. Maybe it was the lazy, cat-like air when he danced, or the intense eye contact of his green eyes, or his lipstick red lips that had smudged a bit because of the water, but Justine always found her eyes following him, whether he was at the front or the back. And when she looked closer, she noticed that the eyes of his teammates were the same. They all subtly glanced at him at some point, even though Ari was always looking straight ahead, which made her like him even more, want to see his face, and know everything about him. As she replayed the dance break once more, her dad, who had abandoned her to watch another TV, poked his head into the living room to see what was going on as Justine began screaming again. Seeing some teenage boys dancing on water while singing, her father tried to fill a 30-year age gap and bond with his daughter. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? There's an old dance movie where the main character, named after an animal, did the same thing. You can watch it together with your old man. It's pretty cool. Whatever, Dad, Justine muttered without paying attention to her father's words as she pulled up the comments to read them. She wanted to know what others were saying about the performance and if they liked the same people she liked. Chapter 92, Traffic Song Boy 4. Nova, cough. What the heck is going on? How did the missions get completed? Ari asked in a raspy voice as he sat back on the bed while waiting for his phone to charge and turn back on. I wonder. Congratulations. You're popular, Queen Bee. The internet is abuzz, all because of you. Bzzzzzzz. Ari, underscore. What did I do to deserve that? I hope it wasn't the bullying thing at school that spread. That would be embarrassing. Do I look like a search engine on the internet? My job is to assign missions to you. So instead of asking me silly questions, why don't you show some initiative and search for the answers yourself? And maybe you can try giving me missions without being sassy. Ari shot back while blowing his nose. Then maybe you can complete an entire week on an idol show without getting sick. Remember how you thought it was easy to sing and dance? That you didn't need training because you're so big and tough. Now look at you, sore throat, can't breathe through your nose, and to top it off, you sound like a frog. Pathetic. At Nova's harsh words that were unfortunately true, Ari swatted the blue screen in front of his eyes away in irritation before picking up his phone, which was finally on. On it were several texts from Jamie. Jamie, did you take medicine? Jamie, are you alive? Jamie, your royal CNS? Jamie, should I bring cough drops? Jamie, congratulations. Jamie, congratulations. Jamie, the water performance was genius. Jamie, it looks so good. Jamie, I'm jealous. Jamie, we should celebrate at the restaurant. Jamie, are you alive? Jamie, should I call an ambulance? Jamie, my pops is mad at me. Please answer. Jamie, Captain. Seeing the increasingly worried tone in the messages and several missed calls, Ari quickly messaged Jamie back. Ari, I'm fine. Ari, thanks. Ari, Go hide in the gym or something. Call you in a bit. Guessing that the congratulations had something to do with the performance videos, Ari quickly turned the computer on before navigating to the Pop Star Academy YouTube channel, which had gained thousands of followers. The very first video at the top of the channel was a video with a thumbnail of Benjamin, Jamie, and Rex jumping in the air while flames flared on either side of them. The video had amassed over 700K views and was trending toward 1 million views, which was an inconceivable number to Ari, considering it had only been about 24 hours since its release. Curious about what Jamie's team performance looked like, Ari quickly clicked on it and had to whistle at the end of the video. That was a pretty amazing performance. Everything from the vocals to the rap to the dance portion was amazing, and Ari couldn't believe that Jamie's team had the same amount of time to prepare the song as his team did. Remembering the trauma of dragging his teammates along, Ari broke out into a coughing fit before popping a cough drop into his mouth. Once he was calm, he quickly browsed through the comments, noting how people praised the team's good looks and cohesiveness. They also praised the outfits and the extras included in the performance. A closer look at the comments showed that people actually recognized the contestants, not just because of the simple profiles that the producers had posted on the official Pop Star Academy website. Benjamin had apparently auditioned for several shows, such as Britain's Best Talent, Euro Idol, Rap Game, and even Exciting Factor, as a solo rapper, so he had quite a solid social media presence and a small, dedicated fan base. Jamie was recognized because of his family, and when his image was searched in reverse, his image came up as he had songwriting and producing credits for several country musicians. Even Rex was known for being a trainee at a popular Korean record label and had been a backup dancer for several K-pop idols. As Ari read through the comments, he realized anew how stacked Jamie's team actually was. It seemed that every person had previous entertainment industry experience. Curious about all the other teams, he watched them all and read through the comments, noting that most teams hadn't reached the number of views that Jamie's team had. The only teams that came close were William Forbes' team, which had about 250K views, and the team with Levi Temple, Jean, and Taeyoung, which had around 190K views. The comments on those videos included the usual compliments and praise, but as people began investigating, there was also speculation as to each contestant's identity. While noting interesting comments and skipping over the rude ones, Ari continued watching the different performance videos until he glanced at his group's video, which had the image of him stomping the water as the thumbnail. His eyes glanced down at the view counter, which had over 1 million views and over 200K dislikes before accidentally closing the tab, and he began coughing from shock. What the heck? Why were the views and the dislikes so high? He thought that his team had done as well as could be expected with their skill set, so it couldn't be that bad, right? Or maybe his vision of the water, emphasizing the choreography, didn't translate properly on camera? With his heart pounding, Ari reopened his team's video and watched it from the beginning to the end. His critical eyes and ears caught several of his own mistakes, but overall, he thought that the video looked quite good and captured the vision that he and Vishal had pictured when selecting the outfits and asking Selena to modify parts of the choreography. Then maybe it was something else. With hesitant hands, he clicked on the comments button, sorted from most liked to least liked, and began reading to understand. And after scrolling a couple more times, Ari slowly understood what was going on. Somehow, he had amassed a large group of haters. Many people in the comments accused him of being ugly and hiding it with thick paint-like makeup, selfishly ruining the visuals of the performance with his face, monopolizing the parts that he did, trying to stand out in a stupid way, and not taking the performance seriously when everybody was clearly working hard. He was criticized and insulted in various ways in at least 5 different languages, and Ari was quite impressed that disdain for him had become a global phenomenon. And to top it off, others had somehow found him through a hashtag, and when he clicked on the glowing keyword, he was taken to a phone recording of his second performance, where a girl in the crowd had screamed, "Terrorara," and he had played the trumpet while singing the song. There was another video of him singing it with Jamie in the car, so he was newly criticized for not taking the competition by making a stupid song and trying to capitalize off of the popularity of another contestant. But the song was also trending on TikTok as people sang the traffic song with the soundbite of the girl screaming before he played the trumpet as the beginning portion. There were also videos criticizing his poor trumpet-playing technique, video analysis, Photoshop photos of his face, and speculation of what his face looked like, and think pieces about his choice to wear a turtleneck in the 2 videos he had been spotted in so far. Seeing the sheer amount of hate and content that had been generated in the past 24 hours from those who were critical, Ari thought that people really had a lot of free time. He was quite thankful to those who liked and commented kind things, but the rest were kind of scary. As he continued absent-mindedly scrolling through 3D simulations of what his face looked like behind the makeup, while thinking about the whole situation, Nova popped up one more time. "Aren't you happy? You're finally popular. Everyone is talking about you and singing your song." Ari shook his head. Not at all. Not in the slightest. It actually felt kind of bad that the hard work he and the team had put in was being overshadowed by people trying to dig into his face and past while putting him down in comparison to other people. And seeing some of the crazy things people were saying that the would do to find him, Ari vowed to increase his visual stat as fast as possible, to wear a different mask when in public, and to never, ever, ever reveal his identity if he didn't have to. The internet was clearly a crazy place, and he wanted no part in it. Quickly shutting down the computer, he popped another cough drop into his mouth and called Jamie. Chapter 93, Meet the Boys 1. After a quick chat with Jamie, where they agreed to meet up in a couple of days when Ari wasn't so sick, Ari spent some time completing his phone call errands. First, he messaged Grandma Kim and Grandma Lisa, promising to see them after the next filming session when he wasn't sick. Then, he spent time calling his school and easily convinced them that he was still sick since he was coughing his lungs out every 3 seconds. After agreeing to take his missed quizzes at the end of the week if he was feeling better, Ari went to visit priest Stephen Choi before forcibly cleaning the church like he was supposed to. He then dragged his feverish body to the bathhouse while wearing a regular face mask and a baseball hat instead of the snail mask he usually wore. He doubted that the people who visited would watch an idol survival show and recognize him, but he didn't want to take any chances. The moment he stepped into the bathhouse, Granny Choi caught sight of him, and a giant bowl of soup was forced into his hands before he was forcibly sent back to the church to sleep. After somehow forcing his body to complete the repeat missions except for running, he chugged his soup and went to sleep, completely missing the release of the first 3-hour episode of the online-only mini-series titled Meet the Boys. After a long, boring day at school and doing the bare minimum at her family restaurant, Grace Choi settled in the back corner of the restaurant where she usually ate with her new, slightly strange coworker, Ariel. As someone who wanted to become an entertainment journalist, she was especially tapped into the music scene, especially the Korean and American music markets that thrived in Los Angeles. She was someone who had been looking forward to the start of Pop Star Academy, Project 777, and planned on following it even closely because her coworker was a part of the program. She had already written most of her blog posts and filmed her reaction videos for the performance videos, especially praising the Korean trainees she recognized, and of course, her easily recognizable coworker, who refused to show his entire face even when eating. She was quite surprised at how well he sang, even though his dancing wasn't really up to her standards. She planned to finish writing and critiquing the rest of the performances after watching the first episode of the Meet the Boys miniseries, and even had her notebook to take notes for her blog posts. Putting in her headphones and pretending not to hear her grandmother's voice when she called her, Grace tapped the first video that had a thumbnail of a blonde boy with a cowboy hat, a handsome boy with tan skin wearing a leather jacket, and a boy wearing a brown animal-style tracksuit with the hood covering up a strange yet familiar green mask. She recognized the blonde boy as James, the handsome tan boy as Carlos, and, of course, the boy with the strange face mask as her co-worker Ari from the profile pictures on the show's website, even though Ari's photo was him in weird face paint. Jamie and Carlos looked cool as they seemed to have landed in a superhero-style pose, while Ari was leaping down a giant leaf-covered wall with twisted maze paths behind him and holding a peace sign. Wondering what he had been doing within the last week for the producers to make him the thumbnail twice in a row, Grace excitedly clicked on the video, while hoping it wouldn't be boring since there were over 100 contestants to get through. The video started with the instrumental version of the Warriors song, but it had been rearranged to have more of a classical feel, as a drone shot of a fancy tall building in the city with a huge sign that said Pop Star Academy. The screen zoomed in toward the front entrance, and suddenly, it split into 9 small windows that displayed contestants either in a group or as individuals dragging their luggage and entering the front entrance into an extravagantly decorated lobby with a large crystal fountain, beautiful sculptures, and floral decorations illuminated by bright golden light coming from the skylight embedded in the high ceiling. The screen alternated between various contestants gawking in shock as they looked around the impressive lobby. Some contestants spun around in a circle, while others left and re-entered the building with a stunned expression. Then the contestants all approached the front desk and spoke with the receptionists, who sent them to the fancily styled elevators with robotic voices. A montage of various idols from companies associated with Pop Star Academy flashed across the screen, and Grace smiled happily as she saw her favorite bands BTS and Mega Junior, who were unfortunately completing their military service as a group. She then watched the contestants arrive at an area where they dropped their luggage, and several funny clips of the contestants discovering staff members taking their luggage, including a contestant who got into a tug-of-war battle over a suitcase before the contestant and the staff member fell over, and a scene of a staff member being stuck in a small door with a large guitar. As Grace laughed at the silliness of how the scenes were edited, the scene transitioned into an aerial scene of a large, green indoor maze before an ad interrupted the video. CustomMazes.com for amazing mazes for an amazingly fun time for you, your family, and friends. Use the code P777 for 20% off your first order. After listening to a jingle that couldn't be skipped, the video changed to the image of a boy with a blonde buzz cut, pale blue eyes, and slits cut into his eyebrows with his ears pierced. Recognizing Levi's sharp appearance from his profile photo and performance video, Grace watched closer as he read the words on an LED screen telling him to go through the maze and try to get within the top 20 to win a prize. Once the words disappeared, Levi turned to the camera and froze. Then, a dramatic, edited introduction of him began as his photo transitioned into a black-and-white version of the profile photo he took at the first audition, with bullet points appearing next to the photo with a loud sound. Levi. Nationality, American. Age 20. Hair color, blonde, natural. Eyes, blue, natural. Height, 6 feet 1 inch, 186 centimeters. Position, rap. Favorite food, mom's spaghetti tacos. Likes, efficiency. Dislikes, wasting time. After the bullet points were displayed sequentially, a short clip of Levi's first audition was displayed. In it, he rapped a self-composed number and performed a decently choreographed dance while wearing nicely fitted street clothes. The judges said a few words, and once the intro video, which was less than 40 seconds in total, was displayed, the words "Time to Escape the Maze, Midnight" showed up on the screen as the black and white image of Levi was replaced with live footage of him peeking his head through one of the 7 maze doors, retreating, and getting back on the elevator to head to the top of the building, and break through the barrier with several strong kicks blocking the stair door before heading down to the correct floor while the time ran down. As the different camera angles of Levi were shown as he opened the stairs door located right outside of the maze exit, the cameraman and the staff members panicked. They scrambled to organize themselves since they were still setting up and not expecting a contestant to make it through so quickly. The moment he stepped into the bathhouse, Granny Choi caught sight of him, and a giant bowl of soup was forced into his hands before he was forcibly sent back to the church to sleep. After somehow forcing his body to complete the repeat missions except for running, he chugged his soup and went to sleep, completely missing the release of the first 3-hour episode of the online-only mini-series titled Meet the Boys. After a long, boring day at school and doing the bare minimum at her family restaurant, Grace Choi settled in the back corner of the restaurant where she usually ate with her new, slightly strange coworker, Ariel. As someone who wanted to become an entertainment journalist, she was especially tapped into the music scene, especially the Korean and American music markets that thrived in Los Angeles. She was someone who had been looking forward to the start of Pop Star Academy, Project 777, and planned on following it even closely because her coworker was a part of the program. She had already written most of her blog posts and filmed her reaction videos for the performance videos, especially praising the Korean trainees she recognized, and of course, her easily recognizable coworker, who refused to show his entire face even when eating. She was quite surprised at how well he sang. even though his dancing wasn't really up to her standards. She planned to finish writing and critiquing the rest of the performances after watching the first episode of the Meet the Boys miniseries, and even had her notebook to take notes for her blog posts. Putting in her headphones and pretending not to hear her grandmother's voice when she called her, Grace tapped the first video that had a thumbnail of a blonde boy with a cowboy hat, a handsome boy with tan skin wearing a leather jacket, and a boy wearing a brown animal-style tracksuit with the hood covering up a strange yet familiar green mask. She recognized the blonde boy as James, the handsome tan boy as Carlos, and, of course, the boy with the strange face mask as her co-worker Ari from the profile pictures on the show's website, even though Ari's photo was him in weird face paint. Jamie and Carlos looked cool as they seemed to have landed in a superhero-style pose, while Ari was leaping down a giant leaf-covered wall with twisted maze paths behind him and holding a peace sign. Wondering what he had been doing within the last week for the producers to make him the thumbnail twice in a row, Grace excitedly clicked on the video, while hoping it wouldn't be boring since there were over 100 contestants to get through. The video started with the instrumental version of the Warriors song, but it had been rearranged to have more of a classical feel, as a drone shot of a fancy tall building in the city with a huge sign that said Pop Star Academy. The screen zoomed in toward the front entrance, and suddenly, it split into 9 small windows that displayed contestants either in a group or as individuals dragging their luggage and entering the front entrance into an extravagantly decorated lobby with a large crystal fountain, beautiful sculptures, and floral decorations illuminated by bright golden light coming from the skylight embedded in the high ceiling. The screen alternated between various contestants gawking in shock as they looked around the impressive lobby. Some contestants spun around in a circle while others left and re-entered the building with a stunned expression. Then the contestants all approached the front desk and spoke with the receptionists, who sent them to the fancily styled elevators with robotic voices. A montage of various idols from companies associated with Pop Star Academy flashed across the screen, and Grace smiled happily as she saw her favorite bands BTS and Mega Junior, who were unfortunately completing their military service as a group. She then watched the contestants arrive at an area where they dropped their luggage, and several funny clips of the contestants discovering staff members taking their luggage, including a contestant who got into a tug-of-war battle over a suitcase before the contestant and the staff member fell over, and a scene of a staff member being stuck in a small door with a large guitar. As Grace laughed at the silliness of how the scenes were edited, the scene transitioned into an aerial scene of a large, green indoor maze before an ad interrupted the video. CustomMazes.com for amazing mazes for an amazingly fun time for you, your family, and friends. Use the code P777 for 20% off your first order. After listening to a jingle that couldn't be skipped, the video changed to the image of a boy with a blonde buzz cut, pale blue eyes, and slits cut into his eyebrows with his ears pierced. Recognizing Levi's sharp appearance from his profile photo and performance video, Grace watched closer as he read the words on an LED screen telling him to go through the maze and try to get within the top 20 to win a prize. Once the words disappeared, Levi turned to the camera and froze. Then, a dramatic, edited introduction of him began as his photo transitioned into a black and white version of the profile photo he took at the first audition, with bullet points appearing next to the photo with a loud sound. Levi. Nationality, American. Age 20. Hair color, blonde, natural. Eyes, blue, natural. Height, 6 feet 1 inch, 186 centimeters. Position, rap. Favorite food, mom's spaghetti tacos. Likes, efficiency. Dislikes, wasting time. After the bullet points were displayed sequentially, a short clip of Levi's first audition was displayed. In it, he rapped a self-composed number and performed a decently choreographed dance while wearing nicely fitted street clothes. The judges said a few words, and once the intro video, which was less than 40 seconds in total, was displayed, the words "Time to Escape the Maze, Midnight" showed up on the screen as the black and white image of Levi was replaced with live footage of him peeking his head through one of the 7 maze doors, retreating, and getting back on the elevator to head to the top of the building, and break through the barrier with several strong kicks blocking the stair door before heading down to the correct floor while the time ran down. As the different camera angles of Levi were shown as he opened the stairs door located right outside of the maze exit, the cameraman, and the staff members panicked. They scrambled to organize themselves since they were still setting up and not expecting a contestant to make it through so quickly. The editing was quite humorous, as several clips showed the staff members' eyes popping out as they whirled around. Smiling cheekily, Levi winked at the camera while making finger guns, grabbed several snacks, and walked off while the staff members were still scrambling. The voice recordings of the flustered staff members played in the background with the sound of somebody sighing in defeat. At the top of the screen, the words "Time to escape the maze, 1 minute and 35 seconds, were updated with a new counter in the bottom corner saying, "Production team, 0, contestants, 1. As the words, "A fierce battle begins," Grace laughed as the rest of the contestants and their journey through the maze were slowly shown. Chapter 94, Meet the Boys, 2. Grace Choi watched the 3-hour episode with interest, laughing throughout as she watched the shenanigans of the 100 contestants as they tried to make it through the maze within the specified time limit. The production team did a good job of capturing interesting scenes of the contestants going through the maze and combining them with their audition and showcase performances, and just by watching the clips, Grace easily learned the names of the contestants she didn't really know and knew a few things about their personalities as they tried to achieve the goals set by the production team. The score of contestants versus production match overwhelmingly went to the production team since most contestants failed to get through the maze in time. But the scenes of them performing the prompts from the screens, as well as the interactions when groups found each other, tried to decide a path, or panicked while trying to escape the maze, were entertaining. One of the group escapes that received the most screen time was William Forbes, who almost perfectly navigated the maze and perfectly completed all the prompts with his group of 5 people without meeting anybody else. While he escaped within the given time limit, Grace found it a bit boring, especially because it was so long and there was no real chemistry between him and the people with him. It was just 5 long minutes of seeing their profiles and watching William Forbes give instructions to his group. After that dull point, the fun picked up again, and Grace found herself rooting for the contestants who tried to sabotage the production team by winning while breaking the rules. Hearing the panicked screams of despair as the staff members tried to contain the cheating contestants, chased after them, or dashed to report it to the PDs before sighing in defeat as the contestants made it out in time, made her really root for those contestants. She particularly liked Daniel Kim, a Korean participant who, after being allowed to use the restroom by randomly complaining, climbed the walls of a narrow hallway and stuck to the ceiling as if he were a spy until the staff member left, before sneaking like a ninja through the staff pathways to finish the maze in time. There was also a Brazilian contestant with luscious long hair who somehow sprinted through the whole maze, contorting his body through any gaps he found and eventually making it to the maze exit. Throughout the whole thing, his long, luscious hair never looked tangled or messed up, and she hoped he would someday share his haircare routine. Another contestant she liked was the sole British competitor who seemed to be able to charm any staff member with his easy smile as he strolled through the maze as if it were his own backyard. There was also a really tall boy who just body-slammed the doors until they opened before strolling to the end, and another boy who got so lost that he lay on the ground until the production team came and retrieved him. As the video was nearing its end, she wondered when Ari's maze video would show up since she still hadn't seen him appear even once throughout the whole thing. Finally, with 10 minutes left of the episode, he finally appeared. The scene started with the 3 boys, Ari, James, and Carlos, jumping off the maze walls to the surprise of the camera crew, who had been looking expectantly at the exit door of the maze. It was the exact image that was displayed on the thumbnail. How the heck did he get up there? Grace muttered as she stared at the image. She had assumed that the maze background and angle had been photoshopped for dramatic effect, but it seemed that the 3 boys had actually climbed up the tall maze walls and jumped down. Curious about how it happened, she rewound the clip, watching as the 3 of them jumped down once more. Before the 3 boys hit the ground, the image froze as a profile picture suddenly appeared. It was a picture of Carlos with his hair slicked back except for one perfect piece that curled over his face. Grace sighed happily as she read his profile information, enjoying the look his slightly sharp yet handsome appearance contrasted with his large, brown, beautiful eyes framed by thick, dark lashes. Carlos. Nationality: American, Peruvian, Mexican. Age: 21. Hair color: black, natural. Eyes, brown, natural. Height, 6 feet, 184 centimeters. Position, vocals. Favorite food, lomo saltado, pollo a la brasa, tamales. Likes, motorcycle. Dislikes, not applicable. When the last bullet point for Carlos appeared, the entire clip of him singing a hymn for his audition video was shown, and Grace genuinely got goosebumps on her arms as she heard him continually spit out high notes, as if it were as easy as breathing. Even though they didn't show any clips of Carlos dancing, his vocals were so good that she would have placed him in the debut group even if he was a terrible dancer, because it would be a shame to miss out on angelic vocals like he had. Especially when combined with his bad boy image, the gap was the exact taste that Grace liked. The profile picture then faded away as the video of the 3 boys jumping down was rewound all the way to when Carlos entered the maze. He was entirely by himself and made it through several stops in the maze, performing the requests displayed on the LED screen before he got lost and stuck at a door that required 3 people to perform for it to open. As Carlos' timer ran down while 2 different groups passed him, the camera that was looking down at him suddenly swiveled and turned to capture a tall blonde boy wearing a cowboy hat and a shorter boy wearing a brown tracksuit and a strange green mask standing at a crossroads. The only thing that was displayed was text that said production team, 90 contestants. 10 meaning that only 10 contestants had made it through the maze in time with unconventional methods. As an ad began to play, Grace wondered what Ari had done to make the production team and PD dislike him so much. She had originally wondered if the PD was favoring him because he had been featured in the thumbnail for 2 major videos, but clearly, it was a setup for him to be criticized relentless. After using his image, he had been left to the end, and his embarrassing audition tape took up the majority of the time, while his vocal audition tape, where he probably did better, was barely shown. He had to have offended the PD badly. Vowing to ask him what was going on the next time she saw him, and urging him to apologize, Grace hoped that the internet would be kind to him, and that the PD would have some mercy during the next videos that would be posted in the following days. Unfortunately, that seemed to be a futile wish. Chapter 96, Meet the Boys 4. The next 3 episodes of Meet the Boys aired over the span of 4 days, showing the uncut audition clips and judges' reviews of all the 200 contestants who had made it into the second showcase round. While the second showcase performance was scheduled to be shown the following week along with the very first episode of the official broadcast on television. But even without seeing the showcase performance, the released content was enough to build audience hype not only about the show, but in the lives of the contestants that were not seen in the Warrior video performances. The Traffic song that Ari wrote continued to gain popularity on TikTok, while the views on Warrior performance videos continued to rise, especially the teams that had contestants with famous parents or strong social media presences. The people that consumed all the content did their best to find out all the nitty-gritty details of the contestants, created online forums and groups to discuss, and began psycho-analyzing everything while waiting for the official first broadcast in a week. While all of this was happening, Ari slowly recovered from his cold. He spent the majority of the week sleeping and performing his repeat missions by using the Signal song to practice his choreography and vocals. Toward the end of the week, he finally completed the repeat missions for dancing choreography 1,000 times and singing a song in its entirety 1,000, and immediately added the 2 points to his visual stat. Visual +2. Visual, D-C-. Because of the release of the videos and online backlash, Ari realized that he couldn't delay the upgrading of his visual stat for much longer, even though he wanted to up his dance and rap skills to complete the mission on the mission board. Each time he got curious about what people were saying. After watching each of the mini-episodes or search for his name online, all Ari saw were hate comments about his face paint, people trying to discover who he was and what he looked like, discrediting his hard work, and calling him an attention-seeking troll who didn't belong on the program. Additionally, when Ari remembered how rough his interactions with his roommates and teammates were, especially as his tiredness and frustration grew throughout the week, and how the PD had basically given him a horrible edit on every video so far, he knew that he absolutely needed to exceed expectations the next go-round, or when public voting began, he would be one of the ones to get eliminated. This meant his singing needed to be perfect, his dancing needed to improve drastically, and most importantly, His visual stat needed to increase so he could stop wearing the white face paint. Curious about what he looked like now that his visual stat had moved into C territory, Ari walked up to the mirror in the small bedroom to take a look. Comparing with his face looked like now to what it had looked like 3 weeks ago was like heaven and earth. The bruising and swelling were mainly gone, just leaving slightly discolored skin around his eyes, nose, and a bit on his cheekbones. Since he hadn't really been in the sun, the leftover bruising along with the dark circles and his red nose from blowing it constantly looked a bit harsh in contrast with his pale skin, but it was vastly better than the monstrosity it had been a week ago. Slowly but surely, his face was slowly approaching what his ID displayed, but for now, it still looked a bit plain and quite ugly, as if somebody had taken a high-quality statue and smushed everything with their fingers. Unfortunately, since it hadn't fully returned to normal yet, he would still have to wear the white face paint when filming, but hopefully, he would be able to get the stat points he needed soon so he could get rid of it. Ari poked the little bruising on his cheeks before wincing and asking Nova, "Nova, is there any way to quickly get rid of this rap mission? I've been stuck on it for a while, and I want to get new missions." "Yes, get good at rapping. Then the mission board will naturally be swapped with new missions. And you can stop being the ugliest person in the room." "Ari, thank you, Captain Obvious. As if I couldn't figure that out for myself." "Forget he asked." Thoroughly set on ignoring the unhelpful system, Ari continued his individual practice before using the rest of the night to pack his things in preparation for Jamie to pick him up early tomorrow morning. And when a white trunk honked outside, and when Ari walked over to the passenger side, a familiar face appeared as the window was lowered. "Glad to see you're alive, your Royal Highness. Now about that 4 a.m. workout dash. No matter what you say, I'm not joining your gym shenanigans. If you try it, I'm pouring ice into your bed while you sleep." Ari quickly interrupted Jamie with a quick shake of his head. Throughout the week, Jamie had nagged him to hang out, citing his lack of effort in the gym as the reason he caught a cold. Even when Ari told him the details of his last week, Jamie was convinced that building stamina by weightlifting would solve the issues, so Ari simply ignored him. Having to do the repeat missions and dancing all day was enough. Hearing Jamie click his tongue in disappointment, Benjamin smiled before greeting Ari. "Big man Ari. Wagwan. Beautiful day in the city, innit? How goes it?" "Good, I guess." The British boy clasped Ari's hand through the window, while Jamie shook his head in disappointment at Ari's refusal to bond in the gym. It was clearly Jamie and Ari. While looking around, Ari suddenly pulled Jamie close to point and smiled up at the camera before his bright green eyes followed the camera as it swiveled to a different area. His sea green eyes immediately lit up as he followed it, walking to the maze wall before him. He began speaking to the person on the other side of the wall before suddenly running back and slamming his body repeatedly against the green maze wall like a crazy person. As Jamie looked at him in concern, Ari told him something that Jamie originally disagreed with before finally caving in. Sensing that this was the moment, Grace paid even more attention as Jamie cupped his 2 hands together, allowing Ari to step on it before throwing the boy high up against the wall. The first 3 times, Ari missed the top, getting easily caught by Jamie before finally catching it and pulling himself up and over. Then Grace watched as Jamie gauged the height by jumping as high as he could, slamming his hand against the wall. Seeing that his reach was close to the top, the blond boy backed up before running at full speed and leaping into the air. Both his hands solidly grabbed the top of the wall and easily pulled himself up with an excited grin on his face as he said something to Ari, who held up a blurred hand. As Jamie squatted on top of the wall while looking down at Carlos's surprised face, the image froze as Jamie's profile appeared. Jamie. Nationality, American. Age 19. Hair color, blonde, natural. Eyes, blue, natural. Height, 6 feet 2 inches feet, 189 centimeters. Position, vocals. Favorite food, Nashville barbecue and hot chicken. Likes, all music. Dislikes, farm work. Chapter 95, Meet the Boys, 3. When the last bullet point on Jamie's profile appeared, a clip of Jamie's audition video, in which he played the guitar and sang an original song, sounded out before he performed slightly simple choreography to a country song. Seeing Jamie's slight awkward dance, Grace thought he was pretty cute, especially when he took off his hat showing off his slightly damp forehead from exertion. Jamie's photo then slid to the side, and the maze footage continued with the three boys sang together to get the door that Carlos had been stuck at open. Hearing how well their three voices easily blended together while staying distinct, Grace's eyes widened appreciatively as she added their names and video timestamp to the section of her notes that had a list of contestants whose voices blended together beautifully. Later, when the competition was further along and people started to make their lists of contestants that would work well together for debut, she would have her ideas and evidence prepared for quick posts. After the door opened, the three boys continued running through the maze as their countdown timer ran down until only 3 minutes remained. Ari, who was in the middle of the two boys, stopped them as they got stuck at another dead end and got boosted to the top by Jamie, who then boosted Carlos up before climbing up himself. The three boys then proceeded to walk on top of the maze walls, flashing a peace sign and posing in front of each camera that they passed before continuing along the top of the wall, while dramatic spy-like music played in the background and their countdown timer began glowing red. When the top of the wall became too thin, the three boys would jump to the ground before Jamie would boost them onto another wall section, and they continued their balancing act on the maze walls. As the boys' timer ran down quickly and they approached the end of the maze, the panicked audio and footage of one of the staff members running to the PD was shown as she complained about cheating. The PD, a blonde woman labeled as Emily Raleigh, laughed before bringing up a list of other trainees who had also used unconventional means to get to the end. As she called each name, a brief clip of those contestants were shown in addition to the production team versus contestants counter going up. When the PD finished talking, the scene focused on the three boys, Jamie, Carlos, and Ari jumping off the wall. The animal hoodie Ari was wearing got caught on his strange green mask when he stumbled upon landing. As Ari removed the surprisingly cute hood exposing his black curly hair, the green mask also came off exposing the black and white makeup on his face. Grace, who had been hoping to see his full face with no makeup, let out a disappointed sigh. Jamie, whose face had turned quite red, tried to headlock him before the two boys began fake wrestling until Carlos said something. Then Jamie helped both boys climb the wall once more before they began running along the maze all toward the exit, where the cameras were already pointed up at them as the filming crew had been notified via walkie-talkie. Jamie jumped down first and landed in a dramatic manner, followed by Carlos, and then Ari. As the scene that was used as the thumbnail was displayed, the profile photo of Ari dressed in all black with strange white face paint and lipstick was shown, before the bullet points containing his profile was displayed. Ariel Ari. Nationality, American, French. Age 17. Hair color, black, natural. Eyes, green, natural. Height, 5 feet 10 inches, 177 centimeters. Position, vocals. Favorite food, steak frites, Coke au vin blanc. Likes, money. Dislikes, anything to do with alcohol. Then the profile faded away into a video of Ari's audition. There was a brief 5-second display of his singing, but the other 40 seconds were filled with his dance audition to a childish song that had gone viral. Watching the terribly uncoordinated dance with the bizarre makeup and punk rock outfit to the Infant Shark song playing in the background, Grace could only wince and cover her ears while secretly wishing it was over. But Ari kept dancing and dancing and dancing. When the screen finally went dark as the music stopped, the scene was already burned into her mind, replacing his previously impressive vocal performance with the Warriors song and even the mini-group song he had performed with Jamie and Carlos. As Grace quickly checked the comments, her suspicions seemed to be correct as she saw many comments bashing him, wondering how he had made it through the audition and if he was an industry plant. It was at this moment that Ari's stock, which had slightly risen due to the decent vocals he showed in both the performance and his audition video, plummeted straight to the underworld. Clicking back into the video, Grace stared at it, hoping that there would be something else, but that was the end.